Ali malungit tutaw, tal malungit rokoy. Tirgal dir ka blasois ber. Alsa na kada el time kada mo omu ora programmer gid. Makada malo langit trarbek la adal dir kal register. Law takang al morsel table ra matalatwang al mal register. Wala kada mangi le ako rin nga sel breakfast table al ngararbay. Law takang al mo mada ngaya breakfast gid may maledal kohi. Ito ngira programmer gid al mo omul. السلت البلاي السلت مصر ساجد الكليسي ادل كمل دون اوكلا كليت اتوم المرسل بطول عرباي angani ay kelo kora posters sa bloob ay kaya already narangal kora school or sel guk mle side event tra eli al mle activity tir kora amro la kora budget hindi ka sa edal wala kada mangili o kora kada ang may manadal ko here register e moray kay gid mo kora mesa already narangal kora school o malmasaw le daw tangal mangi landi ka tabal time makadamo o mura programmer gid. Thank you.
Ali, Ali vnil tutaw, el aldora dirga mare ergit el mo omul, dibok ngutal te al direk albok introducer nga kamangkal the orbitar nga kan klega turang ringil, nga nga JB Victorino, nga mama mo MC Ramiro el Alsils. El aldora mingi ile qoradi ongita sesel el bongor el alto tawe boxo dingal el logo el momesserin ngartial klisi egal ngartarbab maklama mo omu el smoothie el torbelaw emo subasera ngal sugo mongora monga talgif el elit atu gom suga el loidir el motorbelaw mang ako takado mo omu ringel gora lela karrakar el mames ringil ngarsay ingel lela karrakar awal lol hotel tagatagela balwag ma selya karigid ar other belawal swad el masab akra lugel aklangar rigid raya rokul tokol dorul ertial el aldol mal marwera del malget malisi balwag خدمر انجل غرا ويف ملوب انجل الذهب سي اول اوتيل سيل التمول قرة الويل رجيد ما شوغان رجيد اللي بنجل عذاب النية عذاب غليل وسن وأولا غليظ وأولا قلنا رجيد other بلا بقل سيلز نديرق لول أوتيل وني لول أوتيل قلنا رجيد الإيمول بلو ال أوتيل يجل وال opportunity or يجل موجيرة other بلاو السل سيلز الممسرني أقول أوتيل سل والأمر الذي ملقات المو مسيسي البلورة طرق لبسي ما الطغرم رجال بيلون قم أبي ركلام موسو بس قم الأتلقي في الموسو قم السنتور كوارتين وذلوا سل guiding us toward a brighter future. Saya mo saya walol hotel ngel logo el mo o tingel thimer gider el alir el ngia from recovery to growth, unlocking Palau's prosperity. Saya mo thimer gider el al 2024. Melangak mo o lingit terangkal الدور لك شيء بفيكتورينو منقوق مو أيوي سل سودال تيالوغو التغران بارد المرتيجل أوكي غريت الفيغل understand التغر بلاو سلام
Malungil tuta saula turang ngaka JB Victorino ngaka mo obengera turang al mo MC rigi del al tutau el al tal sils Masel loidel tial logo so de la logo rigi del Togoram Rigel for the non-Palawan speakers. The logo description is as follows. The leaf tree represents growth and sustainability, emphasizing the need to protect our environment while building resilience in our development. The waves reflect our connection to the ocean, a vital source of both livelihood and opportunity for our island nation. The sun symbolizes hope, energy, and progress, guiding us towards a brighter future. Saigid ya umsoda la lokor gid ukto ram rigel mortrigel okya gid al ngatya al dagal lokor belaw. Egore dolmol malokor adi mgi ko gid al adu. Egore digital time magil mutal mertye yakadamo officially wa asmra la program rigid. ومع المساو للبكلات Maldim lekade belta maklumug tulmermang. Dalawa isay ogore bodolmol malmangwa asmrel tial program rigid mang malungil tutaw el morarbek la adal ngartial ngaramayong cultural center el al tutaw el al sil sang waigel dilung aturang el al sil sa silsra sel Palau Development Symposium 2024 etiang ado dangali segit alokol el blal sodia aturang Minister ak madangil wase kami mamalokoy asus di ko ramal patokar maklol adal ngartiang marmatakod kulingit ako di bok recognize rakwol el bilung pelur oriol el ngartiang lobangged kaya tong okkartial matal malungil total ako rakawe bilung adire kalkwol el ebi reklay ngartial matal tong oklobangged kaya di mok muy kay gid eka ome kamo osus rarbeklaad kaya di mo ngil basuka yak salim ta'ara basuka ngartial matal mga adu Kung mga asmena la program rigid, mga galbek kal program rigid, dalbo do giwang lungu, makmontira Pastor Ray Masao, ang merte mo maskit ang lungu, mga asmena la program rigid dalal tutaw. Pastor Masao.
Tabal ngarbab. Ali malungil tutaw sa altri mungun merio. Malungil tutaw. Awara po kululu maliso kalmura tingin la rubak. Lote ako tingin la rubak mergi dari alsils. Testing. All right. Good. Ngara tingin la rubak ra Joshua chapter 24. I have the privilege of helping young teens know God's word. I'm going to go in and off of English. That's where I'm comfortable with. But I challenge the young adults this. Wherever you are in life, don't forget where you came from. Right? Ako maral mo abela ulang it prospers is because our foundation is found on God. And Joshua, at the end of his life, he says this. He reminds the Israelites, listen, God provided a way through the Red Sea. God provided a way through the Jordan River. God was the reason why you won all those victories. And he says this in Joshua chapter 24, verse 14. It says, then Joshua said to the people, now you have heard the Lord's words, so you must respect the Lord and sincerely serve him. Throw away the false gods that your ancestor worshipped. That was something that happened a long time ago on the other side of the Euphrates River and in Egypt. Now you must serve only the Lord. But maybe you don't want to serve the Lord. You must choose for yourselves today. Today you must decide who you will serve. Will you serve the gods that your ancestors worshipped when they lived in the other side of the Euphrates River? Or will you serve the gods of the Amorites who lived in this land? You must choose for yourselves today. And Joshua says this, but as for me and my family, we will serve the Lord. Ako marang mo tasel, it can translate to us. As for me and my country, we will serve the Lord. I strongly believe and I'm convinced that God is the foundation of our nation, that he is the reason our land, our island country is blessed even today. It is crucial to understand that God is that strong and firm and unchangeable foundation. And it is important to remind ourselves that as we venture into the future, we must never forget that what God has done in the past, what God is still doing today, and what God will continue to do tomorrow. Here's the answer of the Israelites. I'm not here to preach a whole message, but here's the answer of the Israelites, and I hope this is our answer too. In verse 16 it says, then the people answered, we will never stop following the Lord. We will never serve other gods. My prayer for our country is that we will never stop following God. Let's pray. Alam do sangayang lagi malmadang asulem hertalte ale Adam kauya ola barogul klungya kauya ola barogul klisi kauya ola barogul lom serenge Adam. We can lean on our own understanding, but I have no doubt that we will be straight off the path if we do. Di Adam molong ser kamamal molmol molomeser kau. You are the reason why we are a country that is blessed today. And so, Lord, I pray that you would bless us today and tomorrow. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Sulam.
Thank you, Pastor Masawo. Daltira ka program kita el altutao. Kadamo ontira Honorable Minister Caleb Udoy Jr., Minister of Ministry of Finance, and mamaskida welcoming remarks.
Thank you. Thank you for the prayer, Pastor, and the short little message. Good morning to everyone. Fortunately, President Whips is traveling. As you know, he went to the conference of the parties, the COP29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, looking for more assistance to help us with some of the challenges we face with climate change, the environment, and also with energy, which is a primary focus for him. He wishes us well in our symposium and the events that we've had throughout this week, and thanks you all for attending today's event. Let me first acknowledge our Ibudun, the Reklai, the Ubukul Belao, of course Bilong, who is here today, Erbil Reklai, and the Asil Belao. I'd like to also recognize the honorable senators that are here with me today, although I don't see them. I'm sure they're out there. And the delegates. We do have my delegate, Gibson Kanai. Congratulations on the election. And he is sitting in for Speaker Anastasio today. I'd like to also recognize the other delegates that are with us today and our esteemed ambassadors that have been able to join us today. Ambassador Ehrenreich and Ambassador Lee, thank you for being on island during this event and for joining us today. We always enjoy seeing you. I'd like to also recognize the diplomatic corps today, those who are able to join us, and also our UN colleagues that are here with us. Of course, our good friend Sharon Sukuma that makes sure they take care of us, and Mr. Abe, thank you for joining us. All the other distinguished guests, my eyesight is getting worse, so I may not see you, but welcome to our event. I'd like to also give a special welcome to my fellow ministers that are with us here today. Minister Jenkins, thank you. Our CEOs from our government corporations, thank you for joining us today. A special welcome to the representatives from the 20 Aldabel that we are working with on the Social Protection Project. Thank you for joining us today. As well as the high school students that are joining us today. We had a very successful event yesterday with the students, and you'll be able to hear about some of the work that we were able to do with them at yesterday's event. I want to give special recognition to our partners for their support. Of course, Bilong for the venue. I think it's an appropriate venue for this particular event, and appropriate also in terms of the size, that we hope to grow this event to really represent all of the development issues that we are challenged with today. And of course, the Asian Development Bank, who's our primary supporter and organizer for this event. We do have two special guests that were able to join us from Manila. Thank you for joining us, Jung Ho and Aminur. I'd also like to thank the agencies of the government that participate with us, the Ministry of State and their media crew that's helping us to publish this online. So it's an honor to welcome you all to the 2024 Development Symposium. It's about 12 years since we've been doing this annual event, and I'm very proud to have the Ministry of Finance be a lead partner in this effort. Today we gather under the theme From Recovery to Growth, Unlocking Palau's Prosperity. This is a moment to reflect on the challenges we have overcome and the opportunities that lie ahead. It is also time to ask ourselves what kind of future we want to create, not just for today, for the generations to come. Over the last 4 years, we faced one of the most challenging periods in our nation's history. The pandemic disrupted every aspect of life in Palau, but it also taught us to adapt, to persevere, and to rebuild. Recovery has been our focus, keeping our people safe and restoring stability. But growth is not just about rebuilding what we lost. It's about building something better, stronger, more inclusive, and more sustainable. The President also wanted to highlight during this symposium that achieving this vision requires clear action and shared responsibility. For example, our recent tax reform is an important step towards our future. Taxes are not just a means to fund public services. They reflect our shared commitment to invest in Palau's future. With every school, hospital, and road we build, we are shaping a nation where opportunities are available to all. This requires a shift in mindset from reliance on what is given to ownership of what we build together. The topics on today's agenda, from agriculture and education, health to youth development, reflect the many ways we can strengthen our country. Each of these discussions is an opportunity to explore how we can turn challenges into progress and ensure that no one is left behind. True growth is measured not by numbers, but how it improves the lives of our people. As we begin today's presentations, I encourage each of you to engage fully, to listen, and to contribute. Thank you, and I look forward to productive discussions.
Malmasaula Minister Selma Lungil Dadaal al Tutaw. At malmal mara programmer gid. May time ang lamot teme dal marong sisel keynote address. Mak moolingit ra tangak Senator Stevenson Cuarte, Chair Committee on Health and Social Affairs. Mang mera podium may ogore mo maskida sel keynote address ringil al Tutaw.
Kumdingat tila. Manungit tutal mo na nagulat. Good morning. Today I'm going to speak English because the targeted audience are those whom the power rests to guide this recovery phase in this public discourse. Nako mo sa bes melko torbelaw, tilibel ko nervous. Let me begin by thanking Minister Udoy Jr. and the organizers for the invitation to be here this morning. I'm glad the name of this gathering is now Development Symposium instead of Economic Growth Symposium as stated in the printed media, so that those of us who do not understand numbers can participate and engage. I was thinking why I was asked to speak this morning. Then I realized that all the qualified ones have left to the Philippines to attend the APAFs, and so my name popped up. Be that as it may, I thank you for the opportunity to be here, because development cannot be discussed fully and integratively without health as one, if not the cornerstone of all development. And that is my bias this morning, as I truly believe in the adage that says, health in all policies. Next. I suspect that the reason why I'm here this morning is because the recovery that we are talking about is from COVID-19 pandemic. The Pacifics have not been spared from all kinds of disasters that has led to the decimated population and every onward migration to find less hostile habitations. And historically, the Pacific is not virgin when it comes to epidemics and pandemics. The Pacific has seen epidemics and pandemics, and in some instances, decimated their populations. 1875 measles in Fiji, killed quarter of their population. Typhoid in New Zealand during the Taranaki Wars. Whooping cough in Samoa in 1848. Lethal dysentery in Tahiti. 1854, smallpox in Pohnpei that killed 40% of the Pohnpeian population. In 1848, influenza killed 90% of the Kosraean population. We also know that other disasters have led to ongoing societal struggles, such as the typhoon that about a century ago wiped out most of the living people in Pingalap Island in Pohnpei. This led to the isolation of a gene that caused achromatopsia, or color blindness, which exists today. And so disasters come in all forms in our region: climate change, global warming, sea level rise, extreme weather events, and every day that passes is one day closer to the next disaster. Not to overlook the militarization of our corner of the world. Next slide. But in the perspective of recovery toward growth from this disaster of COVID-19 pandemic, it is always important to be reminded of what has happened more recently that have affected Palau. We should never forget that 2002, 2004, the threat of SARS that started from Guangdong province in China. 2009 to 2010, swine flu, H1N1, that started from Veracruz, Mexico, and moved up into the southern US. In 2012, MERS, Mid-Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, that started in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. And 2020 to 2023, COVID-19, that began in Wuhan, China. An article dated September 12, 2024, from Harvard School of Public Health was titled, "The Next Pandemic, Not If, When." Next. In each of these cases, that went from epidemic to pandemic, Palau went on an alert. However, COVID-19 with COVID-19, extraordinary things happened. To put recovery phase in perspective, allow me to mention a couple of things that serve as a reminder that the cycle of disaster management includes mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. In this recovery phase, and as Palau posits to unlock opportunities for development, it is critical to continuously assess mitigation and preparedness toward response to all potential disasters. Next. COVID-19 not only exposed Palau's vulnerabilities, but also dismantled the gains that had been garnered over the past few decades, not only in health, but in all other sectors, including socioeconomic gains. In the process, Palau has had to mortgage the future of the upcoming generations by having to take loans from international banks to keep afloat. And more critically, the loaning of our vulnerable resiliency. With that background, let me state some issues that require some deep reflection as we move forward in this recovery phase into the future. Next. First, as previously stated, the principle of disaster management cycle include mitigation and preparedness and should not be ignored during this recovery phase, not only for pandemics, but for other disasters. Next. Second, it has become clear that when capacities are thin, when resources are scarce, during emergencies and disasters, primary health care strategies are sacrificed as they are mobilized toward responding to these emergencies, and in this case, COVID-19. As these limited capacities and resources are mobilized toward responding to COVID-19, more Palauans suffer, or people living in Palau suffered collateral damage of COVID-19 through neglected and compromised healthcare access to non-communicable disease, neglected tropical related diseases, and emerging and re-emerging diseases. Retrospectively, the data show that a lot more people have died from other disease than COVID-19 because of this situation. Next. Third, the Palau National Constitution is a unique constitution in that Article 6 is framed to take care of disease. I'm going to say that again. Article 6 was framed to take care of disease. And in 2005, it was amended, Article 4 was amended to deal with health. Here lies the discussion of disease as liability for development and health or wellness as an asset for development. I'm going to say that again because it's... Here lies the discussion of disease as liability and health and wellness as asset for development. Because disease management is an end to itself. But wellness is a means to economic or generally development. Next. Fourth, health or wellness is a true and tangible national investment, and therefore must be at the level and the epicenter of discussions just like GDP and other asset indexes. In this context, wellness should be considered a public good. So the electricity goes off, we call PPUC. Somebody gets sick, nobody calls. I have cited 4 issues that perhaps going forward, could be brought to the table of public discourse in short, medium, and long-term planning of development. In my humble opinion, Minister, the health section of the Palau Development Plan 2023 to 2026 does not offer a congruent pathway or pathways to achieve the above issues that I have mentioned for the short term, and definitely not for the medium term and not for the long term. Let me mention just a couple of things. In the health section, page 100, and there are 2 assumptions that are made. The first assumption is this: there will not be another pandemic or similar event during the planned period. The other assumption is that there will be no direct hit by a typhoon. Both of these assumptions are at odds with continuous mitigation and preparedness, because it assumes that disaster such as pandemic and typhoon will not happen. To the contrary, it will happen. And perhaps the other approach is more prudent. To bring to a close, please allow me to make a few suggestions. Next. While this may sound repetitive, it is important for those who are in power to make the changes to hear this over and over again. The pursuit of health and wellness is a real national investment goal and as an asset for development. We can no longer sit, especially for those in the health sector, and not advocate for that as an asset. Palau must adopt a policy that wellness is an investment, that is a means to development. Health must be at the level and epicenter of discourse as a public good. This is an implementation of health as a fundamental right, as stated in the Article 4 of the Palau Constitution. And if I may use someone's logo in the past few days or months, Ahel Dergid, Mahel Drabalwad, Akarugu. Our health and the health of our nation is our economy. Number two, redesigning and expanding primary healthcare systems to include other systems and sectors that are not traditionally part and parcel of the health sector. Primary healthcare strengthening must go forward and provide a systematic way to manage disease and prevent them. But going into the future, resilience in health must include other sectors as extensions of primary care system that will include traditional systems, faith systems, justice systems, finance systems, and other non-governmental institutions. This in addition to the alignment of tertiary care and off-island medical referral, secondary care in the Belao National Hospital, in order to take care of the burden of the liability of disease. This effort will only allow for us to build the asset in wellness, in health. In this recovery phase and moving forward, unlocking Palau's prosperity, Palau must continue diligently to prepare and mitigate for disasters and not plan that it will never happen. Lastly, I hope all of the regional partners are here. Regionalism, partnerships, relationships should be harnessed as tools toward resiliency at the national level. Cannot be the other way around. Regionalism, partnerships, relationships should be harnessed as tools toward achieving resiliency in the national level. That is recovery. Thank you very much.
Sulange Senator Corte, el altame mo mongwa 2-minute break et transition trigel mo panelist trigel mo kotol panelist trigidra el alto tawal me maging alirete sulang. al Okay. We'll give everybody one more minute to slowly make their way back to their seats, and then we should begin our next session shortly. الصوم تسأل الغرا مكي وقيت الموت الممايا جين الليل يبدو بقالي سيل نكس البرزنتيشن رجيد التيراكرا أتشند رجيد التوتاوي سلام. So, kadal tirakra program ergi der elal tutao en elal tam en gel Miss Churchina Conway, country economist, mo meski den gel mosmodin gel citizens budget. Akum da so ergi der rogul bekla other sera pedto wangilua gel gora gel papier pamphlet lo bengel smodin ergi del citizens budget. Ma wal presentation ngira el alto tava mos modi seguid el papier el meros el marar beklaad. Following our program this morning, at this time we will have Miss Georgina Conway, country economist, to briefly present on the citizens' budget that was distributed to everybody when they came in. Thank you.
Tutao, good morning. My name's Georgina, as Turang just explained. I'm an economist under the ADB for a regional TA project to support economic management capacity building. So my background is I'm from the UK, but I spent 5 years in Timor-Leste before this, and I've been here in Palau for 6 months now. And I've been supporting the Ministry of Finance in rolling out and embedding some of their new initiatives. And there's a lot. So today I'm going to speak to you about the launch of Palau's Citizens Budget and explain to you what it is, the rationale behind it, and also get your feedback, which is really important. So the presentation that I'm going to go through today is what exactly is a citizens budget? Why is it important? Going to go through some key elements and country examples. Next, we'll discuss how we can consult and get feedback from you, the citizens. Discuss about communication and channels and communication strategy. And then finally, what you might have physically in front of you, but then just go through the citizens budget for FY 2025. So, what is a citizens budget? So we've got a few words up there: driving transparency, accountability, and civic engagement. So of course, the annual budget is the key instrument for the government to translate its policies into action, to put its money where its mouth is. But normally these documents can be long and complex, even for technical people. like myself, to try and dissect and follow the money, basically. It can be a time-consuming task. So what the citizens' budget is about the government being proactive in helping the general public to make sense of the budget. So it's not just about being available and published online, it's also about making it accessible. So it's a non-technical presentation of the budget, and it can take many forms. But its distinguishing feature is that it's designed to reach and be understood by as large a segment of the population as possible and facilitate discussion. So why is it important? There's research by the Swedish International Center for Local Democracy that concluded that when public support for government increased when citizens are involved and aware of the budget process. So across the world, it's estimated that around 90% of citizens don't read the budget, which is an issue for civic engagement and participation. Having something that is a publicly accessible version of the budget is important for these three reasons: increased transparency, better citizens' inclusion, and improved accountability. So when there's an accessible format, citizens understand where their money is being spent and on the projects and services that affect their everyday lives. It also makes sure that citizens and civil society learn about the budget process and participate as informed stakeholders throughout. And for accountability, informed citizens can hold government to account and on their actions and how they manage public money. So if they can't understand what's presented to them, they can't participate or be involved. So it's about enhancing citizens' capacity to participate in government affairs and a tool for civic education as well. So next, we're just going to look at some key elements about a citizen's budget. As we said, it can take many different forms. So we're just going to look at some of the key elements and look at some international best practice. But the point of this isn't to show that there's a prescriptive way of doing it, it's to show that countries can take on this project in many different forms. And it has to be adapted for the context that we're in. So of course, there's highlighting what is the budget process. So behind me here, we have an example from Sri Lanka, which goes over the budget formulation process cycle, looking at formulation, internal review and approval, through to recommendations and final presentation. So this is one element, and this is how Sri Lanka have done that previously. Another key element is explaining the revenue side of the budget. So the main sources of revenues. So here's an interesting example from the Dominican Republic that just shows 100 peso, Dominican peso bill. And it shows you that 25% of that comes from financing, 22% comes from income taxes, etc. So it's a visual schematic to help people understand where the money is coming from. Also probably most important thing that people and citizens want to know is where the money is being spent. This is an example from North Macedonia, so it shows it in a pie form. So what's the biggest slice of the pie, where their money is going to. And it breaks it down into different categories. So as you can see, this takes the form of an online web page that's interactive, where you can click on cutting up the pie by economic or functional classifications. And additionally, they also have indicators to show where funds that were allocated for gender-related projects and other indicators. The next one is also really important, is to explain to the general public the economic assumptions that are underlying the budget, because that's a big part of what people don't understand. So this is a way about making it easier for citizens to understand. And this example comes from Timor-Leste, where I was working before and actually worked on this citizens budget. So breaking down some of these technical, economic and financial jargon so that it's easy to digest by citizens. The next is another optional element, which is a glossary of these financial terms to break them down. So this comes from the Philippines, where they have one page explaining and clarifying the technical terms and the terms that are involved in the budget process. For example, they explain about appropriation, they explain about debt service, and explain about what is a budget deficit. So these key terms that are really important for citizens to understand. So, of course, this is international best practice, and this is the first citizens budget that's being launched. So we want your feedback on what you would like to see included in the citizens budget going forward. Of course, this is the first one. There'll be different iterations, and there'll also be supplemental budgets. So this is a chance to get your feedback. The next part of it is how we're communicating it. Obviously, knowing your audience is really important, and tailoring the message and using different platforms. So either digitalized platforms, using forums or events, radio, TV stations, or distributing hard copies. So basically in this event, launching it at the Development Symposium, we're basically trying to kill lots of birds with one stone. So we've got an event, the press are here, we've got hard copies, and we're also showing you where you can access it online and share it with your friends and family. So another important thing is about having a feedback loop. So you'll see at the back of your citizens budget, there's also an email address where there is a communication channel where citizens can reach the Ministry of Finance to ask for to provide feedback and also ask for any clarifications. So the consultation bit, which I've already alluded to. So this is a time to kind of gather and process the results, and it can be done in a number of different ways. A broad consultation where everyone in society gets to have an open discussion, targeted invitations to all major groups of society which has a representative cross-section. So we have that also here today. We've got the youth invited, we've got women's groups invited, etc. So there's a cross-section of society. There's also in other countries they might have focus groups or audiences which will focus on different elements of developing the budget. So one will focus on content, one will focus on format, one will focus on dissemination, how best to communicate the information. Also inviting civil society, and number 5, which is when in doubt, kind of combine all of these, which is basically what we're trying to do here. But of course, a challenge when getting feedback and consulting with citizens is to manage the diverse interests and that might be expressed, because we want to avoid contradictory recommendations. So we want to get all your feedback, but we have to take them on board and make sure that we're not conflicting each other. So what you've been waiting for, so you'll have the hard copy in front of you, but we also have a link here to show you where it is accessible on the Ministry of Finance website, and a QR code that you can scan with your phone. So you can have the digital copy on your phone, you can share it through the link through WhatsApp and share it with friends, family, etc. So if you click on the link, it will show you where you can find the citizens budget on the Ministry of Finance website. There's Minister Caleb just below him. If you look under publications, Palau Citizens Budget 2025. So I'll just quickly go through the main elements of it. So this is a short version. We've just got 4 pages, and we've tried to cram the most important and salient information in there to get across to people. So the front cover is just explaining that this is about enhancing transparency and strengthening civic engagement. The next page goes into the thing that most people are most interested about, which is where is the money being spent. So it has the budget ceiling of 131 roughly million and the key major spending categories. So we're looking at education, and including education assistance, which is around 14% of spending for the budget. Health, including Health Trust Fund, which is around 12% of the budget. Block grants to states is around 10%. Debt service is also around 10%. Public works, around 6%, and justice, also 6%. So at the bottom, it just has a little bit of information that, of course, this is not the entire budget. It's just focusing on bringing out the key major spending areas. Obviously, there's also the legislative and the judiciary, and explains that as this is an election year, due to the election, that there are only a small number of new spending, and just highlights those 2, which are the Pacific mini games and the new referral housing in Hawaii. It also highlights that there will be supplemental budgets to be expected and to come throughout the year. The next page is showing where the money's coming from. So this information comes from the funds availability analysis that was submitted to Congress. So the final numbers might change slightly, but they're on the whole where the money's coming from. So as you can see on the left, that's total sources of revenue and financing, with the biggest slice of the pie coming from taxes, followed by US Compact and Trust Fund. On the right, we dissect further for clarity and break down the categories under taxation. So there's PGSD, salaries and wages, alcohol and cigarettes, etc. And just to note that these numbers have been rounded and categories have been grouped together and titles shortened for the ease of digesting this information, because having 20 odd categories in a pie chart would be too difficult to read. So we're trying to make it as accessible and easy to absorb as possible. The next slide, and the next page and the final page of it, as we try and condense all this important budget information for you, is a recap of the budget flow and process. So from formulation to approval, spending and oversight, to give a recap so that citizens know where are the key points in the budget process and cycle. And finally, a technical area that most people might not get to grips with, which is economic assumptions. So trying to go over the key concepts of what's happening in the previous year, so FY23, FY24, and the forecast for FY25. So we're keeping it to 3 years and showing the trends. So the trend for GDP, so economic activity, the forecast is positive, going up into 2025. Inflation, the forecast is also positive, it's going down, which is a positive. And so that means that a basket of goods is, the rate of inflation is going down as opposed to its peak, which was just after COVID. And also good news on debt front. So debt as a percentage of GDP is also falling. And so these are the 3 key economic indicators and assumptions that underline what is the budget and how we formulate it. We don't include a glossary, but we've tried to keep the language as clear as possible. So explaining these key concepts of gross domestic product, inflation, and debt to citizens. So now you've seen it, we'd really like to hear your feedback. So there's a QR code that you can scan here. And it will take you to a Google form. So once you've opened up that link, you'll see the next slide. Should I move on, or are people still using it? Yeah, they're still scanning. The Google form asks you questions about content, format and style, and dissemination and inclusion. So these are the questions that will appear on your Google form. Okay. So these are the generic questions in the form, but obviously this is an opportunity for you to also provide feedback here in person and ask any questions. We're asking about the citizens' budget, how it's presented, if the content helps you understand the budget process and the economic assumptions behind the budget, if it improves your understanding about the revenue and spending categories for the budget, if there's anything else you'd like to see. Under format and style, it asks you if you find the language that is used clear to understand, infographics and the illustrations, if they helped with you to understand some of these complex ideas, if the pie charts and line graphs were also easy to understand, and how was the length. We've gone for a short but sweet version. Some countries like the Philippines have 50, 60 pages, but obviously they're a huge country and a much bigger economy, and they also have about 16 people working on the citizens' budget. Obviously in Palau, our issue is always scale, so having something that's appropriate and that we can still have quality. Also getting your feedback on dissemination, inclusion and communication. So what media platforms you think are most useful, or the platforms of dissemination? Would you like to see a version in Palauan? Would you share this with others to read? Do you think it's informative? And if you have any other comments or suggestions. So I'll give you a few minutes to provide your feedback, but in a minute or so we can also take some questions or suggestions from the floor.
Good morning. Oh, you're not Palauan. You look like Palauan.
Okay.
Let's see, my comments. I mean, for the first time, it looks like a lot of information, but I know you guys are trying to make it simple for us to understand. I think my question is, can you explain to us what is a GDP? What is it? What's the formula to calculate that so we can understand? And then also, how do you calculate the inflation? And what is inflation mean to us, the common people?
Okay, that's a good question, and we try to use simplified language, but maybe we can also enhance that a bit more. So GDP is gross domestic product. So we were discussing this yesterday with the youth, kind of using an analogy of a bakery. So when a bakery is providing products, bread, pastries, cakes, etc., that's the product they're making. Every time there is a sale, there's an exchange of money between hands, and that's economic activity, right? So if you think about GDP, it's like thinking of the total sales in that bakery, or the total goods and services that are produced in a country in that year. So in the country, for Palau, it's the total amount of money that's exchanged for hotels, restaurants, haircuts, money that's being exchanged at the supermarket. So totting that up gives a snapshot and an indication of the economic health of the country, and it's indicative to how much money is in people's pockets and jobs that are being created. So hopefully that gives you a bit of an understanding of how GDP is calculated as the total number of sales within a country. And inflation is, and we've got a little image to show the basket of goods. So that's a representative basket of what a consumer the average consumer would spend on. So it includes food, it includes fuel, and it's broken down by specific weightings that reflect the consumption pattern of a country. So as a country gets richer, they spend less money on food and beverages because of they're buying more electronics, they're buying cars, etc. So inflation is how that basket of goods, that representative basket of goods, changes price year to year. So if that basket of goods is $100 when you're going shopping, if the same basket of goods next year is $105, that's a 5% increase in inflation, right? So inflation is tracking that representative basket over time. So when the inflation and the prices go up, obviously if wages stay the same, you're going to be able to buy less goods for your money. So the fact that inflation, the trend, if you look on the line graph, is coming down from its peak of around 12% after COVID, that's good because that means that there's more disposable income for consumers and in their pocket at the end of the day. So you asked for an explanation about GDP, inflation, and then debt? Did you ask for? So I think it was mentioned that to keep the functions of government running, so paying salaries, keeping up with maintenance of infrastructure, making sure there's medicine in the hospital, keeping the lights on in schools. During COVID, because of the lockdown and the lack of flights and tourism, that was a major source of revenue for the government as it comes through tourism taxes, hotel occupancy, etc. When there's a slowdown in the economy, there's less revenue for the government to spend. So because of that, after COVID, or in the wake of COVID, the Palauan government took out loans to help fill these revenue and financing gaps. So now in the road to recovery, we don't expect much more of this, but we'll be paying down the debt. And as you can see, debt as a part of GDP, it peaked at about 80%. So that's how much the stock of debt was in relation to economic activity, which is quite a lot. But it's coming down to, and forecast to fall to around 60%. So that's a good trajectory that the debt servicing and the debt management is becoming more manageable as the economy grows.
Well, can I follow those questions with this? In Palau, a lot of income comes from the customs, like the funerals and everything, and it amounts to like $100,000 per these customs. And those are income that goes into the pockets of individuals. I wonder if that is accounted for as a source of income to individuals in terms of looking at the whole economic packets.
I'll have to clarify with the exact breakdown of the national accounts, but from my understanding, because of this is kind of exchange of money between families, it's just a transfer rather than additional to the economy. Maybe we'll take this lady at the front and then the gentleman at the back will get the microphones just coming to you.
Yeah, good morning to you also and everybody. My question goes to major spending on health, hospital, and trust. Health and hospital trust fund. First question is, how much is hospital trust fund? Second question is, a process, maybe this may not be appropriate for you, but somebody else may. A person going through a treatment, let's say in Taiwan or the Philippines, I just want a short process whereby a person who's sick or a relative is asking for what process to take from being sick all the way to NHI and then somewhere. People are kind of going back and forth on this thing. Maybe somebody else can answer that one. Thank you.
Okay, so just to answer your first question, so health as a ministry gets $13.8 million, which is about 10.4% of the budget. And the rest of that, which we don't have up there, hang on a second, goes to the hospital trust fund. So I know this on the link. It's in front of you. So roughly 12%. So that's about 2% goes to the hospital trust fund. Oh, sorry. And maybe your second question, maybe somebody else could answer that one for me.
Excuse me, before we go to the second question, the first one was asking how much is the trust fund at this point in time, let's say.
Oh, which trust fund? The health trust fund?
Well, it says hospital trust
The
fund.
hospital trust fund, yes. So it is the amount, which I don't have it in front of me right now, sorry. It's, what's the number? 50?
Maybe Caleb or...
It's that number minus 13.8, so it's around 2 or 3 million. This is the...
Yeah, that is.
No, I'm just trying to assist in the discussion. This is a breakdown of the budget and where the money is going. So part of the health section up there is just showing the government decided to put about 2% to the trust fund, but it doesn't show the trust fund. This one is just talking about the budget. For those information that you're talking about, it'll mostly be shown in the quarterly report or the annual reports that we issue. So the good news is that we are putting money in the trust fund for the hospital. How they spend it is a more detailed report that we're not providing in this type of report. And we can have somebody from the health sector, if we have somebody here, to help answer that second question, but it's a Ministry of Health question, not a Ministry of Finance question.
Oh, the gentleman at the back?
Thank you. Thank you, Georgina, for this presentation. This is actually, I'm really happy about it. It's another tool that would increase citizens' engagement with their leaders, especially when it comes to accountability of taxpayers' dollars. But my question is, so when I look at this, it looks like a summary of the FY 2025 budget. But I'm looking at a citizen's budget at a more deeper level. For example, in terms of priority areas, we have, I'm sure if you go out to the community, one of the major issues now is the crystal methamphetamine, not only in Palau, but Pacific-wide issues. So, as a citizen, I want to see like how is that reflected in this budget? Because if you go to the Ministry of Justice, the budget goes down, I think, to the bureau level. And then the programs and activities, which tells me as a citizen that there's a priority, it's a priority, and there should be dedicated funding to address the illegal drug issue in the community. How is that, as a citizen, how do you see that in here? Or is there any way for us to tell our leaders that you're not putting enough funding into this issue? Thank you.
Thank you for that feedback and your positive take on this. As we said, this is kind of a short and sweet synopsis of what's going on in the budget. So the more detailed breakdown is something that we'd have to do some budget analysis from. And because of we're trying to keep it as broad as possible and so that it's as understandable to the biggest section of the population as possible, we haven't gone into that deeper analysis. But if that's something that, if you have a question, the email address at the back, mof@palau.gov, we can go and answer that question for you. But at this moment, it's trying to kind of be as informative to as a wide range of people as possible, and due to kind of resources and capacity, we've kind of limited it to these 4 pages. But I appreciate that you, as a concerned and engaged citizen, also want to know about some of these particularly pressing issues and the spending associated with that. So thank you for that feedback. And if you want to follow up, we can exchange through the kind of the channel of the email if there's some specific questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to give the mic to my colleague, Broly.
Mal masala kambes ra questioner raw. So the citizens budget tamal like why dilu church in they reflect the budget appropriated all will, right? So I know for health, MAIF, altang amodel alta numbers are tier but that's because a lot of those ministry amal run by a lot of grants. And the issue we're trying to do right now is to identify Geragul grant, most of amal, because we already know the priorities, ngara PDP. But the issue is like we have to identify those grants to be able to see the bigger picture. Because awalang kadar amda sa justice, ma health al ada kalingap to kaludod, ma maze. But hindi all to sige the grand side of it, but selbal all and then kadamal mom dinga la sige gida one normal top ministries and malaw though. So hopefully we're in the process of creating that database and mo allocate the source of funding, and then we'll be able maybe next budget the low alta source of funds, rogul source of fund, may get rogul spending again.
Hello.
Can I make a comment? Rambes ngal kwarte. It needs to be understood that what we're spending, we are unable to account for what we're buying. Let's take the health sector, for instance. So $13 million come from local fund, but if you look at the fourth quarter report, the Ministry of Health received almost $53 million of federal grant, and still 26 million is unspent. So annually, with that 50 plus, so about $65 million spent for health, what are we getting back? And I think that's the discussion that I tried to bring up, is that somehow we need to translate this expenditure to the asset side of development, rather than just, we are actually, the system itself is actually becoming a liability. Because we are, we're spending more time managing grants than actually running and implementing them and seeing what the outcome may be. The number of patients that you see doesn't translate to the number of patients that got better. But we still can't count number of patients that we see. How many of them actually got better? To put it in a kind of blunt, Minister, that's the whole debate, that we need to show the whole budget, not just the local budget, I'm sorry to say. We need to account for what Roland just said. And then debate, what are we buying? Medical referral also. The money that we spend for medical referral, how much do we get in return? If you go buy a tuna, you know you got a tuna. When we buy health, did you get health?
Maybe you can pass the mic, sorry.
No, I understand. The word trust fund is not a good word. We need to change that word because a lot of local people think that we actually put money in the savings. So we need to change that word trust fund, Minister. It is actually there's no money there. At the end of the fourth quarter, it was zero. Because it's ngarang clear. Ngorsel ala sila ba adar sai. Empty ngi omega karingi maral mura masal empty ringi omega karingi betel trust fund daw I say. Sila sa adra opidi. Itakalek ta yeludo dalo ara trust fund arakar. Mundial savings. We need to change the name because the public actually, and maybe some of the jargons, we need to change because the impression of the local people is a trust fund is something like a trust saving or something like that. What's it, Mas? Oh.
Ali, thank you for a very, very good presentation. As we all know that economics and finance are not a cup of tea for most of us, let alone for us to understand. And so this is a very good start. What I've said in my comment is maybe MOF can also start a little bit of the finance literacy because as Palauans culturally, we are consumers of goods, but we never really take the finance, the mechanics of how things sort of boil down to the actual pennies and dollars. And that is something that we need, as the good doctor was saying there. We use services, but we do not see the cost that are attached to these services and goods, public goods that are provided to us. And so having to run the post office, my staff are asking me, why am I not buying new vehicles to replace the vehicles that are already breaking down? Why am I not replacing their computers that are still running on Windows 7? And so I think a big part of it is a lot of people believe that the government has a lot of money. Why does it still collect taxes from the people? I think these sort of questions need to be given to people at the very basic level so that they truly understand that the government is not robbing them from their hard-earned dollars. And so again, I think this is a very good start. We need to begin to educate our population. And as you say, that if the citizens are well informed, they will participate and even support the government for its public services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've just been told I need to start wrapping up because we've got quite a lot to get through on the agenda, but thank you so much. And you basically hit the nail on the head. This is part of a strategy from the Ministry of Finance to enhance financial literacy. And there is a big initiative coming from the Ministry of Finance to start working with the youth and schools. And in fact, yesterday, as one of the side events for the Development Symposium, we had a day with the high school students and PCC where we discussed about taxation, managing their own personal budget, and we actually had a workshop where they designed their own budget for 2026, and they had to balance and make trade-offs in spending and had to raise funds through revenue and new initiatives. So actually, if you look over here, these are the results of what the high school students did. So it was an exercise for pretty much the whole afternoon, as they were allocating funds to reflect what their priorities were, but having to have these difficult discussions of if we spend money in one area, we might spend money in less in another area, and how are we going to fund the budget. So this is part of that bigger picture of moving towards helping with financial literacy and building capacity, not just in the ministries, but of citizens. So thank you very much for that feedback. And I've only got 3 minutes left, so if we could just take 1, 2, 1, yeah.
So together, this goes to you, Minister, and Dr. Senator Parte. So, ngaringi amle orang sabulu lo sesel tengah yau do dengan ngaringi invest to do the hospital. Seguida ada bulu das was ngaringi yau do del instead de cada level mora referral kada invest. So seguida was agire clearing it was seseng was India. Dire kaltara partra a problem do mesernger ada bulu sel co-payment sersum ada mora referral ngire lo sigra ako payment el momosovela a personal a patient el mora a referral seguida ada betigan ngi minister basing it's hard on people ada smere they being delayed then ngire lo sigra sel co-payment mang a question asenal sabi iul instead ya patient o sigra ko payment ngi hara or segi del ko payment el gire la patient le agum na so ngire dal a prevention rakta important take care of the sick person is important in investing money somewhere else gire la health. So and then the custom money, I think that women are spending like over $100,000, during the weekdays. That's part of economy because it goes to pay the restaurant that we order food for the funeral, and also it pays for the cases of chicken and rice and all the expenses that being bought. And I think that's being part of the economy, that women are spending a lot of money to do the economy, to help the economy. So lang.
Oy gulungite bilung ebok tu ikan kadmal mo roy der sil kuram leting la campes leting la rock sing kuram lari sil laser waseng bolo teng leaders git mang diso almost mo dice lagi maralox kada maralox pe information amin kamam la adrol bi el moso amal el madu el top darangi diringes son saklo ay sirgi del waseng ari al ul belau el 8 ang RPPL 8/26 imlo yo lara 2011 seri kuara rugul government agencies mai kal lord top dai kagi statistics madeiras ya ulas ng arselo sempol sa amal nga olbil el wa bol bakataw ta o sa aklam gira lagi gidel paisa kagi statistics so segi dil ko nga ambesen maral awila pa ka ngel wasing also pwede mga tumukli ka recorder gid maway ka mamiguk nga pasyon lultrok la policies bogi bebe paysa gid gi mortrok la policies mo wal ko ra statement ko ra wala gi moru lang ra ilang amral ya ka recorder gi msalugo elo spell mula way gid di selul belaw mo abot kay sure provide necessary information isel nga alam ko ko bila alam mo sa amal fulfilling Marcelo ngira kami masaw
bilong sel hospital trust fund sengara ministry rahel Akumda sa investmental malkoringi ang ara healthcare fund. El healthcare fund ang ara MSA ludo dela drstala. Mangari segi del lolto del employer mal pera hospital ma medical referral. Ya parte segi del ludo sel gamitira healthcare fund ang ilud investing. Segukti ang gester Ministry of Health except Ministry of Health atara member board. Ma board ang ara Minister of Health, ma Minister Finance, ma Governors Association, ma Chamber of Commerce, ma Dr. Yano. I think you represent Chamber of Commerce. Mtirigida kariolo lo sing ngara mapalasim lo sing hindi kal agatablol ka karos trust fund ang hospital, isel investment mo ko niya ang healthcare fund. Sulang.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Wigner. Yeah, that one question you did ask, if there's any confusion, the way we translate income when we talk about GDP, when you talk about payments between people, it's considered what we call a transfer because it's just sharing money inside the house. But when you sell something outside the house, when it becomes value added, GDP. So that's, I mean, we're not arguing with you that it's not income for you, but in the economic terms, it's considered a transfer between two households. So just to explain that terminology that we're using. And Delegate.
Minister.
Minister.
Can the public speak or the officials are going to speak? You're going to hear from them.
Yeah. I believe the gentleman at the back has been standing up for a little while, so maybe we can give him the chance to speak.
Okay, I thank you for your presentation. It's a good one. But I want to congratulate the Minister Caleb and then his foot soldiers in the finance. This is the best I have seen. I've been involved in the government for the last 50 years. And as a governor, as a senator, in the media, this is the best I've seen. I only ask this question. Why are you calling it citizen budget FY 2025 when the citizens of Palau had no input, had no information about this? In fact, I personally asked some congressmen to hold public hearings on this. And why this is not in Palawan. So let me request, if you don't have a plan, you should do this in Palawan. You should go to the community. You should have people get involved in this. It's too late already to be involved in this. Let's do it for the next budget year. I have a question. In the budget, in the expenditure, you list 131 million. In the financing, in the source of revenues, you list here 142 million. What happened to the difference about 10 million? That's the question.
Thank you very much for that. And we did put on the feedback form if you would like to see a version in Palawan. So that is obviously something that we are wanted to consult with you about. With regards to the total budget appropriated is 131.7 million and revenue available 142. So we do expect to have supplemental budgets as the year goes on. So some of that will be absorbed by this. As we said, because there was an election year, there were very few new spending items. But going forward, we expect that to change with the supplemental budget. So that will be using and utilizing some of that revenues that are above the appropriated ceiling. I hope that helps explain that. I think I'm kind of running over time, but I wanted to just wrap up and say we really appreciate all the questions and the feedback, because this is exactly what the budget is supposed to do. It's supposed to get citizens involved, engaged, and be a tool for discussion. So we really take on board your feedback, and for the next iterations, we'll be trying to address some of the suggestions that you made. But thank you very much, and Sulang.
Thank you, Ms. Conway. Malam sulang rekla adra igel malungil feedback artir maigel malungil questions. Yes, kadamla 5 minutes sa timer trigal next presenters. And the target at tokol mlamel was at trigang amalmol ng artiang obanggel. Aigel koramade el gormiu ma suggestions sa kamiu feedback sa kamiu amal sa kamiu ra temela break malu balance time ko mamestri trigagit al ad ko maungil ad adu agita minister trigal atangak leader sa gid ng artiang hindi ka sa rin mo part tra conversation ra kamiu. Sa gida ko ra mo telet legal presentation ng Maral May the mal dirmur tra time lang dir ko tutaw ya a program gida mal full. Melal time o ko ra kada tirak ra program gid Munggup lamot teme del morsel morong si se momesa sel presentation economic and PDP update palau development plan el volvaski da Miss Ralin Rani microeconomist tra Ministry of Finance madire al klum tangalbat planning specialist tra Ministry of Finance tunga ulalo mastrir ebolo mo representation artir
Milto tarogoy and waigal dilo MC nga kakuptimo presenter sa economic brief walom teera Ministry of Finance. So presentation nga kamal di mo provide our understanding regal economic performance, future projections regid, maigal critical reform and neither ensure fiscal ma economic sustainability da pelaw. So Atorchi na kamlas mo dia GDP malmungil makmomo al masadra GDP. So tel graph reflect real GDP growth. So ngora help that provide agilus per real because we help that provide a clear picture of our actual economic performance by removing cell effects of inflation. So we know nga nominal ma real, but we used real because so mamal mas kami a real picture. And during fiscal year 2020 ma 2021, GDP contracted significantly with a decline of 6% fiscal year 20 and a further 11.8% in fiscal year 2021. So back to what Churchina said, I get sales Rabalur Belao as the mumle declined by 6%, Iyaku 2021 and 11.8%. It makes sense because Kidam nila sa during that time ng pandemic, edim la ka visitors, edim la ka tourist, kidam nila sa tourism amal gora backbone or economy rigid. So, ala ka tourist, hindi ka sales and more tourist industries. But the reason why hindi like around 11.8, 6% compared to wigal bebira balun malmle kloa decline or tier is because I get programs the governmental cross act. PUA assistance, WIOA funding, and play an important role in cushioning the impact of the pandemic. So, I got program to help our families, businesses, my workers during the crisis, and inject much needed cash into the economy. So, sa help and maintain our level of demand and mitigate what could have been even steeper economic decline. By fiscal year 2023, begin and recovery. Yeah, for FY24, yeah, GDP are projected to be at like 8.3%. So the recovery has been increased because of the increase of visitors, domestic tourists and Maralmer Belao. Government spending supported by Talgampak, Taldigatangilu, Maigal ongoing infrastructure project from grants. And looking ahead, yeah, year 25, we expect an even stronger growth at 11.1%, driven by IGAL project Rakampak, ma infrastructure project, madirakal visitor arrivals. But because of the pandemic, and sa mas sustaining tal growth, and mal address our reliance on tourism, work towards diversifying our economy, and build our resilience against future shocks. Waigal dilu Senator Quarteng, nung digya pandemic, we always have to prepare for it. So now look at the trend at GDP, the move on to contributions of private and public sector and how they've influenced our economy. So tial slide show contributions of the private and public sectors to our economy. So during the pandemic, our private sector again include tourism industries, retail, construction. Experience a sharp contraction, shrinking by 31% the fiscal year 19 to 2021. While on the other hand, the public sector remained relatively stable during this period because of government spending and compact grants. But while government spending help cushion the economy, we all know that a healthy and resilient economy depends on private sector driving growth. So ideally, a private sector should exceed the blue line or should exceed the yellow line. And we indicate that a dynamic economy where business, entrepreneurship, and job creation of the driving of the growth. So by fiscal year 24, the project growth by 16% because of tourism, and we can say in the long run, promote policies, good initiatives towards private sector, because again we want to see that blue line and go near or even past the yellow line. Next, the employment trends to see how changes in the employment changes in the economy and have affected both Palawan and foreign workers. So graph highlight the employment trends among Palawan. So we can say, overall employment direct by 15%, while foreign workers experienced the largest loss because most of them were working in the tourism industries. And the other bela, like not so much as a lot of Palawans are more on the private public sector. But as the economy began to recover fiscal year 23 to 2024, the employment rebounded because foreign employment increased by 16%, driven by the reopening of tourism, restart the infrastructure project, while Palau employment rise by 4%. So maybe looking ahead, and expect the labor market to return to pre-pandemic levels in fiscal year 25, but further growth in Palawan employment require strategies to encourage skilled Palawans to return, and also initiative to upskill local workers. So they'll invest in workforce development, ensure Palawans fill more high-demand roles, keeping the benefits of economic recovery within our community. So ela po both nominal and real wages to understand how inflation and wage adjustment influence purchasing power. So earlier, maasam nartang ulgar giral inflation, how inflation how we calculate it. Maybe because ang swal mong lasing makarang affect ra ipenge than how we buy stuff. So graph compare nominal wages, which is what actually is in our paper, what we get, and real wages, which account for inflation to show what those wages can actually buy. So from fiscal year 2010 to 2023, our nominal wages grew steadily with an annual increase of 2.1% in the private sector and 3.5% in the public sector. But high inflation, which peaked at around 13.2% the fiscal year 2022, eroded the purchasing power, meaning because of inflation, although the sell amount of money that you can go to the store and buy stuff, because nilas aralaklal. So in response to this, the public sector adjust fiscal year 23 to 24 nilas offset the loss on there are other local government. And similar adjustment plan for the private sector starting from fiscal year 25 to ensure, we try to ensure, I know hindi nga minimum wage, but we try to ensure that as we go and as we keep pace with the rising cost, according to the inflation. So effort aim to restore and improve a household purchasing power, like I said, and ensure workers can meet their needs and despite the inflationary pressures. Elakuk mamsa there's tourism. So as I mentioned, the GDP. So got the klol waigel gimulsat. So got the klol sales are blue belawa. Before because mal nila mal narba GDP is our tourism sector, which is why I all focus on. So tourism, as I've mentioned, Amalne experienced significant challenges during the pandemic. Visitors' arrivals Amalne dropped to nearly zero in fiscal year 2021. And recovery, Amle begin at FY23 with arrivals reaching 35,000. And by fiscal year 24, a numbers increased to 52,000. So that's representing like a 49% year-on-year growth. And for fiscal year 25, the project visitor arrivals to grow further to 78%. So the recovery has been driven by egal partnership with different airlines. Like Airlines Elme, Air Nauru, I think airline Masyabal, Maigal high-end resort Four Seasons and Uringi IHG. So looking ahead, they aim to attract 150 visitors annually by fiscal year 30. But the focus on sustainable high-value tourism. So approach will ensure more tourism ensure economic growth, but also still preserve Palau's natural and cultural heritage. So while tourism was recovering, they still manage a fiscal position. So during the pandemic, they required them malangaw. So next slide, their external debt, how it grew, how we're addressing it, and what this means for our financial future. So Telegraph highlight Palau's external debt as a percentage of GDP. So telang balset, according to sel GDP number, sales revenue here. So in fiscal year 23, I guess balset according to the GDP, which peaked at 79% of GDP. So this increase was primarily due to borrowing during the pandemic to sustain government operations and critical services. So institutions like the Asian Development Bank provided loans to support emergency programs and essential services during this challenging period. But part trakampak tangaring is 10 million for 6 years. Dollar ngil maraming kadaus pa ergil gira dal prepay loan I get highest interest payment loan during COVID because saraba the negotiate takampak tanna say like we took a lot of loans, so they gave us that 60 million to help us pay balset, so basically like helping us during the pandemic, right? But for fiscal year 24-25 and kadam lang albang le the sell CASP. So that's the reason why dira kan nagyadal ko all nga sa SOE industry sergid magi ngila bebira gel udo del mo help para CASP because at the end of the day mobile sa the government, and then going up looking at like from fiscal year 24-25 mo start to prepare again highest loan interest payment which is all mostly Asian Development Bank. So, that will help reduce that ratio from 69% in fiscal year 24, and by fiscal year 2025, project to decline further to 61%, because kada mo aim at principal. So when you pay the principal, it brings down the debt to GDP even more than just paying the debt service. And by doing so, will free up more of our budget for development priorities in that, instead of the pay debt service So cook mo sa trends in government revenues and how these funds are being allocated. So Telegraph provide a detailed view of government revenues and expenditures over recent years. So revenues have shown steady growth, particularly after the implementation of PGST, but that's because PGST malungi la compliance ringi. So that's the reason why we saw ngilas our revenue. And fiscal year 2024, the revenue increased by 20%, largely again due to the compliance of PGST and a stronger PGST performance, along with economic activities the project dasang moringi. And as we look at 2025, our revenue growth is projected to moderate about 5%. Yeah, tax revenues will remain on Masisi, with PGST collection expected to grow by 18% as tourism will continue to recover. Similar increase are projected for hotel room and departure tax, and grants, the project does indeed more remain stable, with infrastructure funding being fully utilized while non-tax revenues are expected to hold steady. Iaigal trend are driven by a strong tax base and are projected to continue through the decade, with overall revenue growing by an average of 3.4 per year. While on the expenditure side, we see the necessary increase, reflecting our investment in infrastructure, public sector wages, mo social program, because nakalsuwa di maudo de da spend, right? Yeah, that inject the economy. So, ay galudo da kampak, tangar nga ay galudo da infrastructure maintenance, may galudo da morab esel project. So, ul mga mo sa tinakal expenditure, da kalsuwa mo invest da esel infrastructure abelaw. For example, a payroll cost. Remember, akmil sa darsal angari rigid 2 times. So, kada mo mesa sige dal affects or sige dal angari by 75 cents hourly wage adjustment. And expect to stabilize el direct fiscal year 25. So, kada mo mesa affects ring hira next fiscal year. And spending on goods and services is projected to rise by 19% by fiscal year 25 to account for inflationary catch-up since fiscal year 2019. Tawag masada like aygal spending or gidal tolablom ara klaro from the government side. Yeah, transfers to social security and the pension. The last earlier budget ang direkal na nga transfer to social security, ma pension or give, which are all mong direkal increase or see the government spending. My interest and debt are projected to decline slightly as U.S. interest rates ease. However, a fiscal deficit of 0.1 of GDP, which is equivalent to like 0.5 million, is expected for fiscal year 25. At the small deficit reflect the balance of fiscal position when compared to broader challenges of recent years. And by fiscal year 30, the fiscal position is expected to record a surplus of 3.8% of GDP. This improvement will depend on the continued strong tax performance, prudent spending policies, and effective fiscal discipline. But these projections do not assume Aigel drawdown or compact trust fund, raising important questions for future needs. Should it be reserved as a perpetual fund for future generations, or should it be directed toward infrastructure investment, or used to supplement the government operations? So, I got decisions will significantly shape our fiscal and economic outlook. So our financial strategies also extend to critical reform like Social Security, which will provide a safety net for retirees. So let's look at the current state of our Social Security Fund. Migal reform is needed to ensure sustainability. So the Social Security Fund faces significant challenges, with reserve projected to deplete by fiscal year 33. And if no action or any reform taken, the retirees would only receive 57 cents for every dollar of their earned benefits. Mga serious concern because Social Security has served as, again, a safety net and more retirees and provide a basic income for you guys. So to secure the future of the fund, ang gina implement the reform. Akman nga kazagi a partner cell or a workshop last 2 years. Mloring ya bill and mora all bill. Magada dira kami ngingi. Hopefully with the new administration it'll amos passing or work on it. But these changes will need to strike a balance between meeting the needs of the current retirees and ensure a sustainability of future generations. But Social Security, I'm only one part of the retirement framework, right? And nga civil service pension plan and maldi equally important. We need it too. So civil, but I can say as CSPP uneven even more urgent timeline and reserves are expected to run out by fiscal year 27. And without any reforms or beneficiaries, si Ilme sa payout will significantly remove the reduce by receiving only 57 cents on the dollar of their earned benefit. But in SS Authority fiscal year 33, at CSPP at 27. Proposed changes include a transitioning to a defined contribution system for new employees while addressing current liabilities through target funding. But important to view Social Security and pension as a complementary systems, right? So Social Security acts as a safety net while the pension serves as an additional benefit, much like 401k. Royal Bebira countries. I guess temela workshop, the workshop CSPP, and that's what they kind of come up for. That's why we're moving from a DC, defined contribution, to a defined benefit, while SS are the DC, because it acts as defined benefit, while a pension mo defined benefit, yeah, SS are defined contributions. What? Oh, yeah. So because of SS as a safety net and more defined benefits, while pension act as a 401k, a more defined contribution. So what I get more to is what you get, because so then make sure all retirees will earn income through SS, and then a defined benefit, which is your pension plan, acts as like your extra income. O sa kita mong mangula bangalala presentation nga gyal mala question or
Malmasulang Ms. Rani na natap sa corporate. Ak madingay nga rin questions mala feedback at the end sa Ms. Rani makautang al ding art lang. Talagi will behind that temed mada tapsate elela mistang albad magko career self presentation ringi yaw labong ya ko lati boda nga tablong malubang kaldera gira audience ya ko lati ka malamol malang artyang ako ro ka tatrir matang artyang al makop sengay ya lang ariya somi we ko mortila ko kadadura rule tapsate ala mis tangalbad malbas kita presentation ringi. Thank you.
Sulange MC Malungil total more kami roku yelkok no sa amil mertel program kamar alsils nga ka klum tangalba de rural planning specialist tra office ra ministra finance asusro ko ya mlamadong makti malmutal oisoy cycle sus mau era ko mo leng diswakal di makot te altur kay mamalkotora brigel sa peritekal bebera okya argitel tirakalom taba or ring certain de la development planner gitar other below. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before we dive into the key updates and progress shared by the agencies and organizations here today, I'd like to begin with just a brief high-level overview of the Palau Development Plan, which serves as our guiding strategic framework through 2026. So, as highlighted in President Surangal Whips Jr.'s 2021 transition report, when he first went to office, he proposed initiating the creation and formulation of an updated national development plan. With the support of the Asian Development Bank through technical assistance, President Surangal Whips Jr. successfully accomplished this goal, officially unveiling the Palau Development Plan, which outlines the nation's strategic priorities for the period 2023 to 2026. He formally endorsed the plan early this year in February. The Palau Development Plan can be found on the Ministry of Finance website online. The long-term vision of our development plan set forth by various stakeholders is to substantially enhance the quality of life of current and future generations of Palau. The intended outcome in support of this vision is that well-established processes and programs will have been put in place by 2026 to improve standards of living, reaffirm Palauan culture, sustain the environment, grow the economy, and continue to strengthen good governance. This intended outcome is broken down into the following outputs or pillars of the country's development. So by the end of the planned period, which is 2026, Palau will have a healthy, educated, food-secure, and productive people who go home to a social, cultural, economic, and environmental setting that attracts Palauans to remain in or return to Palau. Bemre yedakay ngasew. There are ample opportunities for the pursuit of livelihoods, and the cost of living is affordable. Good quality and affordable basic services are accessible to all, and there is a system of social protection in place to assist the vulnerable and those who fall into hardship. This collection of outputs is summarized as progress the quality of social support. Cultural pillar. More Palauans speaking their language and practice their culture. Economic growth will respect Palauan cultural and natural heritage. Growth and development will safeguard cultural and natural resources, and there will be planned mitigation for environmental, historical, or cultural losses. These are summarized as nourish Palauan culture and identity. Environmental pillar. Investments that accommodate the environment and climate change. Climate change and disasters are managed, and loss and damage are assessed. Well-managed energy, water, and sewage. Minimized pollution, degradation, and other impacts. New resource development policies. These are all summarized as maintaining the environment and counter climate change. Economy pillar. Diversified economic growth that incorporates a focus on small business and collective benefits and is otherwise aligned with Palauan values. Increased and higher paying jobs, increased government revenues, reformed state-owned enterprises, civil services pension fund, social security, and state government finances. Increased private investment. New land and labor policies are implemented. These are summarized as restore economic growth. These four pillars of the nation's development are underpinned by a fifth pillar or foundation of good governance and partnerships. The stronger governance and partnerships are, the more likely it is that investments in the public and private sectors will yield the required growth and development. The fifth pillar or foundation is summarized as governance for growth. So ladies and gentlemen, this represents Palau's strategic framework from 2023 to 2026. Without further ado, I will now turn it over to my colleagues to share their key updates and highlights of the progress Palau has achieved on our ongoing journey towards unlocking Palau's prosperity. Kabaim Sulang.
Musuba sangora mlo talibul adim lo tagim qadangel qamamattirqa di waigal sila da chaybi raw era lomu la presentation ra klum qad mangutal te al mal so manganya al abi gid mamatti tablo al ger ra avian se lagi qad mal morsel next presentation mang so manganya kali me The other sa imam ya ngal ka mong wa may kalikong. Talban. Sel mogera kani me mogtaka ngal introducer ka mogera kalim.
Again, my name is Nancy Wong. I just have two things to think about tirkal mareda regid. Ang malungila planning, ma presentation. Kora di omdas luase ngarangari for the other below tirkay gidan luasing yakatar gidan oit. What is it in there for us? Makusel question or post niya dan mutal modulya imong. Ako kasi Caleb, excuse me. Ingat niya palkul sa to tiagere. Luase, remember the privatized some of these government functions. Of course, the PPUC, PNC, maybe some other government public works kind of thing. Most of it are other below, semi-private, with the private people, more malo na bank, National Development Bank. E merko performa o sisul like the government is doing. Yaktiom tabel waseng malungi like the planning agit. Then what is in there for the local ad? Ngarasel sa amal mo sa pela benefit sharing and more local people. And akla wapis na imora karik. We need some comments on the privatization, some of the government functions.
Hello, Ambassador Turner. I see you over there on the table. Thank you for the question, Nancy. And it's a good thing we have the NDBP president behind us. He's got our back. No, thank you. The privatization, corporatization of government operations is a very big policy issue, somewhat dependent on our ability to fund these kind of transition. We are getting closer. PUC, as an example, is corporatized. I think it's a bigger discussion than what we're available to discuss today. But we do have some senators and delegates in the room, and they can take note of that, and maybe one of the first things we discuss in the new administration. Thank you. One more question?
The gentleman at the back, next to Ms. Sharon. Yes. Please.
Abe-san.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to this meeting. And I learned a lot, even this morning, the short time. I have a very quick technical question, Do you have any inflation prediction for near future and the next year? Because I learned that you are expecting the high growth rate next year. And now, parallel after the earlier high inflation, and now inflation is easing, more or less. But having such a, the prediction, actually I, wonder such a rate next year. IMF and ADB producing the short term and the mid term, such a rate. But if your government, have such a prediction, I just want to hear such a thing. Thank you.
So, good question. Yes, inflation for our local statistics is, for fiscal year 25 is around 2.4 and IMF is 2.5. So, under Article 4, it's 2.5. So it's almost like relatively the same, not too much of a, like, differences.
Sige kung masra imal awla yang oldar sa imal matibo saya molas talger tial panel discussion waigal mildung sil di ora kada karmi wesel to para breaking mal sil memestri tiral tongo kamdal tirakasal balmer ket tamomo balmer tial left side man sil direct loger karmi sige
man masaura te ale turang ya kami na introduce nganya karigon Marolin I don't see any information on Girela remittance coming in and out of Palau. I know during the pandemic and even up to now, malbatok kita rely on our families outside of Palau, Led Brigid. Mang I gave the other income coming in, I can take into equation inflation, grow the economy. That's one. And then secondly, as the price of goods really went up, outside of Koror, people are really living on subsistence goods. They're growing their own food. They're exchanging with one another. So don't you think that is not part of the equation why the inflation is coming down? So already question of posting it was say, I know keep track of all the markets. Do you know how much is that equate to the whole economy as of now? Those are my two questions and thank you for a good presentation.
Question Ulay. So for remittance, till amal one issue mamra data, we cannot really capture remittance at the moment. That's because a lot of our banks are U.S. banks. So maring that really capture those data, but yes, mal gira account for that.
Market.
So for Magit data, hopefully with the new tax system, because we were really pushing for them to file a business license again, or tier, and they'll capture those because sige the more lack of data. If we rely on tax data, social security data to do our projections, to do assumptions. So if we're unable to capture those, we cannot make any assumptions. Mangmal hopefully take the best tax system mal push for Magit to do that. That sa amal capture Magit data.
Saya moos Maria Q&A session ra tirakal numeral panelist presenters kadal tirak ra programmer gider ang kadumura salom so la digital residency program ma savings fund update ayang ayel dirakal BSL program el مكتوب الغسالة بالواد الملقت مليسي را الرولر جيت Sulang et
Karedites total. Ale malungit total meriki darogoi nga kang kleka Stephen Otoore nga ka Oriora office rigidra they are all digital residency office el fintech specialist elalsil sa kukmoshera progress ma update ra initiative rigid ra digital residency program. Ya uera gumo lang di sokolo turi kay mamaloka to karam bikel and more okya rigid magidro ko. So lang. So good morning everyone. My name is Stephen Rotor and I'm the fintech specialist under the Digital Residency Office in the Ministry of Finance. And today I will just give us a brief update about the Digital Residency program so far. So let's start with how it all began. So in December 2021, the government passed the Digital Residency Act, creating a framework to offer digital residency to people globally. The program is managed by our service provider, Cryptic Labs, or RNS, under the Ministry of Finance. At the heart of the program are the IDs themselves. There are two types. One, a physical ID issued by the government, and the second is a blockchain-based digital ID for secure online use. These IDs are designed for global recognition and are useful for digital professionals, entrepreneurs, and investors. They make accessing services and opportunities across borders simple and easy. One of the recent developments is the launch of the Legal Decentralized ID, or LDID, at the President's office almost over a year ago. This is a digital ID that uses zero knowledge proof technology. So what the hell do I mean by digital knowledge proof technology? This means that the ID can verify specific details about you without exposing any unnecessary personal information. I'll give an example of digital ID. So for example, if you were entering a bar, the digital ID would confirm your age without revealing your address or your gender, for example. Like the hypothetical situations. Another is, let's say you were applying for a job. It would show your qualifications and your educations, but keep your race, gender, or age private, possibly reducing the bias in the hiring process. But in this particular case, that digital ID is beneficial for third-party services. It simplifies the KYC, or what we call the Know Your Customer process, by acting as a verified document instead of going through multiple verification processes. You can use your digital ID for seamless integration into these platforms, so this makes it easier for you and faster for anyone to become a digital resident to use these services. So how does this all come together? The process is much straightforward. You start by applying online through the RNS portal or the website and completing a KYC check to verify your identity. Next, once approved, you receive a physical card and your digital ID is then activated on the blockchain. The blockchain ensures that your ID is secure, private, and resistant from tampering. This makes it easy for anyone to become a digital resident and make use of everything the program has to offer. Next slide. So how do we make sure the digital residency program reaches the right people? Cryptic Labs, our service provider, takes a thoughtful approach to promoting the digital residency program. They focus on reaching the right people and maximizing global exposure. One way they do this is by attending international events like Taiwan, Melbourne, Tokyo, and most recently Brunei. These events attract entrepreneurs, investors, and digital residents. This targeted approach doesn't just raise awareness. It improves conversion rates by turning interested audience into our customers. By connecting directly with them, Cryptic Labs ensures that the program has a strong reach. So, as for the numbers, so as of November 9, 2024, we've got around 25,200 active residents and a total of 35,800 all-time residents. And applications are still rolling in until this day with around 1,600 currently under government screening. bringing us to a total of 37,500 total applications since the program first began. On the financial side, we've generated $4.8 million in revenue in FY22 to FY24, starting with $146,400 in FY22, and jumping to $1.28 million in FY23, and hitting a milestone of $2.94 million in FY24. But let me just tell you today, these numbers are impressive, but they're not the whole story. Growth is only meaningful if we continue to provide real value to our residents. That's why we're focusing on adding new services like the mail forwarding service and the digital notary and much more to make the program even more useful. Of course, we understand that these services come with its challenges and its opportunities. It takes careful planning to ensure that they meet expectations. At the same time, we're working closely with the Financial Institutions Commission and the Financial Intelligence Unit to maintain anti-money laundering and countering the financing of terrorism standards. It's important to prevent any misuse of the program and protect Palau's reputation. The goal is very clear: growing responsibly, deliver minimal value, and ensure the program remains trusted globally. So, as we move forward, our goal is to enhance the digital residency program with meaningful services and explore other blockchain platforms to host our IDs. But beyond these developments, one of the aspects of the program is its alignment with Palau's environmental values. The program currently does not rely on extracting Palau's natural resources or placing a strain on the local economy. Instead, it operates in the digital space, ensuring that the Palau's pristine environment and resources remain untouched. A key example of this is the use of Ethereum's blockchain infrastructure. This is where we host our digital IDs. When Ethereum transitioned from proof of work to proof of stake, it reduced its energy consumption by 99%. I understand that these terms are very complex, but to simplify it, it takes less computing power to facilitate the operations in the platform. So ironically, this migration highlights how the program prioritizes the eco-friendly technology, ensuring its operations align with global climate goals. But beyond sustainability, we still remain firmly committed to upholding international standards for AML and CFD. By working closely with regulators, we want to ensure that the program remains transparent, trustworthy, and aligned with the best interest of the Republic. So lang.
المسؤول Mr. Stephen Rodor. تمد أقول مقدر مالو تقال الذي نوتا questions رقميو. بودا ساعات تقلل Mr. Raison Nakamura. المهم مقبل بس كذا presentation رأيين أرسل Palau Savings Fund. إذا المول من المو سعريد أو ريرتيان مريات تمد اللوجر أجر. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ngito tao ang angkla ka Raison Nakamura, Finance Specialist tra Ministry of Finance, tora debts malubeng bersela belwath ma investments. Waya Stephen McClum, Director Moturgal, mga adult tuam legal. So it's a pleasure to be here today to share an exciting development that marks a significant milestone for Palau's financial sector, the introduction of Palau Savings Bonds. Over the next few minutes, I'll provide an overview of the Palau Savings Bonds, highlight our progress, discuss how the bonds would work in a digital platform that we have managed to obtain, and outline the next steps to take. Let's begin with what is a savings bond and why this initiative matters for Palau. Under the Debt Management Act, or Chapter 5 of Title 40 of the Palau National Code, a bond is defined as a fixed income instrument that represents a loan made by an investor to a borrower. In this case, that is the Republic. Typical savings bonds are government issued and are usually simple, meaning it can be easily bought, safe as it is backed by the government, and affordable, meaning they do not have high minimum balances. In the US, you can buy a savings bonds for as low as $25, and in Japan, retail bonds could go as low as 100 yen. They are also usually non-transferable and thus non-tradable unless the bond investor dies, to which it is transferable to the legal heir or inheritor. For Palau, savings bonds was first proposed by Dr. Naoyuki Yoshino, an economic advisor to Palau, based on his observations with the financial sector in Palau. He proposed that the funds from savings bonds can be used to avail funding to lend for housing, SME, and infrastructure investments, especially on Babaldao, thereby creating a spillover effect throughout the economy. Moving to the aims and purposes of Palau savings bonds, first, as Dr. Yoshino mentioned, or had actually proposed, Palau savings bonds aim to increase capital retention levels in Palau. Right now, 90% of our deposits are sent overseas for relatively higher returns at much lower risk. While there are reasons for this, access to capital, including to business, and again, thereby limiting that spillover effects throughout our economy, becomes an issue for our people that needs to be addressed. Secondly, Palau savings bonds aim to address low savings return rates. Right now, general demand savings accounts have very low interest rates, and then you would have time certificate of deposits that have higher interest rates but also higher minimum balances. With Palau savings bonds, we hope to have an option that, one, yields good returns, but is also affordable. Finally, savings bonds will help diversify our national debt and reduce debt servicing costs. At present, Palau's debt is entirely external by creditor residency, and about 60% carries variable interest rate, making us vulnerable to rising interest rates. Now let's take a quick look at the timeline to understand where we are in this journey. So again, Palau savings bonds was first introduced by Dr. Yoshino in 2022 and 2023. In February 2024, a delegation from Japan, including representatives from the Cabinet Secretariat, visited Palau to discuss the possible introduction of savings bonds with government officials and stakeholders. As you can see in the first picture to your left, they met with President Whips. This laid the groundwork for more in-depth planning. In the following month, March of 2024, Minister Udui led a delegation to Japan to learn more about the savings bonds. During our study tour, we met with various Japan government officials, Nikko Securities, and other stakeholders, where Minister Udui also spoke with the Japanese media about our efforts. That's the second picture from your left at the bottom of the slide. In June, Suramitsu secured a subsidy from Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry to partially fund the development of the bond platform, Palau Invest. It's called Palau Invest, but we can name it with a different name later on. Following that, in September, we proposed bond regulations for public review as required in the Debt Management Act. We were also able to work with PIFTAC to begin institutionalizing the Debt and Investment Office within the Ministry of Finance to help with the probable increased client engagement with bond investors. We were also able to conduct a soft demonstration of Palau Invest, the platform for our savings bonds, as shown in the two pictures in the slide, bottom of the slide from your right. Lastly, in October, we were able to forward the regulations, the bond regulations and the executive order to establish that office for President consideration. So how will these bond and how will the platform actually work? The Ministry of Finance will operate two key systems to support Palau Invest. The first one is the asset management system. This system will oversee the tokenized US dollars used for bond transactions, manage bond issuances, so creating bond issuances, and ensure compliance with the approved prospectus of the bond issuances, approval from OEK. Secondly, the user management system. This system will handle investor onboarding and transaction requests, including identity verification and the account top-ups and cash out. At this time, the transfer of funds will happen manually, but we are actively exploring options to make that more convenient. For investors, the process is very straightforward. Once you've verified your identity, you can begin topping up your account after transferring money to the Republic, and then make bond transactions. In other words, buy the bonds. Ideally, you will hold the bonds until maturity, but emergencies happen, so we will propose rules for early redemption, but penalties will generally apply. To wrap up, let's reflect on our accomplishments and what lies ahead. As to what we have accomplished so far to date, we've made tremendous progress proposing regulations to cover these savings bond issuances, as well as future bond issuances by the Republic. Drafting an executive order for the Debt and Investment Office, and conducting the soft demonstration of the digital platform Palau Invest. Moving forward, our focus is on finalizing the prospectus, securing approval from OEK, and then preparing for the official launch on the platform. For acknowledgements, it is important that we also acknowledge our partners who have helped us with this initiative. Our journey would not have been possible without the vision of Dr. Yoshino, the support of the Japanese government, including the Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry, which helped acquire the bond system from Soramitsu, and the Ministry of Finance, Japan. We are also thankful of IMF and PIFTAC for helping us institutionalizing a debt management office. And then lastly, we would like to thank Soramitsu for developing a platform that fits our plans and goals. That concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Kadolingit alwaseng langkora wal blabol kadhabat temed ma kadolingit makadore kadagir المرتلقاقي النارتال مذال سل بولتمل على لانش بريك التلقى رغو يا ماماقي اللي رتال كليت أتوغ مسايد التامن سئول ما مستريري أوغيرا يجيد الغرميو. If you have any questions, we kindly ask that you hold on to them. We're kind of short on time for the next presentation. So during our lunch break, you may approach them. They'll be seated in the table to my left, and you may ask your questions then. Thank you. Kadol tirak ra program ergi el tutao mang el ang ako lingi tirakal rogoy matamamaging alir tial table ay tira may trial next presenter ergi de. Kamusta lang? So our next presenter, Sergi, the Mamsa Cell ADB Social Protection and GEF Small Grants Program. So tira nga waigal المولجير نانسي را توتال وسنغرايجل غوك program المغتمق الجيرات ar other belau كذا الغوكتي هوتسول آذ أورن يجل program المغسوير يجل غوت المسول الآذ تريجل regional partners سرجيد الأول ذا الأوريال المغتمق لا أيجل program سلنيا أول غساوي create the impact المرجيد ar other belau تغني تريجل مال غسول الآذ را بالواد من قلت سيجي ذاك مقدوني يا مجد بسبس أوني لا مجد بسبس مشارلي غشيبة المو بريسنت قدوني ترتيب مثلا بالبريسنت تموت الانتروديوسر تيرا وإلى الستارت سولان
Malungil tutaw, ngil tutak malungit makting artialek mo present the overview ra presentation ra what the project is, but the real service providers been asked to be on that side of the panel, and I will be introducing them so they can give their presentation. While we wait for the tech to find the presentation, as it says in the program, this is the ADB Social Protection Project, but it's the name of the project is Palau COVID-19 Response for Affected Poor and Vulnerable Groups. Madi, thank you to our good senator who gave us the wheel of disaster preparedness and management. And so this project has came about in response to the effects of COVID-19 after we went through the pandemic. It was an agreement between our partner, Asian Development Bank, and the government of Palau that was signed on August 2021 for a ADB-supported project which aimed to address the needs of the poor and the vulnerable groups in Palau affected by the by COVID-19. And therefore, when you say it's an agreement, it's the agreed poor and vulnerable groups that were identified. We've been here in the past two development symposiums, so I'm thinking that we are familiar of what the project is. But just to give us an overview, it is a 3.71 million project funded by the partners, our partners, through the Asian Development Fund, Pool 13, it's 766,442. And the government of Japan is providing 2.4 million from the Japan Fund for Poverty and Poverty Reduction. And the Ireland Trust Fund is contributing 550,000, which make up the project as well. So it was originally intended to end on August 2024, which was a couple of months ago, but it's been extended and agreed by all partners to be extended for 1.5 years. So its new end date is February 2026. It is a no-cost extension. It means that it enables all the agencies and the partners to complete all deliverables and maximizing benefits for project beneficiaries. And this has a strong focus on reporting, and it's both qualitative and quantitative, with a strong emphasis on narrative and capturing the impacts that the project has had on the individual as well as the collective of those represented population under the poor and the vulnerable groups. So that work is still going on. I don't see it there, but I'm going to continue. With output 1, it has, we have 3 outputs under the project. which aim to strengthen the capacity of the poor and vulnerable groups to withstand further shocks of the COVID-19 or any other pandemic. So if we think about that wheel of preparedness, we're at response and preparedness and mitigate. We're not really mitigating, but we're in that part of the cycle where it strengthen the poor and the vulnerable groups who are identified in the project to further withstand further shocks. So output 1 is under the Ministry of Health and Human Services, and we will have Bella Wellness give us their presentation. It has 3 in the performance indicators, and just to go through, they have achieved and are on track, meaning that by February 2026, we should be able to see full, in effect, all their work being achieved. Cell output 2, it is implemented by the Bureau of Agriculture under the MAIF, and it's the support for small agricultural producers to increase production and augment earning while reducing vulnerability to climate change, and particularly sea level rise by promoting upland taro production. So tiasel ruknyes wal nor atilaw dal mortigay dal partners er dal aldobel tegal luy el aldobe raba baldaw no sabil el musel nyes 2 years ago kadam nartang mo sabi dal award 10,000 to each, and that specifically went to their agricultural producing, but specifically moving upland and planting del gukaw, del taro. And so we have 3 performance indicators, and we are on track, and we've achieved at least 300 women farmers in Babaldab received accessible agriculture production support to expand their taro production. We've achieved that, as well as on track with supporting the Agricultural Support Center to establish and provide extension support and guaranteed markets for small producers. So tasel nyeso el domeser ngi maulin sabi el domeser sel el Palau taro flower el no sara dangar tiang ra ku namo mirakat tamo mirakal buil yadem la asil Belau conference. We had a booth out there with a Palau taro flower demonstrating the product that we've been able to materialize through the support center, meaning the dilami, emno sabil harvester ngi, yakadong ulmay, turn into taro flower, mongok ngaring sige the value added process, and now we can extend the shelf life of our taro, and then we can have other means of dishes. So at the back over there, selwal swell, ben mo sabi adal gukmong, mo da urtilgay gidal gikarel ngal, gikarel ekabil masal, lawyer sa gidal taro flour, taster sel guk dira kalulru ringi sa maasil Belau. Dira gisang sel presentation nga. But cell output 3, cell group to address priority gaps in current response to family violence and gender-based violence, which are at risk of being aggravated by the pandemic. Tadiregal being implemented by Ministry of Health and Human Services through under Director Share. And we have 2 service providers, and they are here. They will have their presentation. I think I'm at the end, so you can just prepare for Bella Wellness Center. Yeah. And then just to wrap up my brief overview, just to give us an understanding of the past 2 years and the work that's been done. We have the executive agency, which is Ministry of Finance, 3 implementing agencies, which is MHHS, VOA, and PVA. And the project has hired 10 national independent consultants, and as well as 2 international. Contractors, the firms that help was also contracted were 3 firms. So one is an auditor, one is an M&E firm, and one is a third-party inspector. And then for the service providers, we've engaged 3 non-government organizations, and you will see their presentation shortly. We have engaged 14 interns, and we can see some of the interns here from PCC CRE as well as BOA. So that's 14 interns directly working under the project agencies. And then, of course, our partners, 3 agencies and 20 Aldabel. They are strong partners in seeing that not only the project, but the true impact is felt in the community. So together we have overcome challenges and achieved many significant milestones. So thank you for your passion and continued support. I would like to highlight that it is through strong engagement in the community that we can see and hear the true impact that it has. And within the next year, the goal is to be able to capture the stories, because we have the numbers, we have all the numbers that will be reported to our funders, but we want to make sure that we capture the stories on the ground, and that is also capacity building for our Aldabel as well as our NGOs, so that we can see the prosperity not only in the tangible form, but it's also in the capacity and learning how to engage at a different level, not just in this level, but in a smaller setting, and be capable of listening and communicating what is important on both sides. And I think when we do that, we really strike a good partnership in the next few years, at least for the next year for this project. But yeah, I think that'll be it for me. I'm going to ask Pearl from Bella Wellness to come up and present on Output 1.
Can I stand? So, ang ultuta bilong maepiraklay Nancy, makarol komren sa ulang artiang itiak lam edan mo Dr. Cuarte, Senator, magamil other olbi la ngartiang omesa Cuarte o sitiagi disel lom ela la tigingel el altutaw. Ultuta ang klika Pearl, akmo malko tigingel. So, teluriola ngar under tirkay dal mangutiling tel blue lola bay galudo hindi ko adara bela wellness center baradala ma Dr. Yano. Next slide. Aigel long lao de bilung o mingitakra obli legal other bela ol ngara nganya dalang clear nganya smera al sel Matoira Ministry of Health tukmula sa homebound. Mga ringgel imol smer ituut ang song sa ATL top darablay mukadamo olding learning. Magyoba segid arts and music mo olding lertir o mesertilo se wangarang at tele la dalang clear. Hindi ka adal atil mingitakra kargi manay. Hindi ka adal atil mitakra amayong Akim le hirar adel mo la kang gida lo mes si sel dalang okla makarang katangu ng uswiring gel adel mo baba klangaringi lo ya kade ureng umesay kay gida maklol talang tangi lawdo ma services sa hospital ma udo de sengargel kakare kay gida ng sol dalang okla magimil tigaringi luasetir kamral sorir Melang na momrek tiya gida lurior, may gida keka. Hindi marahira baba bilung. Hindi marahira baba sorry na tolting til dong itakla. Eda kada sala uspe abatokol dong. Eda kada sal kakaraklo ludo. Hindi tiya nga giblem design ringi loya ka sel tokor bela singire the lolding ra. Ang aramo ko dola bakal ma akmong rang ngi kalang kukaw. Hindi elang nganya es el tohora ugurul or tohora wellness selungil aklanga regid elola ba igagi the music mendada salngot arabulul af ndigagi vaigel program al sela el tohora ugurul el ngara igel mara ol berlu ekadam bingel since elo udor belaw next agidere kal ngiluwa angal sang sela kal loge vira apply ya ministry ra helda wase mal nga song sar aven mga yasay may gel kringole la patinge del gal esel de por aí de lobli ng so ng aning gesmering ingal mutel merio magi gora vi wase kamedo ke visel ke karel shares may gagi de lurio el partnership volunteer wasi ari ma arwa MOPOA agim lot magi wase kamedo design edung wa ke karel shares lom golong asing urban garden electrical ngalge dam na more gagi de school ra nga ke me olis akker gid magyo agyo ke di etiagi dagi biltigering ndire kal sipil goli e bilu e otrur el morsel ke kala sto nga bitar tim ngup no nya sesel dala e dire lo sisul time mlo nya te elir el share e se mal clip e la orkid mal gire del kay nga sew mrosa kale de sel nga rangi magi miltigan ngil was tiaya tara qot el misisi el program intervention social intervention en nagibitigan ngi el ada ngania de urengaringi e direct mo involve a family rogui gagi de delegates ay gagi de lom el program ling marario ling arsel obli sel campego no komestri ndi gagi da ingel ngara maraol belu ngaring el program el funded loya agabelmente el social bagi madingel wasing clol de reng lagi ulbasain sel measure dim lagi dimo geret dim gidimo aise ulbasain sel measuring next ngel el smer angari ngel obang embol adra ablil ebol redil ebol stobelorior mal ubang modal bolosi gabrior emlongi selse rablay le segi de ebi reklaya talang tengil redir belaw it's your obligation to do it so yabulul adam na change mabelaw man change mesel albu rablay sel bol mereng redil mo half time mal ubang modal gabrior emlo basmer sel klisi alaw dra sel obli la merio magi miltigan ngil wase giredel mga tmokot rigegidel caregivers adara homebound golong artista caregivers mendire kal seragibong egolis akertil wase mga momngur lungil mga manay sa stressor nga nga duwilarungum mga exercise mga kukakal seragi mekli sel class el di moren kegidel caregiver Agi miltigar ngil wasing mal mlongil arendir. Letrigagi trigel bo all ngara ke mikla. Osing ngara sela osinget len dia vestril de bo all di focus maudo de mat at resource rakabalmenta dir murtel moringel smer engel obang adil abo all aloit. Magi miltigar ngil ntaraw da swal el toy losing makarang adongot mok trigagi del redil other below. Kirablay. Next. Next. You're on your cell phones. Engari atalang tingila home modification tial oblila. Tiagida got tara masisi enansi el lurior el gimrili research el momes aigel oblila ngani asme eringi. Lengkakaraw sa delegates ngakaraw sa Lula State. Maasimra ang arad as el kukmod aklungir asimra ngat pang. Lengkakaraw sa ndakal luud. Agi miltigan ngilwas tirigal sme sel nga blirir. Momering nga all nga seortir, al nga wheelchair, mabodol artir mauguru, lingsegi del madal atuang la matar absul. Kodom konorin was emergency access. Mga niya 50 blay, el milngil teloya kasayins, ang motwa para tiagi del ludo, del tiagi del urior. Mga ngil beri del ablur belaw, el ang nakakara urior el alsils. Hindi kimatingel wase. 12%, 13% tertir o uspe ersel madalatwang dreli min seela a ramp. Magim na designer ngi katmok magimo invite ra kumil mem gadamilil e omes. Ngani igel walkway. Kumruli a ramp per kumim e sokodi a walkway ma omo wa wheelchair el mora ngurul indige al subium kom amingi dringi magadamo compound there's still emergency. Tira ka beto ka obli lo spe a rails ngkodor gare ka dergid e marail mor aser ablay. Mga niya igel baby rablay ilgi boringi indige ram ilgut muklitel imol blay. Mga ni segi duluro natmaut mang aki mo invite na kami leadership el memes ay gagi the prototype mang mo sa il madingel wase ng sa el magatmok adomes kom adapt el mo policy. Ladies and gentlemen, kom adapt el mo policy min sa edro la bagay del tax el mulsawra tutaw lom alu ay gagi del social intervention. Next. Magikora Amrikl, magimna omre kapatol urior. This segi del home modification involve our engineers, our governors, atalang tingil omla nger permission and momru la yigid munding natmaut mse July 2025. Ndi tiagida angal sang sel tiagide minister. Magina omre kal mingitakl, ina omre kal mirula sers. Ongit na di maraya rapek kal sils. Mulu mga niya Santa Claus bis kakawdaw, yaki continue. Segi de bilung au da swalya nansi kotel madangali. Ngire lo siglos sing magarang ay kagi de lurior. Low cost intervention mora obli le kamil delegates gol masangam langul sing mokarang mo policy matakseda marul klolu those adosal dringira healthcare fund el mora smer mindi nganya ara ndil nganya duwil arngum el kerabalwam e kam sisi el belu e ngilam dala twang lergaw mindi kador betia mami ma papa ma angko segida a close with the swal, ling na umrekta liyo na mo ngederak, na mo gele minister mo policy. Le o gida director share, ndagi mo dengel wasak magara gulmol, le lang le abalu al May Sharon, ada ko dengel wasak akmaudo del msata ang musician, mat al buigra sers del mugut mo khaygagi del demand. Le ngani a close nge delegat rangarar. Ndagal homebound, ndito old age. Sabi siya matarabsul. May kagidal magkakarel lurior, asabi el motmaut, edakal maklol, dosada maklol millions, es el di nga batcher items, mo policy, kom remul, kado mesra adab. Ndakal klol loblil, ang adrang al balloon 99.9%. Our other below. Next. Segit, magarada sustaining. Katawrang asaw sel grant. Di siyaron, hindi rin kandas hindi malmo, hindi nga grant hindi lo a Dr. Quarte, bilu, Nancy. Hindi rin invest sel human health. Investment mo sa tuta over my head. Hindi nga niya investment, hindi human health, hindi nga household level. Ngire dal ut maklisegit. Kamara misulang abilong mo ol ngasew kom ebireklay. Kami au ulman change abalu. Kami maas au ulman change abalu. Next. Masegit abelaw adire kal part tra klol blul af. Yala kadagat mo kay gagidel magagarel il social intervention aktum ko dong rasyaron lekto mesani ang alaga ka na mo mavengelo singani a poverty level al sila dolong lev kada mo mavengelo singani ngal marubli del songarengal kada na mo mavengelo se kada smer mungkakara healthcare fund gide delegates hindi mo na Taiwan mahuriping. Ngira the reverse ng ilola bakmung nga ay gaya the social intervention as el meski da the will ang udra bekal sils ekda masaw da maklol toy. Lega the bekal sils el gaswes legal the long legal obli. May gaya the international gira the lo tout hindi ka do mo segi the yo emeral morba akmadinga simbato katakser. Thank you. Prioritize.
Mansulang Bella Wellness. Ela kada Marcel output 3 trial kome sa self-family and the gender-based violence. So, mo ora samsamelak lang alakala. SKO, mora Bango. Please introduce yourself. Marcel Drew Alim Rabriol Kamruni.
Ako ra talgibel kuram la angara net sa nga kale. Stress na gumasir kami malbato maungit total mergi swell ba ngakaklik humiana na masayo siya ngakangsigi del gender-based violence office sigi del ngara ngarbeet selete mismul building agi renteringi ese egel blal dupur lagi mo related to egal kusadre lang akmo malakot to bela lekmol mo tiak ungil smoda ke maralo ase kalelam lak bumungir remeng cycle suang al malkoy obisir kita on ngasir tirgay kita rokoy kita di ibul rokoy ngobisir kita may lukok timem kasyera gel ngaraw to swim mansipem di kaul really sa stress lagay kita di kal contribute til mortial wellness sergit ngin oy nga kangarsel di kal nganya imor ombi gal nga ka tom ko dong na kalbase ak supervisor hindi nga kaswak al manager aldo nga niya direct case manager mga ngingkel kuk or kamam lo rus taga lo office magimal di TV esel omay dia ko bigit lo siya kalekim ko ramaral mo ay cycle mo ay sa kamam lang mo kul raw berang makamama direct al mal value ay kal confidentiality raat unless ang giram low eyes ra koramurar war pulis malubang hospital wase ngania danger ang kaladal nami on ngitangi so mangpluol ngani sel babier di morgan ngil wase mas kama mateal maki report sel consent form ay gaya kim rutel kire laurior etial laurior kibtalo bisergit amnestar tercera 2022 emel mulmel merelang betul pamporselma tiang abi isel tialo bisel wasing mlodu oro ingarang ngara ulmong loringi etwat anga tirgal waro ret rakama kes SKO selesam semelak langalakal selo bisel tim ngarni yang arsegi del sel tial semelak langalakal dolger ngi wasen gender based violence el mortirgal adul ko koraway al tira kal ngara kemik lem lo dia kal sal sebaril manges rak mung hospital nger mungkin si Pedro del Trail mer kamam lukuk timel di mga badu way nga ako kung gel adem salwaseng ngang hospe angis or hospital nga kangul morsel kirel services lo hospe sel time ngora way kidim adra alda adu el lukuk really sertiagi the close stress rawdo masyukang ma boyfriend girlfriend albi mga rangklet member lungilan ngumlen tiak pogura lo ay sel mukul raw rere. Okay. Kila-kila. Diablak ka mali. Mel ang bulkulak mo komen na saya. Ay, kung natin akal siya pagkatial siya bakreng. Aklaan na stress. Mel asal ba Mr. Say? Ay, hindi wala na kang salmes. Hindi ka kita teler audio del timo rule lol tawa se ngara kili rule ngara tinetene la ore sila kim ko tlo mo la to ko rawa yal bel to kala tis lom ko dong la setya ngara lobis kom ngara ker ngara services el offer malubak ngara stoang it approach nga malubak ngara a surang alak ngara kel it approach nga kaloger ilwa setya ngara services el mom offer ngi to ko gif abay bibili namos الويل سبريل mga tudo oriki arsa alat talgib القرى تبير قمرور malube to ko rase kakalik porngil refile bolo ice malube kakalik porngil polo karang dik mal assure del base sira kurura behavioral health del molmut sira retire dim la katal kora mora akal busil gere la dilu to ko dia kal kire kal meloy malubak mlora kort nga kanulu tuloy dat tingel munta. So, sige daw ka kimro taringir sel office ka mamle sel omay ngora secluded area misip emel mengania office available the bornia at atu el mongilarangu me ko maran malube ko timel asengania ko tangalil ko ramal makarama enga kamo sub ka loreling kel adul morsel bayalol ko pearl al sugum tos pe angis ful gida la talong ok ngarang klel ako relin mor office tinet to ata sige del to ko ramat adu ay gayder wa eksam marwa umitak rarwa luis ma ngarang klel mung bay ko rap len tiin el morati imol well being na adal ngarap telu del mel mira surroundings el belang ok na mo dia el ay gayder del ok say ay gayder gal services el wayat sa pamamal el mga tmok el gira la aban may ngani gira koram le mention was yuka marwa askura ng alged ma ngidil issue ka koram ra mo malgirel e please mul may lang sip amel vehicle mga tudu nga ke ang mong kumla solver selway issue ka I didn't have to say anything oy mang ngungil sel at adu or mga tudu ra pastor ka mga tudu ra sa alim mga tudu ra mental lang kita rokul dengan gay problem sedikit hindi ka problem lang kel adula sendi ka problem niya apa ismer lagi radio problem nga issue nga kapagise kita patches nga kalengan niya kumdas ringi ay kita ulgo makaba moblakatakkel misaw ikadal amal stress free asukar kita tiakal porba ablong ruda di ungil stable kada mo mga ruwayasa ila kada mga tutu ayasa di maral menare dili ka enjoy lang dia kam stress ata kada makarang may kay kita team offer sel officer ka mamangarang arbet yang klik humira masayo sel kay kada balangakla adeng war ka mama 488 3126 either kom call in malube kom walk in ngidil taman ngidil el suamal may edibem swing by malube ko membi visitor officer gidel base yang ngarger mal suko makamadal mo ospera mo angarang ngul mengkel at ko mal musulang
Okay, good morning everyone. Mosubes, I will not be speaking Palawan, and those of you who know me know why. It will not come out right. So I will just go ahead and start talking. My name is Lorraine Rivera, and I am the project manager for the social marketing project under Bango, and that's the Balao Association of NGOs. We were contracted to deliver the social marketing campaign, and it is to implement the campaign to inform all of our key service providers about the available services for gender-based violence. Go ahead, next. Is it okay? So the campaign itself was developed and implemented to, sorry, I'm very nervous too, so I'll take a deep breath. Yeah. It was implemented to raise awareness about family and gender-based violence and to educate our service providers as well as women's organizations on our referral pathways within Palau, as well as changing the underlying attitudes and the norms and beliefs around violence, especially within the family. There was a family health study done in 2014, and I believe the Family Protection Act happened after that, which showed that 25% of women in Palau have experienced violence, gender-based violence, domestic violence. And in the world, that's actually, we're about the same level as the world, and in the world, it's happening all over. It's not just us, so we have to think about looking at it in a different way, and this project will try to change our beliefs about that and to help change that number, to lower it. And in the world right now, it's to end violence, and in all sorts of forms, in any form. And here it is true, there are men who experience violence as well. But for men, for every 10 that are experiencing violence, only 1 will say something. So it is truly something that is affecting a lot of us. From our actual formative research, we did design our program so that we would include not only the awareness of gender-based violence, but also training our frontliner providers within Palau. So frontliners are those that will come into contact, that work in maybe the court, health care, police, and educators, especially in school counselors. And then for us, we decided also the women's groups we would include, because we are a matrilineal society, and also women in all the different communities are where they see everything that's going on all the time. So to train them as well would be best for us. As you can see, we have trained already, our target was 700. We've trained already about 470 people this year. And we're on track to hit the 700 before the end of our project. And that included all of the healthcare workers, 291. And so we're pretty much done with the healthcare workers. We've trained about 70 educators, so we are still scheduling and coordinating with them, as well as the police officers. The police officers are one of the most difficult to schedule because of their schedules. And then we've also trained 29 people that are from NGOs, and at least 62 women in different communities in Babaldao, from different Aldabad. And then for the social norms campaign, which is our social marketing, which is ads in the newspapers, you'll see some, maybe on the PNCCE billboard, you might see something, you might even see something on Facebook. This year we also had a dedicated Facebook page as well as an Instagram page, because we realize and know that a lot of people now are on devices, and especially our working people and that age group where they're probably experiencing more of that gender-based violence. That's the age group of 18 to about 50. And so our target was to reach 9,000 through all of these different platforms, and we've almost gotten there. By the end of the year, I think we will have reached 9,000, and then we'll just reach more as the project goes on. The actual campaign is the Lagadim Look No Silence on Violence campaign, so you might see those things around. Go ahead to the next slide. So this slide shows on your left are the different infographics that we give out to the people that we train. And then on the right-hand side is more of our media that's online and in ads. and we're trying to like make it a cohesive messaging. So the color for domestic violence, the colors are orange and purple, and so we've kind of been moving in that direction, as you can see on the right-hand side. So the very right-hand side, there's a little square that says Lagadim Luk. Those are stickers, and we actually give those out to all the different events that we go to. The next slide. Just showing pictures of the community that we are in. So educators, healthcare workers, police, different women's organizations, and a couple NGOs. Yeah, I'll just end it at that. Next slide would just show that we are on target to hit 700 frontliners trained. And for us, the social marketing campaign is something that we'll just have to keep be ongoing. Even after this project, we will be looking to see how we can have that ongoing. And the next slide. So for the sustainability, as Pearl said, there's a lot that happens in our social, in every way. So for the economic costs, you can see there's loss of productivity, healthcare costs are affected, there's systems and social services that are affected. We have human capital development that isn't happening the way it should be, and then GBV perpetuates the economic inequalities, and it leads to reduced participation by our people. So the next slide for sustainability and sustainable economic growth, we need to eliminate gender-based violence and gender inequalities. So we can increase this list of access to opportunities, work and advancing careers, labor productivity, health and well-being, and then empowering women to further education and advancing their careers. And preventative strategies would be the outreach and education, which we are doing, and then increased advocacy against GBV and supporting victims. So working with our leaders and the government to get what we need here in Palau to help. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
I would like to thank the other service providers, your board members, as well as the staff on the ground. When I say passion, they really go beyond the extra mile. So that's a lesson in itself. So mansulang sel ngesura EDB, material external partners. Ela se Kerel Mergi, they'll give the other below. Kadang artyang masay tirakal blada magidabel NGO blada trainer tir ngaraygal mo osenge the telmeral mail rak miguel meral me. Material Louis Minister, I'm proud to say that even if they're not here, malklo al sarablu ulta de artyang. So tirigal meligura every day family ma dalong lira belu ma belu taram asak said maringel mo au sertel legal del will because ya silba kidang ramon me. So we need to be and we need to make sure because the lungil Blado West ada continue to invest. If there's a way to do that, I think it's hitting what social protection needs to be. Is to alleviate the poverty at all levels. But for this project, we've seen, and we can demonstrate through reporting and through testimonies of Qasay. So please, Mr. Tigal Aldebel Marablu, Mongod Adu Urtir, Selbalo Magit, Maltoda Facebook, other tier, Bom visitor tier. The Mongod Adu Emesamdrir, because 2-3 years ago, Adim Nakal Adra Magit, Elat Adra Magit. The confidence that they show becomes, they share that with you just as well. So it's just a transfer of transaction of buying their market, but it's also a way to support. So thank you so much to NGO, LDBL, and all the implementing agencies and partners. Thank you.
Malmasawla trigal adra ADB, trigal partners, ramalong presentation artir. Gidam la mo o temela swelb. Ngarinya kale dal katmok ng arsaruriu, lendi bo tapsanga ate alela Miss Shirley Gosiba, el nga National Coordinator Small Grants Program. Balbas kita presentation or gidra era bo tasis bra swelb. Thank you.
Malungil swel bang Clara Shirley Gosiba. Matingim lang mo temela swel bang makmal mo malas maldi ruli tialsel otar adel sabel. El alsil sa kukuraway di mo egal kura bachet magi kura mo masada egal el teal niya sa el murar adra blue in terms of gale grants. So kung sadar tagi the Jeff Small Grants Program, implemented by UNDP, which is the United Nations Development Program. So, mamaskita ko ramal di brief overview basi tiang ngaral program ngaral al-adra balulath au ngara al-rur te oltauter tagid program. So first off, in the Jeff Small Grants Program, Jeff basically al-adra balulath will provide the funds malubong funding mechanisms al-murayel UN conventions, for example the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. El ngiya ba abela adri qaltara member state la ratify say el treaty, and once they abalua mo partra UN members mo partra gagid el UN conventions ang mosabe the access ay gagid el gagaro sa role la Jeff funding, and one of those ways or avenues is having this Jeff Small Grants Program el may operate balur belaw. So again, the organizational structure. El Jeff a partnership with UN, the United Nations. Ang loltauter tiagi del Luriora tiagi del Small Grants Program. El sela belul adro gireng bukor del 127 el belura belul ath ang arngi tiagi del Jeff Small Grants Program arngi bela ultimo krengi. Selwal gora madala UN malubang ang agency ra UN el tauter tiagi del program malubang ngorot tiagi del program el sela garo gul belu ultimo karbela tiagi del UNDP ma sel guk imora agency ra UN el UNOPS the executive UNOPS Office for Projects Services. And then el programa direct el wal ngarngi sel wal dom godorin la seng main office el oversee gagid el global le gagid rogul Small Grants Program ra gagid el garos el belura belul adel nya based rang bar them just have it no oh kam nuton mungil oh which is ang cell walgora central management team el oversee cell global implementation or tagid el Small Grants Program include ultimo korgid ar other belaw and then so cell walgora overview cell gora ngara at the much larger global picture agagid agel al adra belul adlo root telo rior di cell bedatur el cell abelu belur belaw ang arngi sel dom godorngil waseng National Steering Committee segit sel guk group para el other belaw التيريا منيل appointed by UNDP المرتياجي the National Steering Committee الترجع المو review and approve by جاجي the grant proposals. And there's always one member at the National Steering Committee. المظلة UNDP البارت تاجي the approval process. الجوك تيرك اللومسرا أو ريور الرمورت السلا بلو. So ngaragel ko rawal priority areas sa malubang areas del tiagi del CHEF Small Grants Program by UNDP ora omes ol taw riol girel ay ka sel domes ang mal broth emral maklo el walgora focal area ding ang sel dongur tiragi del National Steering Committee members الترعاد المال المول كلام ذنير كتير راجعي البيك الfocal areas that this grant is based upon. So nganya biodiversity, land degradation, climate change, chemicals and waste, sustainable forest management, international waters. And then we'll go back to this again. تجد الجف Small Grants Program هذيك المال pays special consideration المورا سيل دمغدانية الأسئلة المغدانية الواسين ورا whole of society approach قد include قد it's inclusive قد مثلا كذا البيت قل قاروس الجروب بالنية عن السلا بلو مثل واسي سيل سوق مرة أعظم أبلار تيال grant تيال proposal ارتير سيجي the steering committee ومثل واسي تيال proposal لنقرقيك كل include رجعي the groups that are other تيجي the project proposal بالقول واسي سيل غورا gender balance راوريور أو رتلا راوريور include there are both السؤال مرذيل مار هذا الغانيا وك أليت أتريرا بتنير people with disabilities and of course youth السجيد the transfer of knowledge capacity development involve را youth رجال طول ضرورة السلا بلوم يرق البارت را sustainability را project الواسي رجال knowledge transfer ذيك الموكل ديال الريد. So نرجع لغورا types or بدنا grants offer تيجي the JEF Small Grants Program at UNDP. So قلت له أول لأن يصير ضم قدرين الواسين planning grant. تيانا أمرار أضرب له الدباء الملوبن العاث نجي الوالغورا community group. البابي راتاي من community group ملوبن الدبائر معاص الدبائر روباق التيوث NGO أغاني ملوني للدسوير الممت مقرنين السلا بلورير ندينكوك مغارني سلوال نلسن سير أقو كاروس التوي سلوك تدمورا وأملوس proposal development تمتيال go through the application process. And so تلقى the community-based organizations لو spare سجد extra help for someone اللي أسي سجد project proposal كتير submit المي الأبلا grant أسئل مي أبلا تيان تجد planning grant يتلو أسي اللي تلقى تيال الأذ. And then نغني يلقوا regular JEF SGP grants, the maximum amount is up to 50,000. Tianga again fall under the المعاملة 6 الكاروس الاريا الشيف focus on my UNDP focus on الواسي سلمي a project proposal هالي مثل broad الاريا و biodiversity, climate change. So, mal batog al gagros el badengel a project, ma badengel al ad as il me apply Hindi mo depende raw sa sel o may yung kata craft ringil ilmo matcha igigid ilguk ilmo atter. At the end of the day, masab a clear adra blue, masab a clear environment rigid. And then lastly, igigid il korka karo sa level grants. Ngani igigid il strategic grants, which is up to 150,000. Tiang amor igil gukura al adal korang niya track record the history tir malubang nga demonstrated history tir mlam ngat mok la maklolu rior leng dial dil bol focus ra di one al community mal ubong mal di one al tokoy mal di one al gigid al priority areas ngober gal mora batok al ad ngober gal mora batok al community cloa impact ringi it's at a much larger scale a beneficiaries ringi batok Toka imorar other ngi makakarusal al other mot muringi apply kagid the strategic grants. So ngara sel ko rawal basic process lo sing o sel am interested ang makaram apply el SGP. Normally sel el plan ready kagid el funding cycle ar group chef and then normally agi announce ra announce a public announcement del Murar Balu. It was saying na open a call for proposals or concept notes. Seguid el call selbol announced. Ngobangela igel criteria. Ngobangela igel el gorawal el country program strategy or belaw ma guidelines ma application. Dire ko lobangela gel timeline lo sing oingrang open e oingrang close. Once that is done, sel close at yal open call for proposals, and then tiagi the National Steering Committee motong ok le convene e mo uler segi the review process. Tiagi sel go el while gora taragel got el close to tell tiagi the entire process, segi the review the National Steering Committee. Igel comments normally trigel applicants may apply will receive comments from the review committee. Igel the comments mlarar adal mal mol klamating tira igalurior mal dimos misi yal el project proposal kami will move to revise because the end goal is not so much saying to review the o yung nongil ng approve and diakal disapprove en goal say katamakarang based talaga gid el review process and moring igel comments incorporated ikadasmisi ital proposal ar adrabalu el more selgot el maximum el strength el sabael le sel one selbol final segid el proposal say yamo o ti yaklisi el au rior el momgat mokra el selabalu. And so after tiagi the review process el back and forth, once the grant proposal has been considered final and accepted, and then start the sel tara process for the granting of the award. Process el gukogiwa process ra UNDP ma UNOPS. So tangarang el sel de dur adrabalung tangarang eligible mertial el grant tial grant mora adrabalur belaw rogir el more igel community based organizations malubang non-governmental organizations nidil al ad el dodengel wa igel especially igel el state el biqal qagarus el state el nganya el dabeeringi el dabeeram as mar dabeerar sal Mardil, youth groups, NGOs, pakaros el NGOs, sabil apply el mer SGP. And the government, of course, is not qualified for this Jeff Small Grants program. I think it's always encouraged ang sel ng aring sel support tra state government el mora igal al debe rabalu ma igal community ra group igal community groups rabalu eng maldi lumug tel smisi itya lubrior as project partners. So lakad ko na adi mo omisela sing ngarayel ko na wal recently approved el project proposals malubig el abebring ya already mla omol el gora di mo characterize el wasay kakaros el state rabalur belaw el kakaros el ad rabalur belaw whether come register del NGO malubendia apply and they've been awarded. So kote sel guktomes rangaram languy engaring sel el bungal gasol men's group rangaram languy el guk maktekra a project tira mga tmokra sele ang route A balurang route A which is ang multi-focal along at mokra to mesatora ecotourism, environmental sustainable tourism practices, and in turn they're planting more to malala may gel batokal the lom lama malmug tramsay misal dom qador ngil wasay ngarang route el mlegot el masira balur belaw direct el malul di mukor ngi abatok el swabg el arm madallom el magargar legal el endemic those ones el di the patigra el sila balur belaw. And then ang erung yang guk sel de ber orior ngi atel ngara may brel women's group guk mokte artial Lurele lang ay ngaramay barel awal tamangat mokla masay kakaros el basyur al sel orior ending tadirek el mal el malas mal milisi ersel wasing gal masay dalala talid mang sacred el toy mang malas maldi maintain. And in taking that, instead of the matmokartial dim say, itungul more next level, omeselo say, in terms of regal misera blur bela, possible policy impact that will result from the Agida Cook project rang ramay brel. Then esel guk the borabilio, tigel asra tatiro rabilio, awal guk focus regal gora. Tabletop gardens, el guk ater tial sering arabalilio, el lomu el wal el lolangaseo raigel dolang ok el weather ang anya single mother household, single led mother household, alubing igel dolang ok el ngaringi awad lerengi awad lerengi ya gida lomu el mrula ya gida el table top el mrula ya sai ya part tiang aku direct el involve ra apel el elementary school el arangal gra school el mo involve ra ya gida el farming sustainable farming practices that work for el gukoriora rabelilio. And in turn, mga sel wal hopefully supply asay, ang mo help pertial guk cafeteria rangal gar school rabalilio, raguk tora nutrition marangal gar school lang nga ako kora sel galilya asay. So ikakita wa igal guk kora community-based organizations aldabel. Some of them are registered, baby la already registered. And then selguk podomes ang ngaygelguk non-NGOs malu non-governmental organization. So selguk tomes ngar along ngarngi Palau Resource Institute, which is asrangar along al NGO lorior lomtrira ardili sorel asrangar along el malasma el mga tmokler sel el wal el tilor area or Coramo watershed el men el مقتغر تيرا يجيد اللي دلال غار بيلاو ويجال غاروس الميديسينال plants رابلور بيلاو الوالون الوال والprotector سي لومدويس من دين عرني mga تمقلر تجيد الباشيو الانترنت يا هدرق البارترا watershed الكوك wal protector sel mira ka tirge gitu adra parter sa hida ngar along na mandi clean sel water stream le se wal tara water sources tir sel temela El Nino. And then of course ang nga PCS Palau Conservation Society PCS dito tangalil atamal ng tangat waseng tidirek nos el aplara grant PCS ako mail ngarcel waseng tangara capacity building giri ra civil society ma community based organizations ma NGOs el direk so mokter tial ku polorurio longot mokter ngia PCS waseng kadang ititiri tiragi del already tamla granted el SGP grantees luldi mukrar mugtal batogol community based organizations el may provide the basic training on project development, project reporting, implementation, monitoring and evaluation. So that build the capacity gidar adra balu sel do ngutmok lagi gid el project tra el sela balwat. And then lastly ngi gid el Palau Livestock Association, which is ang focus rawal food security at ora sersra awa babi el direkal lungra alnya wa rose rong libang mang yes agay kita ba igul kora agay group non-government organizations sa seldomes ang kakarosel batengel alaf rar sa almardil ma ubang youth ma NGOs maka rabek kal kakarose rajar rogul state travelur belau amhal sa il aplan mertel SGP di mo yo ragel wasay ngarang sel lurunguliw mga tmokarngi ra al sel agal gabalumew and then sel omens edel kmaglorial wasay tiang mo fit in el muraga gidel criteria ra chef ngarang iling sep edel crafter ngi in that manner. Hindi kay gide ko mal musulang ti ako ra last tel shasing el gorati i o ti sel direkal one remain el oil ol dub aringi tiragi dal other national steering committee map program itself el wasay the inclusion in being inclusive to gagaros el adra el sel community including ngayas luasing ngayas kami obanget leng temir el masub ngayas kami masub ngara masay in this particular project that tamil subel masalwa masay emrula bongara masay oy hindi gagide gomran sulang nga national coordinator tel program I can be contacted for whichever almost pet kita ding maranga kama nganya flyer that they were direct kaluluro sa ngima if there's any other questions homsulang.
Sulang Miss Kosiva. El agado tiraka program kita kada namor sel tora swelb mang komal ditong okra gingaliw yarangal ka ngwa kala melekong mande ka wigis egore kada mo la entertainment tari kita el al swelb babal basket ngara amayong dancers for those non-Palawan speakers. For lunch, you will remain in your seats and they will bring your lunch to you. Entertainment will also be starting at this time. The entertainment is our traditional dances that are taught and guided by Bilung Gloria Sali. So you will, while you're eating lunch, you'll also watch the entertainment. Thank you.
too.
Malmutulong السؤال المركز الرقوي هذا ملمول ملاقلة غنيار مرو سغال هذا مسك تريجل ممسكيدا entertainment السؤال بملا ready نغرا stage دي وضع غايا 3 minutes دي اللوتل سير الأربعة بول بس بول مو لسال الانترتينمنت تريجل السؤال. For the non-Palawan speakers, in a few minutes' time, we will begin our entertainment. Please grab your lunch and make your way back to your seat as we will start the performance this afternoon.
I want to take a break from you guys. No, I'm joking. I'll be there tomorrow. If I wake up. So somebody needs to call me. I want to drink tonight.
Tamal masaul tirigel المسكدة entertainment السلا 5 minutes ياخذ مو resume را program رجيد yang hari ini asenggal melame madi kultur gebok announce gore dongi ra program rigi del move to mall asenggal melame yang hari ini $20 merang SR State tiang amorti morsen ligirar saal mlehuru dire kal hari ini musubes $40 merang SR State el mortrigel mle meskidaru dire kal hari ini $100 merang Minister of Finance Minister Udoy المورتريجل رقول دانسرز مقدرين يترنجل التيم ليدر عن لويج مبلسان أتوران لعاي يجل سنجي تمال مساول هذول مال ملو سوال بعدد ذو يجل يقول مريق درا توتاو أس هذا المال ملو عدد ذو تريجل بريزنترز هذير نارتيل التبرتي يقول دونغي را program رجيد السلا 10 minutes هذي الوادي تريجل بريزنترز يبغى المال مرا program di ulaklat kalmor trigger ako il ma-present el afternoon as ko mangarnya presentation ro kamiu e mo tangal wera omay wera voltemiu e be mestri trilal adra itil ngartay make sure presentation ro kamiu ang arngi si il matigertay ma do mo ule or smooth program rigit al malmol o mal masaule tolmol ra solved hindi sala kada balta magin mutul merte kada mo omol o mal masulang Dito maklat ka tiyatara ulaklat kal mlamay el seltial del marabe o kore segit el table el ngarsel el kora corner sel rbay ngaringia aho ma damok e dire kal ngaringia taro waffle ma dire kal sa edel guk mja ko git el morsel rbay guk mangar maigel el lolap tirigel ngarsel side dire ngaringia melmol dire ngaringia asulbed Tirgal kuf mlame sois bedir kalau lunga sulbir asi in morser ba mestrer other obis o gore yang maya sulbir
iPad.
Ali. Kada mga tnok dal mo omu la do message tel madale trikel ko ngara afternoon na panel lamel maging lir lo ngot mo kartir o gore gitol gege dal maging led sel bodo ready o gore ebolo mo la presentation. Ngel mamalara asmerela panel discussion al litasils. Ngel acting director Bureau of Agriculture Mr. Kaskar Rungulbay. Okay, tegi na tokol mlamay. Era labong acting director, ko rin mamong Lucy Saal, ko rin director mo Ogi Walel. Ito nga 2 minutes, rekla adolol gagay, tiril meng maging lir, ko rin Lucy Saal bolo mo representation in afternoon. Kamal masal rekla.
Test. Kom rosak. Sulang. Timo mo tel presentation. Tiasel ministry rikit rakalet angar alet. Yak mo tel presentation ko ram kita ko rasya sing raw rela arang lela ministry rokir. Yak ko mo iwalil more tirgel lola ba katula to ra ser mo omnget. Korap litok lengkel mura ser sa lengkel mura tokor omnge dardil di komal di subeset ya kuk tretele la urior el alta mabalula. Maktimo mo ra next slide please. Namo. Makora di mo other diri awere la ministry makora wase ngara ul maging artiang al development symposium. So sir agim ko mga drodra umtas we malbate baka mga drodra umtas maurere la ministry agi ko ram no mab iti agi delwase kyo mo kadong ni waseng implementing framework kung karawal do dar kama magimurior e makaragim kora olda kay kalurera man murar ko probebira ministry bebira al adan murula igalo sisilurior ma kotesel la al RPPL 11-7 sesel tigi del administration president whips Yung establish yung ramandate ramafe. If you know, mafe dim nakadil mafe. Before yung Ministry of Natural Resource, Environment and Tourism. So tiyagir la amlo maktabi iya ba lurior, mabes el ministry lo mkodong ring luasi Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Environment. Yeah, we will say President Whips a note of the executive order number 463. Say amlo abi iya gel obis ra al sel tiyagir del mafe. Waseng mo del Bureau, la Agriculture, ma Fisheries, ma Environment. Moringa office lo makadong ring luase Office of Strategic Support Service. Sesel office lo ngasi waiga lurior el spana multiple bureaus. Dire kal mo makatakla sa alsel aigel bureau yang ngarang aigel division sa alsel. So segi akwal ko alla al maktab itel office atel ministry and then ministry am nakut makli agi mo makadong ring luase MAVE strategic plan. Sesel ko rawasing regel priorities. Tel ministry mo holtaut. Malubang momrul, malubang mosiga ngesul moltaut. Lgira la arangalel telurerel. And then alsel tel ministry ang patoka plan ma strategy gimoltaut. Sometimes yung kuktitora environment, sometimes yung kuktitora sales. So nga gimom kadong ilwasing National Environment Management Strategy. Se primarily ngora ang sel Bureau of Environment. Nga tadira ka ngora sel pan system-wide strategy. Se sel kora rela la ministry waseng makaral coordinate ay galbotokol pan site ra state may galo tutel ay kay gidalurior. And then ang arangi sel 2 years ago kora man loklol tokoy Palau Blue Prosperity Plan. Tiasel di planner at Bureau of Fisheries. Wasi nga regal their style priorities el kira del intervene or nga intervention el dorul or investments that need to be made. Lugora malas mal catalyze la tokor o mangit or maktub o omgarol. Esel mo mong last ang nga alam ko ng Palau Green Growth Plan. Tiasel ko planner at Bureau of Agriculture wasi makarang alolisi elom garol la tokor production ra kal la balu. Yagi am das ra say gagi de lurera ma yagi plan sa kamam all tout amol mo contribute el morte yagi del Clol Palau Development Plan. So say gida ko contribution ra kamam say gi mo mesringil mo girel say gi del Clol Arangala Development Plan ra lurbelau. Next slide please. El asel next agirel sel strategic plan ra mafe. Sel bebe lang ko rapol to ka urol dorul. Yakadamo lo bes lo sengra malmok te garkid. The malmom asang day to day. So tiagi the document tamlo malas mal capture ay galurung ulela ay galurung ra un magimru like ay gidel tokra bekal seals. Ma segi da gimlo maktab iya vision ulwasen samam tel ministria obreng ulwase uluma bela ra taklab say amo ngariya sustainable el food production maungil taba alela ay garrogu el resources er gidra dab ma blue gay gidel ulspa alela ma ulgarwi like ay gidel resources amo ulang ungila klaadar gidar adar belaw mamungil na tiri kal contribute mo ra economy esel wase mission mang wase kama magi mo karagi mo o tauter television yagi wase gi mo provide ra clear direction wase gagi dagil priorities ma leadership yagi nito sa gagi dagil morul e wase ngulu ela muntang kama ma provider sel direction and the leadership gira la gagi del gorwi la gal natural resources ergid الملاسم الأبتيمايز را benefit المركيت أراد ما إخانا مركيت ما تيال لوكي لكلنgar so تيجي the strategy كمان ما جيم مقدم عليه لواسين triple bottom line strategy sel the other show باي عن يا bottom line رغاو is how much money you make so تيل كوك ministry كمان واسيا bottom line كمان ما جيرل impact تيجي the كالدل areas اللي نعرف كسيئو جيرام الimpact لكلنgar ما livelihood راد جيرام السب أكلابلو gira malosiga do ulang wasaigal uspela gagit el resource amo ulang il prosperity kora mo malos sa baklangar raat ma economy ra baluat and then gel kora ngar ong el se wasengar gel gim kora omtas yung values gel important el mergamam mertial ministry ma bolongot mo claurer so sel kota people raat nagyo maral mula sa roku will change o mo raat Engel adal suku mengolah proper information yang moruli atoy yang mongir rarat mabalu. Selong erung a science selwase dagi mokora dia urawa ale marula atoy ngarnya kora ngilul tautelu riolom sub egida mo make a decision el kirel. Esel next awase environment agi value environment elwase tia ya dota ra ngil klaat mangil lukoro economy ma development rabalu. Esa long el momong number 4 el momong last a service agi omaral wasi kama mamasiyungiw magi kamit el mora full el transparency ma accountability le gor kami ar atrabdur belaw so agi dawal gora sel foundation or segi the strategic plan ra mafe next slide please Esel next slide adi mo all tigal gimom kodong waseng thematic work areas or gigal call Luaseng soma mamasisi alla magimurole promote girel say hagi malisi ertel institution rama malesel takasi adal ngoswira at sugum gidam itut so in the last 2 years hagi malne aggressively hagi recruit ram gikarel adal me orior tel ministry baby lagi maro or baby office masel baby lang koramo ngariya competition ra talent Selong edea wasaigal gimo ngay makarada apply deploy el mortigal adal tira ospe o makarada waigal resource gidel applied research and development sel bomong ngewang gire la extension services ay gaigal services ra ministry maral mo help ra either ang adra sales mo masibra sel or ang hukta o mga dal no deploy ra fat so ay gaigal ngar al sel extension services Sel mo ngayima tora accessibility to market agi umral waseng kire production ergit ding bakarang ado siga aldo ulay gigit production ay sigit table ngarabay ay gigit mukuraw le muktubra al sela belang makarang al mora market mang sabel mora consumer Eselong lorma a sel tora knowledge management. Di al soma mal dimru la ron bagiba mo ngi gibom smart. Gira mal capture ay gid el knowledge retain interpret mo sib ira to other understand is share. So ay gid ay gora areas of work ra ministry. Mama 74 al auditor del ministry ro gir work collectively towards this vision. Sera 2023 ang for mama either tamne resign or tamle ang anya terung le retire. 43 kama marsal, 31 kama mardil. Tiray kita tim berkita kalet angar alit. Elak ti segida mo mong ulbong hotel ko ang nila ministry elak mong ulmom sa angel director agriculture Mr. Akaskar Ungulbay mong mo take honor cell next.
Oi, malungin litaswel bebilung kam tirgal terul asal bungem, tirgal lungin litaswel mora Minister of Finance, ngirmang Moses Uludong, keman sulam mora belum mutelme, ma delegate elect Gibson kanai, tirgal malu togubet lungin litaswel mora Minister Stephen Victor, nyau ulmetal Ministry Amafe Aungil Merai. Belakad mo na tukura siya. Belakad mo na tukura siya sa mong lada ka sa mul o yisi. Si Silwal Kura Mission al-ubeng ngosingel Bureau Agriculture ilgere la blur belaw ma osingel Bureau Agriculture mergida adwela se agim grang e ngosugumiu al adr belaw الموضوع الأوساس الموساس المرامجيت الأوساس المرياقال الغربي بولا تبرا بلاي الآن كذا development symposium Agi reglo ng seo kumya adra blur belase magarang ada develop patel agriculture industry moving forward. Sila ko di i-develop so del se minister udoy wajel tinyo adra brigelo ase short and sweet. Next. Ngakadi malot terima gele Kora deita la Bureau Agriculture ikan nama mereka telarak meng kelela babi yang melang mas mubutok. Melang mubutok kelela babi the produce lengerang melang mubutok kelela babi sen 5-star hotel a president tengah nekeng a old tobo. A melang mas tekela ada kelela babi. Ang ligela babi mong direkan blang mas. Lengarang kadane expand the sel mle util bla babi ni mangal mle 3-star. Kadana gilungin mo 5-star. Mla mo betok ang ligela babi 12 ma. Ang ligela mal kal 12. E gautel ligela wasi ang ligela dabar. Maral me. Klungela babi dul tabdila slaughter house okpam ko mo sele Korb Milan 2020 morbaf sila 2021 ang direptil mediyo. Kalam tenge ngirmang segidil timing mlanya gel babil other belaw mkurol gidel sele ngarakil conference. RO sense. Kadam gorior tagidil COVID-19 au ulmung mlodiak alborngin. Ngulbos I mean comme ngulbos. Makadam lo ase laikal babi blada bagoro laikang mor ma PLA imtigelo gul adlo babi ablu belase medre lia klol ma kitla babi le ngela dis mungoram lorngi Emlonia mondai mutul gerar ada PLL gerar buli selase. Meme satia laga monia klagwat. Marbuli samlom tetekering. Aul mledrapa nambira babira sela hausul merio. Tora malg diregan nang mas klungela kalila malg doltob lengrang se klungela malg malg doltob nya nekeng diregan blang mas mungkin der merura betogel kalil wajil kut repeat tekela malg doltob dan nekeng diregan blang increase namo betok leng kedemlongal tengah temlos bedel maya beesel Nisela da bara Taiwan, el mei mgdo meu, mung be esa gel do sing breathing stagger git. Gel sala wingil sal, gel dila wingil mel. Dios isul mora babi. Ngungi rezil. Da bara mendire el mral mol bab. Bobtoka ngal gela da bara musbedel مروس المرغمية أضرب له. كما مدنير أقول لك الويدن على ستير يا التوكل بريسيدنت بيبسا أجملوا نكين نورين سير ريبون قاتين سيل ألين تاع تيجي بريسيدنت تيجا 5-star hotel يغاسكار مرة أضرب لجين غاسي ngaramang 5-star hotel. Abugulan yung mga amlamay sabit pa rin rabul ade bilung mlak kay gel dam ko kasi 5-star. Ngarawul mo 5-star. Hindi nga laro mringi ada ubrio ramol msakalel. Mo mereka lomur yung mablat tingel mo raw. Hindi nga laro mringi nga esel tawaran mo. Tamol chensa si trabet ring. Tamol chensa bilela illel. Ngada kan hindi lang okasay. Hindi mitira botang. Agus pangra mangra estira malmo. Sel bila amra ne kengawai say. Ayel babi mamal gadi ilalak milira adamol maka. Temel mol ol matotool. Temel lolungul matolungul. Mo edeklog matirin temil magisamilil. Mo ewaklog matedo mutumon sakalil. Aun ma president trip sa si kaskar tiang 5-star. Kami adire kal media semlonia groundbreaking sel chicken slaughterhouse meat processing facility sedor el altan aurora mara el alunga de ingil motungil al sel blay mosbe el lomu laurior sera algo no dore timlarin tigel ada sabal merbela trena al ad laurior magi milenga generator mo magi orus tagel msiling mlomlara laurior tigel tangar tigel temil staff ra life stack ngatiam tigel asmi lo toda sausage bacon maham na tiga semong sesel البول مرق ديليجيت كاناي نسمل دي أنتقا أمال نيرمان نسمل دي يوم أمام البابيل ماي أو شيء نسوق بيجون ما سوسيج ما هم الترمول vacuum pack yung man muskaw man morablim alo ko mo lo otraw sige da muktegse direkal 5-star masay sulang ministere kulbesel mukat kirunga se agero kul facility da bureau agriculture age 5-star nganya kemlongan tengah-tengah belon masuk dalam mangnya surah FAO mengenai gel bekpenya project Kimorut tel blur belaul mor adro mal ma al adro babi. Agel dom godoy delegate kanal wasen integrated farming. Kumguruling kalmal madil mula goyas magil goyas el moyas agel del melim. Agel del adel melim harvest mora magit mora apply mora arm. Saya muktasel integrated farming. Kam dengi delegate kanal wasek namo telal obera esare monusa sele nusri yang bek petanya la dalam ngani bilung meskum ga me guk ngani aswam yasal jagal ngani siltam en sebab mulgot tigel biqren ngak lo bro sel wase nswa ngal yasai itira mo gut mok di daga bo bes misa mistade ngwal qaw tamo gut mok o de ngwal ko wase legi da del melem yasai namo radin be ngai kemia amadingi ngaringi tigel tirga gidele bipulga abilin asangram lungui tirga di belolom kodol mera obisra sesengin mangase mem si bailel sersam setra uror lobisra sesam ruri kodiom kodol ngirmang etego sibura sersem dik panoling til ngirmang wase kongom lia sersem magomin morakul yamsil egomsip. Next. Kami amadil was ngaring sele tangari. Taiwan Technical Mission sel nganekeng. Tiga dua seta partner agency. Kit maglorol provide service la tora agriculture el mora blur belau. Sel ADB project sel gela taro. Seguida example ngasi. Temru la waffles, la taro flower. Makmaloni termino gul ngatiang. Au era morale Carol, e bosem arma gel taro flower loru. Oi, ora dit narmul. Okay. Komen. Ma o morale mngakliw. Abo siya next. Tigo ay sirmira el alto tau. Yakmura belau modok ni high school. Naling sel project la IOM, ma Bureau of Agriculture, ma Taiwan Technical Mission. Mlomru la bli la delom, bru la bli amal, bru la nusri. Se delegate kana abodo spernil esa model project muragal bek school ablur belam wase communal ngal school as milom grol odimil mal sab in malma odimil yasai le kida ama mafer delegate kana mal milisi sel tora MOOH luase healthy eating mung amok tega segida asa skula moswel dingil mugro lagalel mung fresh ewira badingen akum daswe ndigegid ya maltwal di yo ay sergido ase agero gul service la Bureau de Agriculture lol tobd amumlisi ila agriculture industry ablur belam. Edirek lo basel lo señala Minister Victor lo hace food security agle dangar allet. Komam sula.
ngil litaswel ba ngakang klaka dilbud ang akuk mo msa daigel lurior biurol ngi akuk mo Ya mo otuti sel rungula la ministry wasagale dangar alet. Tokora Amerigel lagi mo present taigel tatul wasa lagi merul as a bureau mo increase ako production ma food security ra belur belaw. So Bureau of Fisheries, Bureau of Fisheries ang nga three divisions nga nga coastal fisheries, aquaculture, oceanic. Esel ruk mandate tergidra, office tergidra Bureau of Fisheries awasa mo manage and serve, develop nearshore ma offshore resources, mo benefit ra other belaw economy. Nga ngaringi doritul adada lo riertel office tergid main office rakama mangara ngamala tel Bureau of Fisheries samle most adam dangali marine resource Bureau of Marine Resource segidamle executive order na chance a ministry adira kana rename ra Bureau of Fisheries. El actimos mada babiragel activities el bureau na remul elang arisel kuk program marigi del lol ngasewa gal state mangaringi 6 el ice machines el obis sergida ol ngasewa gal states el maintain amoktagar sawa sagadon ngasewa other omenged among Alam mo subesaiga awanal slides. Daktegidel. So elasel momesring ngara left se shasing ngara kuk adama mabne trainer local fishermen el wasay magrabot o manya darafat. Fada the agadep for fishing aggregating device yaiga the deploy ngawal yar fishermen amo omenge draigel tirakal mokta kaniya wasakada tral reduce fishing pressure yalgo near shore stocks tergid elasel momeser se shasing emnariya 15 el fishermen emle attend tel fisheries training tirakal el tarawir gimorongil lobangel la division ra coastal collecta daira our fishermen. So what we do agi mastatiri ra ruler enter into an MOU lobantatir trigal individual fishermen collecta daira ra aldarir. Sel momes en wase 86% tra gagi del aldarir apelachik. Ya 14% tania with fish man direkal mo super sel moktagarido aseng swada el encourage adan mo o manged ngawal reduce fishing pressure ra near shore gid. Sel momes el badul sel right ngani sel kuk shasing el semnaringa workshop ra bureau el lolis akrado semra the process angirla patokal timer ada di wase tokoro omengeda di morar sa almaruba kandi sa kuk tokora processing ya malclor roller ar maas ar dealer processing esa training awalul ngosergi del waseng magrado lis akrar adal ngal ngirla el may processing mo wa sausage bacon diula bacon na pork tuna bacon turkey wa samosas hindi also magi mo invite kami in the future and mel moragal workshop or training and dakal sa mal more pa expectation kami len dakal 5-star a building ra kama malwara adrasers el aigal tel mames ringir el anga map pregal father blada deploy right now en ngaringi 6 el active el father gid mle 7 millo adawan earlier this month ngaringi father ngarang artmau segi the millo other. Ngarang ayang or along Orior el ngara west ma Orior el east ma ngarang esar. Aigal fada direkal dulu riorgi the mati NC e waseng magrada dol ngasar fishermen el access fishing grounds efficiently من داخل سلمى لقنم ذا بطغل اللو مرين لا أرى لا اللو ما إلهم هايقال father كمان ما جيم ديبلو لو بنقول لا eco boy eco sounder devices نسبة لا fishermen المو log in أو مس ركلونية لانير لنا مؤذ الرجال boy راو إير التوب ذن مو أمنية الرجال boy ngarinya information ma website sab amal mo o mesari mong sab amam provide the information el director after el atyang aguk ngalswila bureau el mora abebira state el girela ice machine sel lulda swaseng swadar ngasera other omnge del maintain a quality ra aldrir patol times kada wasagada other omnge de qadqora di matarqak la aldi dal qadi lo ice ndi mraning swat sell fresh ngal ngir mong sab eda lo trul ngar baba aral era premium price then dira kalmani workshop lo bantatra adra costal أجيم لي inviter بتوع البارتنر سرقيد الواسين مغربو ذا ذاك ذا مصر غوك تغرى ذيرارا بيلاو قدم له أمس واسي traditional knowledge أجري ذا must start to incorporate not only modern science but traditional knowledge into decision making الديركت مو inform a policy سربيلاو and then direkal one bureau or ministry gimri really wagim gora trial raise awareness ratora offshore mlani sel work to nadel mlani ra last year mla rireng sa isel agimle invite tirgel guk semmong ra affiliate yangiglem نرجع competition العملة 6 الأدم اللي compete الفيلية تونا نترقل نرجع competition أمرو الغال so say one رغور عملة ريورا ministry وسمى غرا encourage هذا المو مرولا or fish تو أمني هذا النوع لما غوك وليس أكثر نالجيل درقل mga pelagic or offshore ngirlem el atel slide agora dimo o oti aguk shasing rega local fishing companies tergid ministry dire kalmal namo klo ngalswir el mora igal tul gombalil lo omnge darbela ngaria abofi ma PCFC and then etirgang amle contribute abofi ne contribute around 7,000 pounds or 2023 mora local market PCFC and contribute around 9,000 pounds. السلوك دبورة تغورة offshore غارية يقال تدل سن long line ما percent السرعة 2023 ملانية دوري 8 اللايسنس البيلاسرة أومنيد 16 يقال long line البلاد لايسنس عملة Japan flag التورني تايوان flag يا وان عملة Palau flag يا 16 رجعي دلتوري 8 تملي البلاد لايسنس برسين إلا البرسين رجعي ده لايسنس إن دالو أو من يدرى السيل بلاو Adi imalo omngedra el selbela wa igay the long line. Ashaba la o omngede mol offload ra shaba landi igel di imol offload ra bela wa igel el dille la bofima PCFC. Ela seguk tabara tora aquaculture ya obis regid el selngara ngamla la amal sorry lo ay susem lo sabaril mali additional species tel facility regid ra ngamla ala nga tara batangel la malibs el katangir el mali ra obis regid. And then I'm learning Dori 1000 el chan clam el distribute el mar farmers Ersera 2023. Direct kami sa other officer gid el long farmers el construct 16 el BS el farms el 10 ring am lorang aram langoy mas 6 ring am lorang SR. Le ngani about 150 chan clam el bled donate el direct ma conservation programs ngani am lora or state ma ngar along. El sel wukta para tora rabbit fish en lani 47,000 el fingerlings em no sabe el mael distribute el morar farmers التريجل ملي صبر الهارفست 2023 ملي harvest around 2,000 pounds last year. السل تبرة تورا milk fish ملاني 47 الميلك فيش منو صبر المرة والدة أغرى مي غرورة أوبيس ترجيد 20 ريني عملوا سبقل adjust المر conditions را أوبيس ترجيد الآن نمو سبقل الوسط ready to spawn أذوق ممل را عمل فيش. Direct kalbabir dom garor obis sergi dangania tiger prawns ma sea cucumber ma sea grapes. Aigel tiger prawns sable the distribute around the 75,000 ringil mora ngatpang ngatpang ko mang SR. Ngani aigel bes el earth pants el blel langay gagi del shrimp el malmong or tiger prawns el modwal. Sectora sea cucumber en direct ngani le 400 el mall 1,000 el aram room el bleda produce mlo sabe de direct lo ngosera bebira partner sergi del state el construct cages ra igagi del or ranch farming ra igagi del sea cucumber. And then it's the last sea grapes or ayang omebudo el direct no sabe del muguruli ra obisergi ra ngamala mle gatanga melgora introducing il morar adara balurs in the world tuna day mlania surbel direct gimburuni malnawni la afit pagar adalo saying it could be a potential el product el mora local market. Dimlay gay la update ra bureau kumam sulang.
Masaul trigger adra obister gidra mafe ma selguk isela 5-star hotel الآن غذقرا مجيء جدا الغريق المرسل ترى مقامدي لبلور بلاوس التغرا دراكس مقدمو أنتيرا تشيب جيني سانغباو را narcotics enforcement unit الممسكي the presentation ارتير.
Ali. Ilita swelve amang bilum as adrogui tiliget ma minister maruba. Alga school to bet selo romiu mamsulang amlele have a message morangal ka school sel tour the indra presentation ana. So thank you students. Ngaklega kani sangabaw chief officer gidra narcotic enforcement unit Rablu Belau abla police kanya 7 division ringi kanya patrol division fire machel marine law CID ma officer gidra nar 7 mara imo ma juvenile justice ya Makalamo lu ragma email ragal police yang kita partner kan ngasel detektif Palo ma yimal ngal tato bis kita radrak sel mo samal bikut tatrardil yimal uspe ardil ngam lamo ma elon ragal police nga usen tim la patrol le dirga mira on board namo almost 4 months yeah thank you makmamul saya kita missioner gitu sa drugs nda ka gidim sirabe atogora makitalgar gidim marawa gambling ma human trafficking agidil sel sa gambling elo sing financial crime arbur belau ya obisi kita tidak nganya ikado sing kaina nekale bilis melung la amkitalgar dire melung la nganatura bilis Lukti tek, lalu belum lah, gaya kita le tamarabos, lalu mendub itself. Abang. Legal members assessing ra kay sera 2021, emo 2023. Makoy kita more segit years ago. Yeah, from there ko bigil mer al-rak. May gaya kita okay sa gambling mal di atas sina involved beringi. 3 years ago. Yes, arado lala ba atrak sembek mur belau wa tosik prolel la sing igam gara dosis brablur belau. Mi gida bebira technical to tura balet emat asela balet etbur supporter belau. Kita Adin tengek melase beberapa bulan adam lamo legalize marijuana le tau marak masengkar nak poger sengkar di kita ada belau adi ko akal polis adi enforce sel beska ada olbi jila segeni mugul la marijuana mututiala mural mugul magyo magidi kemal lori ringi mega kita marijuana momesel lagi mo magi itmuk e malmer order suesaba Sel tidak apa officer kita human trafficking. Sel human trafficking ada kadi lo officer pula polis lagi dia lo pentir ada labor. Le ikan adital maral le most tegay sera human trafficking adi ada orang tu belu. Ya ada belau business ada belau le kena clear ada belau ling la gele la clear ada belau unless entore FIB Foreign Investment Board orang clear ada orang tu belu. Next. Look, alang sige dele ngarak le. No, sel imora Microsoft Word. Sel outer tiang emor sel imo mara file. Wala dongi le ay kal mun mesa atora 3 years ago. Elang fokus lagi del mer elal 2024. Januari mo elal November 21. Aigal Lorenz elal sils kula semak lodrak serbelau el ice Michael Lorenz asing program rebelau tor accident mobil merom man tamal larat atau radi elal 2024. Melang ko sengit 3 years ago na ditem sa 2024. Oh, kamu mereka siasing. Selemet toy la se bulis ngralobli langani drugs ringi pulis tala dol drugs pulis ngarak klon makita londible elal tak pas ngaram maklo wa git orang sing kurang maklo drugs kali de pulis sa involve makukmit kliaw re ramal merabler pulis lenda sebekal una respect tergawe mamang bilum kamilo kang artiang alak rela regal una respect tergamu makahalok sira bla pulis kamu tulwa komersil hotel slide tidak kot cagit jangan sedikit cagit oi jangan rai 8 point gramal jamak tul lais 8 point gram mau dua angara almost $100,000 tiang ardil polis angilun marakwam mersoy belau flying marakwam lengas kogi United mersoy belau ardil polis magimil dami malur kasing asum dengan atak serbelo kami ukserber kamam segi dim gepok lawer ngagi ardil polis elal time ang simle mengira ukor daitangi dakpa detail di general lagi ngadir ka siraber dak siraber dir ka na file bol dong ya or daitangi ngam next mal tatra tel administration ra president ma first lady kan tinul dire abai pa alam mulur belau mal champion ya first lady mai agi da bi ragi sa abai pel bulop tem bida malul luro tira atra akastoms tiang aku telgai sera abai pel gagi derdil di tati balo agil makli yang rakor to mesti 10,000 fine 5,000 fine ila rakam no mlori ti la rabai pemse soi sebela ngana sa na semula vape mola me soi poses malu kamalo goringi annex la ya kita babira la sige pelele mo bisir ngario sige left tanga se ice sige ta pagai modelo seminar ke na post ya dia kal dire kal tilngar support malu skogi o skogi limber airport din dire kami dulu ramai lagi siya ko madali pong raklet lalo. Kamlu till next. Gagi, tidak ko si Crowell o tu argang sing rescue kaya nga klelo dalo tu. Nguli daw to sa dalas tiabli lakal mja ka to o sira pera raklet. Again to si Crowell dalo sa sabay kang. Mluto. Okay, migay kita ikel dire kal baby ramlulte amsay kita albak sa seringi ra post office. Mega amne lang lak ngara 280 grams. Mutu angar almost $300,000. Again, active man din aiga madi ala 2024. Dalam umur 3 years ago. I'm next. I'm looked. Okay, aiga ludo dumul mes earlier. Aiga udo to tigdam lai. Alok yusa sa sing tigdam lai. Kome sa gabi labiyang, mategi dalbat, ngotya sa sing pulasing, maharatraks, ingkira mandi protector ka kora, adakal tat hindi ka abo serbelaw. Therefore, tala bagay dalbat nga bitartir luangarang, ega kalbul si stop nga latang lating apat ng tetak, hindi ka ngulom naso. Masya ko oti dia katulasing bagay alaf, nga adal under influence dia ka normal alaf. Ela sai kita le tutul jangan 10.3 gram. Si limol siplak kita mal atar magit teman melak lungel siplak. Siawat kita siplak al beli lasos sel igal fried fish na kle lo lasos al sel. Si semal kita siplak. Ese sel belagay ka 10 gram. Ngula sa 10,000, 5,000 na gram. Hindi sumleng lakla aralan mo email darta sa sen maklo. Yung oti pula say adak sa pela lam maklo. Lihat itu masalah taklah, lihat sum lihat sum mau kering, sum lamuk keluar tak serbelau. Next, saya kita pek tebom beseringi, 1028, elarak. Oh, oi. Aigan mun mesel evidence, aigan mun mesel guys, aigan mun mesel ice, mutet tiagit, akmal di adrasina. Dia bok dictate sa ngeral guys, si makultu no, ngaringi ala time adrasina. Sistem le wala la slide na ngal ko belaw el bulis belaw mo ko la sendia kal dil other belaw ma kama mel tiga ban tic kama bulis blue laygang. Kaya dito kala sinam lang met soy solo laygang. May gaya naman maklokral met soy solo blue velon. May di ata sina. Ikita mo pasin lang mo niya direct flight. Macau, China Airline, iya. Nam next. Nuto. O di ayo kadi ver pulis lo kadi olungul tede kaskara te kalau mungkin marijuana. Okay, akti aligay plambes rogui. Aligay plambes sasing maklas mouth. Lagi rasa ebulis mung mata makarang. Melat makarang apa? Aigah sasing plambes mata makarang ada solution. Mal betok. Ndik mandi makmu bebil. Ada olbi lam lepas alar mandi meratrak songli. Kias bail. Kias bail al madala pula kias bail la pula sing. Asu makmura korto. Kias bail pula sing gira di harus tial kias makto rakas studi mira kortik tengah. Nalla kakti alsi menalat time. Ya before level band. Sikado siya tamek blik mlai word terseludo terskak. Elan kias bail siya kot tulungil ataban tate sembora kita tablu marbulis seling. Misalnya ada mal alsim ni tak ada mal lom dah mereka lang alsim emang kira kay kakor tatering makmal lorang sudah ada tinggal ada olbil. Again elal time turun madaming yo ay serming mulwasing. Ngani atas yan lopte merato dai soko 100,000 kias pel. Elal time turun di ay serming 100,000 kias pel teman masaul segidul goring. Kias pel telepon di malmol Allah sa kanang duda lang hara to da mingira kortaitin di laging malmol me duk mangil kom an maraming sisel la fentanyl la agar dia kalau sem kita lah ungkar los pinat hospital is certified los pinat hospital mora operation dum mora OR di lusura at mo dia filaring le operating. Hindi radam lang dito ko timsil ka. Radam lang ulmi osper ni albara bluing di imol kaya ilmuto kaya tulabras ya ad overdose ng math. Once you tulabras ya equivalent mara 5 ad osper ni di mata sel time. Ya last week ra Wednesday ya radam ko mamil 157 fentanyl ra post. Ikita me post ko mo ko tokmeder belaw. Nakmido di elo se hopefully hindi kalber belaw. Elang direkal President Tasera September el raging indilia autopadea executive order ngil el 489 lulasing CBM coordinated border management janga malungil di pulis mata customs mata hospital mata tiga rogul motmai kita war on drugs maklur rogui management level obal mon material other Melang akamlo rolbira last month no yung nortal dusing hot seat oversight tapi kami atur atraks di nga malim ka email ko sa ring remain repeat ring yak mula say track test arbulis employees government hindi nga kalbulis ak masin track test arbulis lela al time mas asum positive rice positive marijuana nga niya tirata ila duk mar process ling civil service plek kami dari las olbilas asum ko pulis positive rice right there menala el top there's no second chance sila ngarang arbulis ang oath el momot mokrak ngargif maukret other belaw again ya autocluter tiagid mula ba sir belaw kom ngel iwai wenga arbulis hara ice obabo sa mangargif aron ding make sense to jagat safe rogo o yang agim lang songs obis atrak sa dinan arbulis ngaring nabla bulis rogi almost ngara 120 laf ngara over 35 la adam na ya tamna relocate or na design o siga biraw rior magim lang songs ding nganya hiring active hiring al mangemi magidire kan malim dura to bila sing give us something lukasen to business ang advertise lon ngusen ngal adan sen me bulis salary insurance ngara clear Ilang nga natokol TCU Transnational Crime Unit ra Blura Pacific Australia kwam masaya ba lamay ka rokul tayo medr gid 21 lebelum akmo dil tay gid lenga katigam na Vanuatu asum kanya adal suspect kwam Australia adra FSM Marshall Island etedi nga ka gida ada bela member ngi etedi wa segani ngagi dal ada eko bela mga mesang ngigi digel across the board ra Octisia Pacific esel dungur mora beyond the Pacific il mora US edem pom sa da Interpol Malaysia wala ma Interpol may gidi gil communication di link mali kayo kita malungil ak pwedeng wat 2 minutes temiu ak narvan natura last week for 1 week lo il wasal to adrak sa busal sing nganya kay serata fitil serata December last year mo January lalir etimil dami ya 4.6 tons sel ice tons hindi ko dilak ng tons sa warak lamut la brother amlay ya kami imagine sell 4.6 tons ice lupe mrafiti ya destination niya mnara Mexico il mrafiti il maradial il pura sa fiti mara sela warehouse muturi pakai seringi oban mo marosili mar Australia ma New Zealand le se aklo user seringi ling dia kalau ngilau tu dengan, lok tulik tiagi dengan, mereka itu LPS saya lurior, lagi lama mereka melase, tiga lu itu mereka tidak sinar berbelau, mereka lupa bira Pasifik, abela lama tera transit point, jangannya pay del priman so ngatur ada melambil tak lalu badrak, nanti tu belno la tora Pasifik, mesti tilir tora TCU ma Interpol. Itu baik sekarang mesti tidak ada yang ego. Jadi wanita ini dia belajar tim nasi dalam latih. Mungkin sentem tesi rabe rablu sing masuk makmer mau ngarangi ya kangarang. Lengan spesial direct flight tergi dari Nauru airline yang mora Brisbane. Segi sel hot road de los Pering. Ngabela ada kalau mora transit point. Ndak luldas so ding meral toy. Ya sengaja MOU kita lo panggela atra customs. Ma post immigration labor yagidil MOU tira other finance ako tulungil ling yagimaka ng sura tora audior ma information tora drugs ling nakse man digmam gima dos per other blue ay sa ngarang-aring ilang tuta kun meser atra mesin martiang atra Taiwan ma US siapal martiang tidak kemaklo angin sembil marar bulis, tokol emo imlam katmok lirar bulis atau kora alap, may galak maralap, malu betuk meral, tokora bot kera atau murder, malu training, ay embassy malhil pergit. Nakmal daw nang sudah ada koro state, special rule orior, madam bilung, tel korfia ako tel help. Mal help ramal lukurior 24 hours mal help ling lamos itu menek masih terada giri lomes terada giri kora omais lamos streamline veram ratora surveillance ma intel lagi makarang tiamal help programa ko mam sulang ngani sele doseng lip para bulis law enforcement explorers program tiang NGO within bla bulis el telobis ra chief of justice hedringi chief sanya olgaril tiang amal elituk mlora ngayangal ya sera Tuesday tamlora blilyo mangayawr rola bagal kainain awareness marang ka school tora tracks mlakat tel ukam ngodu urgi telibe tira marang ka school tira kamro egal awareness yalang agar asing mga kalak sa inyo kumakarang siya ko tuklo challenge ramam atang tateling ngani MOU lo mengila adra agreement tira adra crime lab legal drugs labor set tamam ta analyze ya bal tema lagor tema repelau tema long sergit it's a long term plan asing musel mo nala repelau yes sabil agar asing matakaramo benefit awatang ngarak tetel puto kam suil laring ding ngilul das seling natop ta usra mare la sing gile mo nala belau leo Yes, aiga nga mal digi del lorior bulis hindi rara mal yemal murmur office attorney general. Ye gi mal ospar adra lar. El alta adra office ra attorney general la hoteng songs. Mal songs. To kagay isang kasi el alta se di kesada se di file. Di nga umendiak mal masang. Ling ana recommendation la se me pon ra adra la di bol di fokus ator adrax. Misalnya simpan nyawa maklul guys, wamur tergay, sila kalau dulu mengedil fokus setiagid, bol enough ra adra, gitu adra la. Ya adra ke mal betul kan atas sini melapte emang, naktul setiagid mal di end of the day, tiang mati beluak, ndak saya terplasing, gurir bulis kabung, wan yang anak lel bulis, makanya bulis sama tiang mati beluak. Tiga ngalget, tiga ngadaf. Melam umur tu saya sih melam betik ada bentik cerit. Mak madon tik murgi tu rogo asing, madi tril toy. Tril word. Report. 488 TIPS tips. 488-8477 saya tips. 488-4952 so bisa adrax. 775-8033 seller ngak dia rule number 1 dia kuger bakaw katang akdik merasa I'm listening mata belase kamu mau tu aku rings alas abak mau close terang ke school kamu tahu aku mau ke school datang tata mata mengerti lo mes sedikit ngal school kamu tahu itu atam to ive please ngal school please stand up. Aku mau tulis lagi, aku bisa ngomong senior, kamu nak remember nak tiris aku. Maybe some of you were freshmen here. Mr. Delang artiang, dia mendengi. Asuh mangal kasku loptem, atau ratraks. Kita lihat seneng ice. Mana ada orang kabur belau, mana ada orang rakot. Muka isa sing keluar telem dia semton mablu legal mas kantinas kurang kali. So right now we're trying to spread a message. But as soon as the future education, stop now. Asum komdas, malah komdas beringin. Kau sular.
Mal masaula chips ang abaw sa malungil presentation ringi. The malamal mara program ringi deng malungil temed. Melal time okore the malamal mara program ringi mamlamor sel time el kukpod ng single el next presenter el mo present ra kuktokora tourism policy framework update. Makadamo alangitra alang sub the chief of compliance ra MHRCTV mang Mertel Madale mamaskida presentation ringi. Kada malo langitra kalorang arbekla deng maldi imeng kaigi deng yamade el tablong el presentation el belbaskida angel chibra ayud madirek el honorable minister Jenkins ra MOE di kaigi del trill el presentation amade el egida morsel awarding ma closing ra program ringi. Okay. Ngagida chief masubod al mlamay adire kalo benggel edim lak taliang klel amis sulay tultul al memo benggel et mo maskita presentation ertir mal masaule tolmol edigu ay selwaseng dir kamalmol melangariya igel snacks selangara ma light refreshments selangara arbay and the Laura la presentation maalda do agora gida diligid el murattab la arbay waqt nga yasna gid. Thank you.
Madang malungil tali al silsel mergid rogoy ngakangatyang al direk al gora facilitator consultant tra ADB Order of Ontario Governors Association. I've been working with a consultant at ADB Maalang ele currently ang Chief Compliance Officer, okay, Bureau of Tourism. Gingartan masadar tegi del Palau Sustainable Tourism Strategy. Gidawngil madingal wasea tourism teya awada dul waseng fisentaru gidar other belau. Te iselo malu ora economy gid mangirel malungila a planner gidar girel el altam el dora el badula agro da kadanga el sila recovery el mora agro de matayid el strategy giba masadringi ulmo el government ano bangela Palau Visitors Authority Bureau of Tourism madirek el ADB PSDA mlot magi mga tmukartayid lurior. Next slide. Makuradi mo tong tumiaral gimulgiungi emerutiang alak kalwi de kadi ko bakal mora before pandemic naringisel narinya plan lagi dara tourism el dung Palau responsible tourism policy maneungil plan ndio de silis para arsela covid ndim nakatal do ramal mo implementing which is right time sa arsela covid da baim do start el mga tmukri gidel girel tayidel el next phase ra plan gid matayid la sera el alir ra January egim ang lo start tawlo el girel mang ako tulo uling tamnay trigal consultant tra January elang ara toward the end rail wal tarakal dongot mo kertel urior clow urior le kadom building ira bar maap mang narinya consultant tel May ra January ya March sing tadirakal git maklisay gidel el survey Lovangel editorial consult of three stakeholders. Survey alakal with baby regidan ngartang amle involved in assembly online survey. They turned out almost 600 responders. Silgirel tegidel plan. Tara malungil survey. Nilaw da sweder will other no involved was say kada makarado to matmok tegidel plan regid. Martingam nariya workshop at tegidel will operators at involved para tourism. June noringagel one-on-one state consultations. Unfortunately, Kirira governors in Teregalvec state, they're the one that really took effort one-on-one consultations. Lome Saigel Baluri, they was a magarabol develop para tourism. El Moragel Aigal State Rababel Dab. We're not counting or Malunila tourism development. Hindi Gaigil Baby Rabelua. Mallo one-on-one release Saigil state profile active. September, Yamno Naringitianga Saigil first draft presentation and more Milgat Mokle al November, so the Mutal Malmum Isil was say. Where we are at that planner didn't ngar omroilel mo marek. Next slide. So tayo da wal gora ne do daira do ruringi so kalkmilwa say tial sustainable tourism framework tiang agidro ko yang mga tmokring hindi kadil Tiamla community, moral mail, mora national government. Selmo mestring yung mura community, tirigero adal involve, rarolela tourism, malubet ang mga tmokkartil, mga tmokkartil girela, autoririn mora visitors selmay, mora state government, mora environmental, mar NGO, el mora public sector, el mera national government. Mete selvo el meregen clocle del beklaad. Noringa I madaringi, noringa udeswedringi, noringi ayel ulunguledra al sel. Mang mira tourism todo ngalim lastak tel alta mingire del gut makli del girel maktingul morse baingun sa alang gay amrut raurior mang mo telgivel isi segi del strategic mumil garangi egi girel ger man masaul
Ali Maluil litasil sil meridro koy again ang angkli ka alang al yani mesub da ko ay angkli adra bili ka last year symposium aktilil 2 times tekman lumarur yang kala dala kana mayre nga ngarsa kasik tilibel or adha kalik lamal lemre adal direct la malik tilibel by mosoro titikal adra finance atimis ka 15 minutes mangkora tilibel contradict again nga ka start to tell as a consultant through ADB. And because of the work, dos pera, bilas el office na Bureau of Tourism, el malos pe aklol nga so Minister ngira am lego head appoint na kad mo BS the first ever chief division of compliance ra Bureau of Tourism, el moltaw tra igagi the regulations ra tourism. So ngungil lurier leng kado Mr. Tel team regida el year from recovery to growth, because recovering from post-COVID to the next decade kung lasing suadal mo paduligir. It's not a question el morar mangutuling ra other belaw. Question el morar other belaw rogoy. Lego do mesar other belaw kung lasing ngaraigel sa beed, ngaraigel dospe, magala la government el belo so is feel like gid el mogal sa sila other balu. So sige la gim blam so di ko foundation sira. Can you go back to the last slide? Foundation sir tagil strategy kung lasing ka strategy el other belaw really el morar other belaw. El strategy do mo uliringira community merabab. Mangman le close to tell adoro ako comparison or tagid mo as strategy gid masel lemut. Le sel lemut tam le response el more 2015 also is bakmal klol lidi sira okyak. Edim no dakasa kami 30. Ma sel focus or sige strategy mal ne pointed towards conservation and less on development. Makarada help lang sila adrabalul in conservation comes development mo sabi adrabalul benefit ringi. So sila Mr. Segil Foundation sa ngomoro community, mora state government, mora environmental NGOs, mora private sector, mora national government, and this new tourism strategy it's going to play as a bridge between communities and mora national government. Next slide. So take it la current the table of contents or sel mob as a strategy do mesering. Kadama ko more sel introduction, el mo identify background ma purpose or tell strategy. Direct mo ngaring ya gagada belum sodek mo sa kaya best tourism strategy magal alan mo Palau development plan which we adopt as a national level plan. Direct mo alan ringil mo global tourism context. Magdo mesra mlonia omusubel gela tokorak lang godang tablo adol rogir. Kasi ngaraigel sorry ra adol morngir elang after COVID. Tela ludo dalongoy ton. Tomora belul telang awdo del lolto del mara adorir. Magigit la rogul do mesel kulaseng magaradang mels subo el got maklik ay del best strategy mo atter ablulaf. Next section ni kadamos mo di Sustainable Tourism Strategy Foundation sa luul kasi ayang ngaram le mokte karingil interviews ma consultations. Mokte karingi amle kolekta o singira adra balu kumla se ngarasel so mi lo meserngi ra the next 10 years ra sila tourism rebelaw. Ang so mil mesang sustainable, ang so mil mesang eco-friendly, ang so mil mesang musukaw do. What do you see? What do you need to see from the tourism in the next 10 years? So with those information, gimblong magi draft options el bodo mesel el vision regid lobanggela goals lobanggela guiding principles. Elas el section 3 was a state-based destination analysis. I'm honored to be here presenter tagil section like the section ako to close to talil. Get understand kasi other belawa or get the other belawa 16 states rigid. Which means 16 nakakarousal administration sa langaringi. Which means 16 nakakarousal priorities rabalu. Which means 16 different level of interest in tourism or different levels or different interest in different priorities sa lalo sa the sector. It took 6 months or half a year. Nga ka director nga ka Melson Migo, lead consultant ka mara Jennifer Bartlett ready ra Australia. Amlo ragal each el belur tel belura tel belura belaw e ogertil mo ase. Ngsomi tourism yal somiu engalangal sang siuringi. Como song sa raaf, como song sa udod, como song sa tora infrastructure. Segil gim nga gigil may egil listan agil specific priorities sa gigil belu. Mang sa amal mo may losses versus el mo es el proposal registry ramam el mo mi ra gigil priorities el mo ranges wel ngaringil available. Mang sa amal streamline ay gagawin the processes mo mamar arad el kamam el BOT ma PBA ma MHRCT dia mo madal kaya gidel ra lagi mo bridge ra communities ra adra blue el mo lagi gidel ngas wal ngaringi mang sedel develop in a pace that's respected by you guys. You guys tell us what you need and then the concentrate el lamas kasi ngaraw ngil pace gid other below developer sa gid specific sector or specific area in tourism. And the number 4 or say the is a strategy of the Mr. country level tourism analysis. Elak kadri ka klo tutelel le in the initial consultations or interviews I gave the local meeting ramam I give le meet lo mangelar other aros sectors my agencies. Le country level ka damas kasi abela wang sabe lo tugura awak lungel angal okya ID sir okya kalbay. Mo magim limit lo mangela ikip PB. IQBing ngarinya capacity tier mo manage development PPUC ngani capacity tier lotugura idisira adal meira in terms ra ralma madengi masuwer. So we went to all key stakeholders kasi are we ready to reach a certain number or more importantly agim lotyo kasi calculate the situation ng ngaringi ngsi adal lotugura telalaf. Magi may gagawin ang karoso numbers el may try formalize ra mechanism el lot of this number that is right for Palau for el alta ma next year ma the next 4 years ma sel mo consult kaya gid strategy. Isel section 5 the most madagel strategy directions again mo all tagay gid mo specific objectives ma strategic priorities or actions el gid mo moklo. Using all like information el giblam collect ngaragel actions el giblam moklo ngar alel taang e magada move forward. Next. So kal di bring up tagid el selgid ro rim the section 3 lo identify agel priorities ra state level. This is a template on how we did the format. Kaya gila mo copy-paste del more al sell mo as a strategy. Each state, Rabalu Belaw, mo 16 pages, or say gila state section, each below, ang kaya gila 1 page ringi, lo ay sa state name, population, land mass. Or say gila first column. On the right side of the column, mo yung mo message sa current destination stage. And the current destination stage, le help programa adra Pacific Private Sector Development Initiative mas kumama ko ra ababiyer mo sa mga identify mo sa destination already or nga gila lang stage. So for example, tingil state ra nga halos peringil example leng tana mas kakakangya ka benor. Ela state ra nga the sangal emerging. So nga niya bibira states yet to emerge leng different priorities or tier. Nga niya bibira states emerging. Nga niya bibira states expanding, ba nga niya bibira states established. Established tadi imol orior. Elay gagi del categories mo help pa kami identify kasi nga ragel mo blokat takal priorities ra each state raw. Yang nga sumuspe. Elamar engel segi del state name ngayon sa visitor attractions magim la lista na gero marine attractions terrestrial attractions يجي روغل sites را بلو ما ذا ما يجي built attractions غني يجي بيبي sites النمبرينيا visitor centers tier or visitor informations or officer tier ما cultural centers ما يجي سل نولاس سل future opportunities يجي ده تملو أجر states كملا سينغرا أو مسان الدراع البول بدي السيم open number أوكيا عندي أو مسان potential رجل mo open number أوكيا ينغرا mo spell mo open رجل number أوكيا سيجي last column مراد mo lista na يجي state tourism priorities بس يجي ذاك من important تلاقي أو مسك kasi elang kok in terms destination in terms current route tourism rabalumiu ang ngani angal sa ngasel sige lagi lista na nagi or in terms sa mga maklilay current truliu ngani angal sa ngasel makaragi mga sukumir say magiging local priorities sige mo lista na sige the bottom section or tag the login page. Next. Like defining guiding principles out of with all the information will give them collect consultations my interview and like principles will give plan draft mula se at best strategy agil mo iti la multirak like agil 7 principles siya ko tak mula se tourism will be inclusive for all Palawans. 2. Tourism development will occur at a pace to be self-determined by Palawans. 3. Tourism development will be environmentally sustainable. 4. Tourism development will be culturally sensitive while preserving and promoting culture. 5. Tourism development will be socially responsible. 6. Tourism development will be built resiliency of people and places. 7. Tourism will bring state and national governments, the private sector, and community together to pursue a shared vision for the future. يجي like 7 guiding principles and more تجي the best strategy to give. Next. Next slide. Oh, sorry nga ako, Mr. Tel iPad na nga. Oh. Ela tegit sel framework mula sa lolol mula sa tel strategy ngoltirak ra ngargel buduliger. Bagda nga sel ko terbabal ngusegi del vision ngid other bay law mula sa ngara osingid ra ato ko lang ko da ngara next 5 years. Ya mo supporters siya igel goals. Ela igel goals amo o gimdir ka collect igel last del data gimos pera baby obis el mo maski tagel numbers mos amol top tagel the goals and swad reach or targets and swad reach by the end of the tourism strategy 2028 objectives el segi the green el third el box from the top ay gigi the lamo o isaac mula sengara ay gidel mokli in what different areas. So with the meetings and the consultations, igib lam arsel mlamit rarugul ath. Igib lam isang 4 ko to close to el theme el gire focus in order to improve and develop our tourism industry. 1, destination management structures and systems. Ngaringi aklol ngal sa ngasel oratel aklakan ko dang rablur belaw ra klol government, ma state government, ma community. Mal makngit communication mechanisms currently. Ding it's not saying el kwase uriyo radi akalangaringi. Uriyo radim langaringi ewngil maral. Ding maknita alda adu radlong ulit. Let's say the communication mechanism adi al exist. So one proposed action amo really a partnership with PVA ma BOT mo leaderingi egi mo mandated the more arogul partners ek mula si kom girelger ngoko nga update tira kami ngoko ra mo speringi. Mang sa edel malmal magagi dal alda adu. Theme 2, tourism supply, products and people, access and infrastructure. Tiang mo maskit sel arangalela supply gidder el altam. In terms of accommodations, our tour operators, our boat operators, transportation providers, restaurant. Igagi daro ko dome sel altam ang enough welcome more visitors. India.
Number 3, supporting conditions for sustainable tourism development. Tagi la direct kmal dos pe eringil moragel omalisi el siobay, omalisi la siobay. Sige el 3 amo focus kasing ngaragel el baby ra support el dos pe el malisi er tagi del tourism industry digit. Mga dos pe ra el training programs el morar adara balu. Asum to sorry el mo involved in tourism et morar watang. Ang kamamel BOT ma PBA amo ngani sige del registry kamamel lo kasi guk priority ar adra malakayok el trainer adarir maging oy critical right el trainers el may mata provide ay el services ya 4 akmal di mongon ela gidal other belaw especially PVA sel omot maklel ma sel isel belaw maradol tra belaw le swadel mo ensure kada alan igalu rere la adra PBA maigal maral happen el sela belaw swad el PBA malisi ira outside the mase belaw aklabo la belaw pristine masela mayor okyak eng swad el ording kalt mokla balwad el proof kula seng maral klabo le maral pristine e kaya el strategy mo help lo ay sa el indicators el bodomes el measure sa the level of sustainability kadigir el gear. Next. الآن دخل مالمو راي إتشاي قاعد يقول actions or themes دي قاعد الفور بلاك باس الثيماتيك areas المصادرة قال أورتل قال strategy ما أورتل أوبيس رجيد الآن ما قال current السوبلار رجيد روا hotel ما tour operators ما قال المو مروت تقرا أمليسي أسيوباي ما سل أترولة لبيلاو إتشريني they total to 14 specific outcomes as well as may gigit el 14 listed on each side. I get more specific kasi nga gel mga mokla under tagit el specific theme. Next. El adam ara wala mga lelt presentation or ma'am mundi so kalmo makatak like el next steps el game el bang el time. So we're happy to say we're 90% done of the first draft. All we need the last follow up lobontirir igal baby ra obis el fact check lobontirir ensuring of masagal information give lam luos el sel kaswara siak lamral togoy updated. Edirek el retrieve igal madel el numbers ra airlines ma air services ma igal accommodations sel give ma igal numbers el merogoy e mas edel top da igal high level goals el swadel aim for in 2028. Two a validation phase e kya maklo to telel validation phase sebal mo katmok kel first draft e gimo automatic kel strategy mura roll ath through all of our platforms mang swadel like we said we're building the strategy from the community up kya ko clear other belaw mang swadel ensure the malaw the sura other belaw roguy el mal mek mula se kyang will strategy ngani ako ratlibel lolngosong seringi ngani atlibel ok makita words el tosper el sel qadrulil mo koklet el koklet el swad el taw teringi agel next 4 years mas el validation phase di moraw alila December mokom di please stay tuned in our website or our Facebook and then kalmo to the letter el moraga kakarus el obis especially legal stakeholders lo ay sa kwasem la ready for review. Number 3, gimo bring back ay gidel feedback kami modifying egot makli a final draft and then the more self submission as gidel mo el Palau Sustainable Tourism Strategy 2025 and more 2028. Next. Why say gadi listra tigagidro ko gibla mesterir I might have missed some ding disokal mertang orang asulir tigagidro ko el ngarabaf material gibla mesteril if I didn't put your name up and I apologize ding because of our collaboration ma cooperation nakakarousel obis nakakarousel agencies rebelaw makakarousel ministries even outside the sources eng sedel gut makli kalk mak lungil el strategy gidel I feel like it's the best tourism strategy that's ever been made for an island country. The mal inclusive and we are still inclusive and kya mangara suka ngarigid الموضوع القوسي سبي قاسي ساقله ما قدروا كاجد الإكزامبل المي يكمل سين مو غاري يانغر إلا لاجد الرجول هذا تلسل tourism strategy مكمل دي أولين تا support رقمي وما patience رقمي وذ إلى المونيل إذا صار رجول إذا عقاني مدة توتي إذا قلت مكلي كاجد الكلام قاضي يانغر كده هذا بيلاو قب مال مسؤولان يالسو مغني أقرميو أسو مغني أقرميو دي مم قدون رقم مرا أوبيس رقم مرا MHRCTD را 488-2626 كمسؤولان
مساولا تشيف مسعود مع مستر تول الأخذ قرأوا السرا البك انتروديوسر وا تشيف سانباو ملاقي رجع الغرا أذر دري التلقي الملا تشانسا بروجرامر جيد من قال youth repository presentation البلبس كذا تشيف سيلفستر ألونس Amo after cell presentation ra Minister Chengins ma ilalta makmo ontira Honorable Minister Dale Jenkins ra Ministry of Education memaskit sa current state of education ra Belao.
First of all, I want to thank all of the members who are working with the Development Committee for including education as a part of their planning. Oftentimes, education is not considered appropriate. However, I think in this case, they made a very wise decision, in which case I want to expand on that a little bit, and I want to give my thanks for you for staying. That I know it's been a long day, and you've been probably beaten with numbers and beautiful ideas. I'm going to keep it simple so that we can hopefully give you an idea of what the ministry is about and how we function. So I basically want to, before beginning, I'd like everybody just to take a look around you and take a look at yourself, and every single thing you see, everything from your eyeglasses to your clothes to your shoes to the table, everything in here is a result of education. Nothing would be here without education. The trees would be fine, I think, but the people, we would not be doing so well. So when it comes time, I'll have to disagree with Dr. Corte. I think education is the most important element which has to be considered, because if you don't have educated citizenry, your society is in trouble. And we see that all around the world. So the role of education is often misunderstood. Everybody in this room has been to school at one time or another, and many times people think that qualifies them to know what's going on in education. As a student, it doesn't. It does not do that. So we're misunderstood as to what we are. We are also, in many cases, primarily a female-dominated group, and done so that they can be paid lower salaries. That must stop. And I'm glad to say in Palau, it is being stopped. So thank you very much for that from the Ministry of Finance. The elements that I would like to say is that if you look around the world and you develop some study of development, you will see the nations that have strong, vibrant educational systems are strong and vibrant, prosperous societies. Those countries with weak educational systems have weak weak societies. There's a very strong correlation there. And I've been listening to all of these development programs, and they're all great. And I think this is I will share the opinion that this is a wonderful process and a wonderful opportunity. But if we don't get our students what they deserve, what's the development for? Because they are the future. We are not the future, folks. The students in the back rows over here and in all of the schools right now, they're the future. And if they're not involved in the society, what's all the planning about? What does it matter? That's an issue which we need to address. And so what we are asking you is demand our educational system to be the best it can possibly be. It has not been that way in the past. It's been, you've allowed it to go along, and I've got some things we can point out which will show you graphically what has happened to our educational system. So, can we go to the first one? As you look at any school, the most important people on that campus, except for the students, are the teachers. In most areas, in order to teach, you are required to have at least a bachelor's degree. In Palau, that's not quite accurate. We have significant numbers of people teaching with no college degree. We have other numbers of people teaching with an Associate of Arts degree, and we have those with bachelor's degrees. And we're aggressively working to help our teachers become more competent. Please don't get me right on this. I want you to understand, I'm not saying they are not good teachers, but I'm saying if you lack the content knowledge and the teaching methodology, you're never going to reach your full potential as a teacher. And that's what we are trying to do. In fact, right now we have 20 teachers who are graduating or finishing their coursework and graduating with their bachelor's degrees next month. And they are all going to be specialists in special ed going into the schools. We also have 36 of our teachers with no college degree currently enrolled at Palau Community College to get their degrees. So they really deserve credit. It's not an easy thing to do, to work and to go to school at the same time. Fortunately, PCC is offering coursework online so that the long drives back and forth can be eliminated. So that's another issue which we hope to address. So if you look at the charts up here, this is basically from the year 2001 to this year. And you'll see that the dark blue, those are people, teachers with no college degree. I guess the green, those are teachers with an AA degree. And you can see in 2001, that's over 50%. And as we move up, the tan color, that is teachers with bachelor's degrees. And the very small segment of black, those are people with master's degrees. And the master's degrees, almost all of them were working in the central office. That's been changed. So that's something we need to bear. You will see that we're making changes every year. There's a change in the distribution of the teachers. As people get different degrees, they move in different areas. So we are very hopeful that in the very near future, we'll have all teachers with their degrees and certified. And that's a goal we have. But again, there's nothing to say a person with a high school degree cannot be a good teacher. They can, and they are. Many of our teachers are. I witnessed firsthand the enthusiasm and the passion that these teachers hold for their kids. And that's very important so that we win in all directions. If we can keep the enthusiasm and the passion and allow them to develop themselves with their college degrees so that they get the content knowledge, the information they need to share, and also the methodologies and ways to share it. Because education has changed a great deal since the time most of you were in school. I was in a classroom just a couple days ago, and it was an algebra class, a class that as a student I hated. I still hate algebra, as a matter of fact. But the class was wonderful. It was an amazing thing to watch. I've got to say that the students, and I'm not going to rule you out, Minzendi students. I mean, all of the students that I've worked with in Palau since 1974, I believe are some of the finest students in the world. They've been held back because we have not reached up to their capabilities. And we're finding ways to do that now. I was in the class and I noticed that on the wall behind me there was a projection like this, and it was divided into 4 sections, and there was a person's face on each one. Not a photograph, but a real person. That was our PHS online group. So there were students who were living in Peleliu, Angar, and Kayangal enrolled and taking this algebra course and interacting, actually talking to the teacher, asking their grades. And that's all been, in January will be our 2nd year, our anniversary of that. That has enabled those students to stay home in their community and attend high school. They don't have to move to Koror and do that. And that came as a result of the request of a governor. I'm sorry, I'm not going to keep you here much longer. I was given 30 minutes and I plan to use all of it plus more. I've been waiting too. I want to point out the other thing we looked at is if we get the next. Yeah, we looked at our school calendar, and I know this has been some discussion. Our traditional calendar follows the normal U.S. calendar of a school starting, let's say, in August or September, going with very few breaks until Christmas, where there's a short Christmas break, and then after that, going back until May or June, where you have the beginning of a long summer vacation. Now, that makes very little sense logically, because if you're looking and you're asking, we're talking about a 7-year-old, let's say, okay, you're going to be in school for 10 months. Just hang in there, do all you can do as long as you can. Why are we doing that to these kids? It makes no sense. The year-round calendar, all we do here is we take that long summer and we divide it and give it between each grading period of a quarter. So you have a 9-week quarter, a 3-week break, 9-week quarter, 3-week break, 9-week quarter, 3-week break, 9-week quarter, 3-week break, next school year starts. The 3-week break, which we call intersessions, are a key element of this plan. First of all, a 9-week session, the kids, it's like a sprint. Just go as fast as you can, because at the end of this, you're going to get a break. Instead of 10 months later, you're going to get a break. But the intersessions are extremely important for us because, number one, the kids can take a break if they want. The students cannot. It's totally voluntary to enroll in any programs. But we can offer during those intersession programs courses and activities that we can't give during the regular school year or school day because we can't spend a whole day. For example, as a part of our tourism and hospitality academy, we've had over 50 students become certified scuba divers. Now, why do we want to have scuba divers? Number one, it lets them know about the beauty of Palau's ocean so that they are now aware of it and become more protective of it. Many of those students had never been in the ocean before, and now they're certified, and it couldn't be done during the regular school day. So those students are all set. As was pointed out, there are a lot of non-Palauans in the tourism industry. Well, we're looking to try and replace those students, those people. When these students graduate, they're hopefully able to go directly into the industry. They'll be qualified as tour guides, boat operators, whatever we need to do at that point. So the other thing to remember about the year-round calendar, there is absolutely no change in the number of school days. They're exactly the same. The number of vacations of days, exactly the same. They've simply been changed in where they are. So I hope that given the benefits that we receive from these, that we can finally begin to say, let's let it go for a while. And you're going to see in just a few moments what the impact of this has been. The other issue which we had to raise was, how do we use our time while the students are in school? And I went through and we found that there were 25 days of school being used for testing. And that the tests were not being used to improve student learning. The basic thrust of everything we do, and the question we have to ask ourselves at any time for whatever we decide to do something, is, will this help student learning? If the answer is yes, then we can proceed. If the answer is no, we don't do it. Because, you know, as the slogan was, first the students. The schools are for the students. They are not for me. They are not for the teachers. They are for the students. And that's an important issue. So if we can go to the next. Just briefly then, benefits of the new calendar, I think it's overwhelming in terms of why we changed. We changed because we can deliver better teacher instruction for the students and better conditions for the teachers. Now, the teachers aren't real happy about it. But we're working on that, because the elements we have will be, let's say a student in the 9th grade is having in 4th grade is having trouble with learning something, the multiplication tables. On the traditional calendar, if he's in that way in September, he can't get any significant help until May. It's too late, way too late. With this, he can get help at the end of the quarter. Because we have set up, and the elementary schools have done this. It's great. They've set up programs. They've identified the kids needing assistance, and then they're able to take those coursework during the intersession to help them get back up to speed. That's another major benefit of why we have that. Let's see, what else do we? So I hope that helps people understand. It wasn't just chosen because it's a nice wheel. It was chosen because it helps students learn. It also provides teachers with an opportunity to take a break every 9 weeks. If they want to take a break, they can do that. That's when they can use their leave. If they want, they can continue and offer things which they do. For example, if a teacher has a musical ability and they want to offer musical lessons during the intersession, free to do so. Breakfasts and lunch will be provided for any students coming on campus, so that we don't have to worry about them getting hungry. So there are all kinds of possibilities. We've just begun to scratch the surface of using these. And so I think we're going to see more and more. I would like to see very much the Rubaka and Maasas to get involved on those intersessions with helping our kids learn more about their culture in terms of fishing, farming techniques, taking care of historical sites. Those are all planning, and we've been working with the Minister of Human Resource, Culture, Tourism, and Development, right? Okay, thank you. Anyway, those are two things that we were working on. So moving along, I think it's time. I would like to indicate and talk to you a little bit about some of the so-called initiatives what we put in the last couple of years. Some of which, again, were very much contested, but the bottom line is we're functioning with them, and they're helping students learn, and they're helping teachers teach better. You know, I'll explain why. That's terrible, isn't it? Okay. First of all, we've changed our grading. You know, I'm sure you remember when you were in school, the teacher with the little grade book, walking around with that. Well, all the teachers now have an electronic grade book. What's the advantage of that? Is that when they enter their grades go into our information system, so that as they graduate, their transcripts and everything is all done electronically. All the grading contributions are done electronically, and the report cards are done electronically. So at the end of the quarter, within 2 or 3 days, you should be getting your child's report card. I as a parent, I had to wait months sometimes to get a report card, and that doesn't help us as a parent. Doesn't help give feedback and help our students learn. So that's one element of it. The others would be that we have instituted. I found out for some reason when we gave our students evaluations as to their reading levels, our students were averaging 3 grade levels below. So if I'm in the 10th grade, most of them are reading at the 7th grade level. That's a serious issue. And I found what we looked at, we said, there's no reading being taught in the elementary schools. It's not in the curriculum. So we have implemented a reading system which is computer-based. It's totally individualized. And the way it works is a student gets his student, take a test at the beginning of the year, and that gives us a reading level. They then can go to any book they want. It can be at a library here, a library at the school, or an online library, which we have access to. And they can choose any book they want or want to like, and they read it. It's at their level. And they take a quick test at the end. And then gathering up that data, the computer then can give the teacher a reading that maybe this student has a need to work on vocabulary or needs to work on verbs or something along in that line. So it indicates specific areas that the teacher can teach. As you walk around a classroom where this is going on, you'll have, let's say, 12 students, each one reading a different book, which could never be done before. You know, no teacher, no matter how great a teacher you were, could have every student reading a different book at the same time. And this is available, and the library is available to anybody on Palau. You just need to pick up a password. It also has newspapers, et cetera, et cetera. But again, the reading program is critical. And the reason it's critical is not just so they learn how to read. That's good. But studies have shown that when children are reading, they're developing synapses in their brain. And those synapses are caused by when they're reading, let's say they will imagine the hero of the story. What does that hero look like? Or where is he going? Why is he doing that? All of these type of questions will come up. And those questions then join the hardwire in their brain, and later on in life will be known as what we call intelligence. So reading is not only important because it helps you read, but it helps you get smarter. And that's an important element for us to do. And I'm thrilled at what's happening at the schools with that. We're seeing some dramatic increases in students' reading levels. Again, this is just our first year that's really been functioning for, all the way. And all our computer-based programs, we're having difficulties because we lack the bandwidth at our schools. So when all the kids would sign on, the system would crash. Last year, thanks to a grant through the Ministry of Health and Human Services, we were given money to pay for PNCC to come and hardwire our school with the new system. And now we have no problem with that. It's working really beautifully. So that's a real plus, and a big thanks to the Health and Human Services and PNCC for doing that, because that's making it possible. Because we also have 3 other programs, which are all computer-based, being used at different levels in the school. Some are being used at high school, some are being used across the board, and some are being used at just the elementary. And the reason for that is because that's where they're appropriate, but every one of them is dedicated to enabling individualized student learning and individualized instruction on the parts of the teachers. And that's, I think, incredibly important for us all. Oh, okay. Now that is the other thing which we've done, which really didn't cause much of anything, was we didn't have kindergarten. Our students in the public schools didn't start till they were 6 years old, and they would enter first grade with no academic background at all. So those poor kids are starting, and some of these students were there, we're starting 2 years behind. Most students start much younger. In fact, in some of the Asian schools, they start at the age of 4. We looked at that and we said, it's got to change. So after study and work with PCAA, we decided to open our own kindergarten and give it a curriculum which will bring our students into capabilities if they're not matching, they're surpassing what the rest of the world is doing. In fact, they were tested the first year out. Instead of coming in at the low end of the scale, they were much higher, much higher. In fact, we had one or two students who were in the 90s, which is a great score. But that's all because our kids were just waiting too long to be involved in school. And that was something which, if anybody has a child who's 5 years old, please enroll them in our kindergarten program so they don't get left behind. So we have, that is probably, in my opinion, the most important change we've made, but you're not going to see the results of it for years. Because right now, we only have the first grade, and the first grade scores, which demonstrate their learning, are very high. But as they ripple through and go through the school, you're going to see great changes based on that. And it's all because of that a simple change of starting school a little bit earlier. In fact, if I had my way, we'd started even earlier. But we'll worry about that at a later date. Now, as we have curriculum, teacher training, we have lots of teacher training, but now because of the intersessions, we can do it all during intersession. No longer do teachers have to, let's say if you're a teacher in Ngarard and you have a in-service in the evening, you finish school, fix dinner, whatever you do, drive to Karor, do your in-service, drive back. That's a terrible way of doing it. So we do it during the intersessions, and we're doing a lot of it online so that they can take courses, they can work on things at home. It's an important element to allow that time home and avoid the drive. The driving can really get you tired. Okay. But now I want to talk just briefly about infrastructure changes which we've made. We're all sitting in this room, this beautiful room, and it's air conditioned, it's comfortable, it's great. Ask yourself this: how many offices in Palau, government offices, are not air conditioned? Very few. Very few. How many stores? They're air conditioned. The only areas that were not air conditioned were our students' classrooms. If you go on, I went to school, it used to drive me completely crazy. I'd go to school, there were two rooms that were always air conditioned: the library and the principal's office. Who wants to go to principal's office when you're a kid? So we have embarked on air conditioning all classrooms and cafeteria at all our elementary schools. And we have completed Ngarard, Ngarlong, Ngartmao, Imaliga, and we're going to be, and Peleliu is underway. And as soon as we finish Peleliu, we're going to be doing Angar and Cayuga. And then we're going to move into Karor, because a lot of those are already done, but it's a big deal. It's kind of funny. It's of all the things we've done, that's one that nobody complains about. And it makes a difference in the school. It really does. I mean, obviously, if you're a young kid and you're sitting in a classroom or running in a classroom, wherever you're doing, 8 hours a day, the temperatures in our classrooms was 88 to 90 degrees, average. Now, when you're in school, it probably wasn't that hot. When I was teaching earlier, it didn't seem to be that hot. So maybe the climate change is real and affecting that. But now they're inside, it's comfortable, and hopefully that'll improve their learning. And I feel comfortable it will. As well as the teachers benefit. They don't have to be, they're hot, it's hot for them too when they're in there. Okay. Now, so those are things which we've been working on over these past few years. Now, we have challenges to meet. We have a really great moment when we have found out that our special education program was in danger of losing its funding of $1 million a year because of our non-compliance with the governmental agencies. We found out about it, acted to make changes, And now we are in a state of compliance. And we had a visit from the Washington representatives last month. Everything looks good. We'll be having another visit this spring to find out and make sure we're okay. One of our problems is the classrooms. We lost our special ed building, and we are looking at, in our construction of a new school, which we are planning to build in IRI, in including in that school special education classrooms for the kids. And we hope to have that school constructed by the end of this school year, beginning of next school year. That's a rush. So, I have time to remain. The element I'm trying to get across is the most valuable resource we have is sitting in the back rows, those kids. That's it, as far as I'm concerned. And if we don't provide for them at their capabilities, then we are cheating their futures. If we can continue what we're doing, my hope is as they graduate and they don't want to go to college, they're trained to take over. And in the words of one of our illustrious citizens, they can become entrepreneurs, have their own business. That's an idea it's way over their head. And we are working with finance to provide coursework for those students to deal with financial literacy, et cetera, et cetera. So there are things being done that are hopefully going to be starting to show improvement and fruition in the very near future. So I want to thank Minister Udui for helping us with the financial literacy program. It's a great one. In fact, I love it when our kids work with anybody, because as soon as they work with everybody, they all fall in love with those kids. It's easy to do. It's an easy thing to do. So as I want to conclude that we have an opportunity here unlike any other opportunity, because we have the support from the President, from the OEK, and from the ministries to help us. We have help. It's not just the Ministry of Finance. We had help. We are offering new courses at the high school, one which is an introduction to archaeology, which we are basing that on the archaeology of Palau. And it's going to be taught by a PhD who's on our staff. And so I think that's something we can really look forward to. We're also going to be implementing courses in marine studies, and that'll be working, we hope to work with PICRIC and a lot of the other organizations on that, because we know we don't have the expertise, but the expertise is here. And that's something that we're looking forward to. So I think our future is very bright. We just have to trust the kids, stay out of their way, and let them grow. They are well able to do so. So on behalf of all of the teachers who couldn't be here and the students beyond, thank you for your time and your attention, and for including the Ministry of Education in your planning project. Thank you.
Almasulang Minister Chengins, Marcel Ministry Gidra Education. The Malmerang Asuli Arbek Ladra, Kalorang Romu, Kadanamera Sel Kadamo Put Macleod, the Morong Single Last del Presentor, El Alsils, Mother Malmerang Asuli Arbek Lada Dirang Artiang, El Altae me Ogore Lamote Medal Mo Rongsis el Presentation Youth Repository. El Balbasquida Chief Sylvester Alonso, ang Chief Youth, Sel Ministry Gidra MHRCTV. Patapsang ate alele Balbasquida presentation ergid.
Sulangi MC, malungit telyat silsirogula de bilung marmaas, Minister Udui, Minister Jenkins. Adali maybe Tobes or to the Dagloding Equasa work for taking the ministry ng sensei. Magulungit tarogul ade bilungul tour kung mas totam to either modo orokui. Gora di totam to either stretch sak mania kwasa seda sensei at the Auckland 8 hours. Ragra 2024 ang matswada no mesa deng warigid. Matswada da Lorenz e matswada limita madava. So the rogo iguktan len mutin to this tel obisirige the colleague ngagra tourism amlarngi. So tay songa Sylvester Francis Alons. Chief Division of Youth and Career Development, the Bureau of Human Resource, or tay the dom gadong ringit mong Super Ministry, HRCTD. So on the count of 3, I want everybody to name my ministry with me. Human Resources, Culture, Tourism, and Development, the Maklongri Wangarga School. 1, 2, 3. Ministry of Human Resources, Culture, Tourism, and Development. Malmasad mo sa mga ngaklo. Next slide. So, Ministry of Human Resources, Culture, Tourism, and Development, tamlugut moklologiwa RPPL 11-7, el reorganize the temle office in Ministry of Community and Cultural Affairs, el mo Human Resources, el tegi del ngani office ayu del ngani. Eungela Executive Order 451 Administration attack the President Whips. Tarangara elela Youth Division tegi the kwasem. The Division of Youth and Career Development shall perform the following duties and functions, including serving as the national repository of youth-related data in conjunction with other entities. All right, good morning. Next. So, Telurior gut Maclea Youth Repository akwase batoga our, batoga data, batoga umsub, el gira la youth belau, el berberi del selagal obis. El sela ministries, el sela vek benira obis akabalment, berberi dagal branch, ma NGO, ma guk aldebera abalu. So, tiada kalugir akwase the mutul mo survey, el mo maisel house to house, el collecta data. That was Torm Rigel to synthesize, analyze, and share youth data from the following data sets. So, health survey, el ngalaka school menea kwase sel timerigedra school health. Every year to screen a tigel at number grade, my 1st grade, 3rd grade, and more 11th grade. Youth focus group surveys, tagi the Mirat Mokla Ministry 2021, set temela amala sel tagi the youth policy. Census and employment data, in our Ministry of Finance and Statistics. Job openings and wage data, my next. Enrollment, my graduation rates. Early childhood education, ma social services. Subir at social security, ma pension plan. Judiciary, ma guk data of the Blabulis Ministry of Justice. So, earlier in June, Selda Ulmur Tegid Lurior and contract with the Tegid organization in Mackerel International. Our consultants, mga director, ma minister, ng Oklo. Et tibir kwase ngaral our ngaral data ko the subi ego the mitigiring irigare. But trigel ministers my head agency game na meet ko masori lorger kwase ngaram ko mabis our youth esumi wat to pension ma social security. Ngaram ma youth angara 12 mo 24 ending swam lorger omengela PCA ma head start to. Gida ngarte rogul medinga kwase like one time in our life, give the rogo in our sera room, I'm lay youth. Magida omesa data, omesa was relela ad, all the way wasn't come maclola, the momra year. Egel rogul or el sera clangaringi, wasn't all tungarat shassing a clangal ad. Sera mil el, sel so ispa wa head start, sel top them ra school. Sel bol migarela them CC up the yellow sigate el ravier, malumutora school. Sel temel year. Mamutemel retired. Was a one quality of life for me. It's a better lot of assessing los pagayidal data. Small the next. The project malamal 2 years lang aningil or year Miguel 14 agencies and minister ma NGO. After 2 years, swado of the tagi the report the it was Palau National Youth Profile report. So, kung magtap the report del Torbela, Tor English, el report del Otik was el said sige del 2021 in May. Till this year our youth, yung nga 18 and 35. sa youth cell age wasa sa workforce age. At tirigel madinga kwasa tadiak this youth age recruit ourselves daw. So basically, this is the young, able-bodied working force. Where they live with the caregiver, highest level of education, wangara status tir mabablingira school. They love the high school, they love the college, but backpaningira tela training rawyer, or they simply mala experiencing. It's a public, ma private sector, lomes employment, to rawyer, ma wage. Wasang it's a legal rawyer ko dumusukat tela. Ma next. My galwak babil information on ani demographic information again logul our backpaninga obis oger celular survey Madeira wasang wangara klungela household marital status matela dependent tringi arang legal mar maklola mar mas marubang at selablay or trigel babila ad el ngal sel household. Esel what the last el kumdasuk was betolado ageringi IDC amiga el ad toder belau. Ang arang umat totoo next. So I want to report the top so one is the National Youth Profile, and cell one is a simple report to where are the jobs. So tagi da gukma report tigira rogul tel raudior. Rogul skills development, rogul osper gira skills development raudior. Rogul training ang ngaringi el cell belau makrel belau. Maguk job training programs. Around 2021, Ministry of Human Resource, nearly 1/3 of its young people are leaving for employment reasons. Nearly 1/3, 2,400 till youth belau, atob elosigatel aurier. Celebrate segid. Doga close doga betoga urior and those the start to the sispa adang of the bloomer I gave the urior while the Minister of Education. Tell urior mas mongania or say the cookto messaging mongania mral or quasamrat tell I this year youth tell I this year outside tell our urior ngar belau ngara building our urior sibel sispa tirgan migara lathering cookta club said on mess quas the mamasar adang of the blue or your belau. I got back when our career paths. Next. Mission our youth, obviously our youth, my youth policy. Take the look to ensure that youth are supported and empowered with knowledge, skills, opportunities, programs, and services to grow as independent adults, achieve their full potential, and contribute to happy and sustainable communities and families. So the top they get to report the youth repository 2027, 2026 musubas. They'll report the more user-friendly in Sabada Lodier Tirawada Ministry of Education for the high school Palau Community College and the career pathway programs here. The Ministry of Human Resource, the Kumotela, the Modok, the Murulakuk, Omsu, Bigira, Rogul Tela, Real Selbelau. Last part of the was a cooperative data governance. The partner of three agencies and the Tadagal Molklokla Ministry in Morgong. The Moklokla repository, Usparogul Adam. So our partners provide the services, Molwania data Rayuth. Matasibril cook Madura Tetir Rally, my resources are there. They give the spirit of policy makers. So at cabinet level, Maguk Sider Olbi, the Quas Scum to Sorida or Rayuv, Molomon Mangat Sela Obis are you their ministry. My next. So Trigalogul partners at that time, I get Lungas and Mangasulir there. The talk and the primary the material, Ministry of Finance. Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health and Human Services, Ministry of Justice, Judiciary, Social Security Administration, Civil Service Pension Plan, and our government, my semi-government, my NGOs, Palau Red Cross, PCAA, Palau Community Action Agency, Head Start, Bangko, Palau Association of NGOs, National Youth and Elder Council, a PCC, Palau Community College, Mar Governors Association. There are 14 agencies sa ginamo mga dadul division ng mga ministry. Eguk sodi tagi del project eguk marmal tel eguk matili be technical togo kwasa gud maragut makli. So ela gud our second quarter gut makli that project. Mar next. So selbon maragut that project. One of the swada gut makli o makila consultant am reading ilmo online easily accessible database. So sa top dagal rogul sa top dagal tabloid report Michael Rogul data ra youth ra back med obis. Kada mo si Krola luting our website ta government so sa palaugov.pw. Sa website ra ministry sa Ministry of HRCTD.pw. Matuk website ra youth at palafutures.com. Trettel tel repository mo tegedum. Division of Youth, so gelmo oriert tel obis achieve ano akmomre gelmo mon May next. Malmon mengor alel guk meklik tel repository. Guk every telal years guk komesa guk update tagel information ngani kwase ngani abesel te al or namo trigable chance of population or belau or tel h namo guk ngod mangyado messer say. Ospegel rogul man mokter tel project was a cell ngani rogul data ra youth. Mobiat tagel the bell michael group apply guk nges ma resources got club program and more tom das question giran morning. So other sports ang ania rogul over youth, other school ang ania over youth. Government agency sorry recruit they replace it trigal muri tar uk ngania data tir kwas telar migaran el adut sber ngai garu dur. El alang song sang arang clearingi ngal program already ngaringi or ngal service already ngaringi the bilingual ngel migaran el adut mercel service. Magada mlan meringi musibal audio. Tell us the project that I'm sharing internally was no that's better got clear along sel Palau Leadership Academy. El netaro das was together got clear got a program and more our best employee or best employee employee the government under 35 and our leadership position and mlan bertir was one at that telel sel skum kom supervisory level audio. Lang tirigel top del mail lobas schooler civil apply direct that did start the entry level ngani because a schooler experience tier tumlaredi kwase wainga wasel government management level lang ngani schooler may experience raw of course ngani yem sub and then go there tirigel already ngani mat kom sub go then we may say it and then sige the gear kwasit ang liga the top the bella ang agora sibelit mur mortir or the long leather migara la the kwase ang ngani akaw ding el ad marsa imam agora malo kwaseng agum dasul top the bella ang da tel tel bulu swang lo siga tel more krel bella mak mungila the long okler nga or mungila klang nga akti agora swang lo wise imol the dura imol mutring bella around the 1990s, I other cell time. Back in the year, other belong, till other belong, Mark belong, Sigatel school. Magamla wanted summer at school, cook me belong obligation, among other the mal. At the mal, the Akamal me permanent till other belong. Goal getting it was around lak poringi. Akna kerbelao, aknatov, akmara school, akno Sigatel out here, in the down the aquasa. Akmalmol mit outside malubak mutin merbela orier. The malangan gagal burger sel tam the ring imoto was gora gear. Uli getting it mo. Swamal mo Carmila Elevant malubugom aptulula adib. Swamal Carmila Elevant malubugom aptulula adib. Do you want to be the tail of an elephant or the head of an ant? Swamal Gamila elephant til ngara klol blue the umriga yas ngaraptil or gamera balwam kaptulula adim garel arm indi kaptulul. Mo say the gaman musula.
mal masawla Chief Alons sel mal goramlo tabad bokal tigingel el mergi dar megi el ab الالتام أمام مصر program مرجي ذا غدنgar sel awarding ra trigel high school student قم دنير سر ضمو لقتل وسه alangarinya temi وتريجل غرا مسيسي أورير لو تاع المرسل بيتر يجل السيمر الغرا كليسي غايجي كده الغرسي موسى يجي كده لوريري ران together إلي من لا تجد البارت program مقمو أنترا قالي غرا ميس رالين راني المي other three سيجي البروجرام سيجي ما awarding.
So what about the award and mal diswa kal share ako ra kaya kalil sa tel event tem lang eli. So tel event taman na emphasize our youth, especially on financial literacy. So at the beginning of the event, ting lang ako ra patokot presentation on youth initiatives. And then guk mer nga te earlier other tax may mata share ata so the tax ngara we get different types of taxes. Edira kalmlo sab guk oger the sweeter youth as ngral the sweeter about the taxes ng makara impact their mong malmle ungi like answer their malmle engage. And then long yata alam mal introduce a personal budget. Or different types of personal budget. Lang dim la soma mal introduce or tier to budgeting before I give them a national budget and have them do the national budget for the republic. That's the reason why indra kalmler other tax because we all know as a one ragot the close source of fund give taxes. Mang agimal lo as a youth indra Gloria Finance akmal lo proud their tier because madang lading alala sang makara the appropriate fund if rogul other disordered priority and asking for a lot of stuff. So I know the process maring alel. But then maram no proud there because al sukum to kara di ngidin nga lagal me tel asa invest our youth put the money appropriate more money to youth activities education. But no, the way they appropriated the fund, the maram show that tirka or ranks they know our issues. So the top things in Malmle sorry ramle PSL hospital. They also wanted to invest in justice. Ndira kanle sorry appropriate more fund for solar panels because the madangala ngala arala dengi. Ndira kanle one rather kanle sorry invest cyber security because they know like every now and then and they get attacked. So and then surprisingly hindi lakal really put much on education, which is the reason why kasi they listen to the issues waqda albangal. Edirakal selmal no maasar mo karingiya se kidaragol di mga degara tax try to understand tax. So kuma malungar finance thought that the public kamal mering tira understand that tax, but tirakal nga especially sa Timra PHS they went on to like exploring policies on taxes, like different type of tax, makarada brother na tax base. So I'm really impressed by them. Mang akpay mo mas tiri ate alert tirigel gukmlo sabir mo gat sir tagil contest. But before I give pokpas area alert tirigel mlogot and this wakal ay sa criteria for sel contest amalmle dimle 5 mle balance how to balance the budget because we know like if in Soma 90 million of spending, you gotta have 90 million of source of funds. Direct impact on the economy, fairness, equality in society, short-term versus long-term considerations, more realistic. So allow me to invite Timra Miss Antil Medil Kora must come a brief presentation or sel budget they came up with.
So, as it was said before, we had to balance this budget and learn how to allocate certain funds, and also take certain funds from, or find out where we can get the money to pay for the things that we chose. So if we go to the back over here, we first started off with $75 million, and we had to find a way to get more. So we ended up with our revenues and spending being equal at 95 million. So first we decided, I'm going to talk about things that we didn't change. Things like for the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Environment, it was at 5 million originally, and we didn't change that. Ministry of Justice, it was at $10 million originally, and we didn't change that as well. Ministry of Health and Human Services was $10 million, and we kept that the same. And then Ministry of MHRCTD was at $5 million, and we didn't change that. And this side is mostly of what we did change, but we kept the MPII the same at $10 million. And yes, I'll move on to the next point.
We wanted to get rid of our debt because we didn't want to, like, future generations to have this burden of debt in mind. So we wanted to get rid of our debt so that it's not a problem in the future for the future generations. And for the Ministry of Education, we invested $5 million to get solar panels for all schools. And it might seem like a really great loss at first, but we chose this plan because in the long term run, like, it would have been a greater investment because, you know, schools wouldn't have to worry so much about the cost of utility, and they could use the accumulation of the money they saved for other resources for students. And I'd also like to add on to what the first speaker said, that the things that we didn't change, it's not a reflection of unimportance in our plan, but we wanted to get all of the smaller things out of the way and, like, get all of our eggs in a basket.
We invested $5 million in the Ministry of State under friendly relations because it was in our thought that given with what's going on in the world, it was important for us to acknowledge our NGOs that work tirelessly to support us in our futures. Like, some of us here were products of the Dive Club. That's an NGO, the Palau Pledge, and they work tirelessly to find support and finances to find better experiences and learning strategies for us in our future. We also invested $5 million in boost of climate finance because also with what's going on in the world, like New Zealand, it was important for us to bring attention to climate change and how it's affecting us now and how our future depends on it and how we're gonna change that and take care of it for the better of us and our kids. Thank you.
Also, for the Ministry of Finance, say $5 million, that's really their operational funding, but then we also wanted to add another $5 million. And this is really important because we wanted to boost their cybersecurity capabilities, because we all know that the Ministry of Finance has been having trouble keeping up with their cybersecurity capabilities as well. But that's all right though, but then we want to, in the long run, it's going to protect our, we all know that the Ministry of Finance, under it is the Bureau of Revenue and Taxation, and that has a lot of information on our taxes and our revenues, and so we didn't want to know that our taxes and our revenues are in the hands of the wrong people. So that's why we wanted to prioritize that as well.
So lastly, we started off with 75 million and we ended up with 95 million spending. So you're probably wondering how we got the revenue of $95 million to spend for the things that we wanted, the additional things that we wanted. So
To balance out our budget, we added a 10 million increase tax on the richest for the salaries and wages tax. And I'm sure everyone's like, oh, taxes, but we learned very importantly yesterday from Director Elway about equity, so. And we also added a 5 million double excise tax on alcohol and cigarettes. And as you can see on the other side of our poster, our Ministry of Justice and MHHS was unchanged. We're hoping that the double excise tax can also, it's like killing two birds with one stone, because we're also lessening the burden of accidents, underage drinking, all of that, for the Ministry of Justice. So we're hoping that can lessen the burden. And Tokora Omlim Omloko lessen the burden on the Ministry of Health. Lastly, we added another 5 million for double hotel tax. So if you can see on the other side, sorry, for the Ministry of State, we added 5 million for friendly relations and in addition, boost climate finance. So we're hoping that can bring in more tourism. And with the double hotel tax, we're hoping that our target audience can be new tourists. Thank you.
So this was just a product of only maybe 30 minutes of learning things and then putting this together. But it really opened our eyes to the work that goes into Ministry of Finance and running a whole country. So we're very grateful to be able to learn about this thing and like our eyes are open. We also want to thank our PCC student who helped us, who couldn't be here today, Shamira. She also really helped us to understand this. So yeah, thank you.
Malmasaulo tirgal ngalgedra askura Misenti High School lo mal dito ortiang bokuntira Minister Caleb Uduy, ma Minister Chengins, Chief Alons, ma Miss Alfonso Koshiba, mal Mertel Madal, ko mertegi dera ngal school ora tirgal la mo presenter sel el price el more comu. Ma price el ngartia $200 cash. El mortigal el ngalga skura misenti. Dolingit kami mo kamdi ob koreta ang maya siya singer kami. Tamal masaula dalut talmastra chlorprot at tirgal ng algedra skura misenti. Tamal masaul makuk symposium 2025. Kada mo ring asuli arbek la al malmol maldir ka ngartiang al malmu tra ulamang la programmer gid. Kada mo mga simen makmo alingitra Minister Caleb Uduy Jr. Mang may mamaskida closing remarks al maos merital el programmer gid al sils symposium 2024.
We're just having a senior moment. That's not the closing remarks, sorry. Well, somebody stole the notes, sorry. No, I think it's been a great symposium. If you've noticed, there is a very strong theme throughout this year's symposium, one that's been building over the past few years, involving the youth and how important they are to our future. Our future is borrowed from our youth, right? So I think you'll see that, and something our ministry is really focused on, because we truly do believe that the work that we're doing is for them, and that they should learn and be engaged in doing the work themselves. So I was very happy with our program yesterday. It's not easy to keep kids in a class setting, something they're doing every day, and talking about a bit of a difficult subject, which is finance and economics. But they did an excellent job. They learned how relevant it was to them. And I think the engagement that they showed how capable they are and how much more we should be involving them in the process. I thank Minister Jenkins for being here, because he has been doing very amazing things with our future, with our children. And I think the results are immediately evident. And I think we should always act to make sure that we make things better, but to show that things are getting better. And I think Minister Jenkins and our students are showing that that is possible. So at the end of this symposium, I want to thank everyone for staying with us. Thank you for continuing to share your time with us throughout the day. I'd like to also offer again a special thanks to the Asian Development Bank for sponsoring this event. We have 3 of our friends over here to my left. To our speakers for sharing their knowledge. It was, back in 2012, a very different type of symposium where we focused very much on economics and finance. And there was a different group of people in the room. I think we've brought in that group of people when we changed the focus of the symposium to development, which I think is more everybody's interest. We do have many technical discussions on finance and economics, but when we engage the community, I think we do need to speak differently. Not something very easy for some of us practitioners to do, but we do have a lot of help. When we bring everybody together, you can see we're all facing the same issues. So I do want to recognize these speakers and contributors and apologize that we didn't have enough time to really open the floor for discussion and questions. This is something we always struggle with such a compressed event. We try to provide you with as much information on what is going on and what are the issues, so you get a better understanding of what we're dealing with. But we do also want to engage you, and I think we should continue to work to engage, to communicate, exchange through all the events that we are involved in. There was a very strong theme of gender, if you hadn't noticed throughout the presentations, and Ma'asil Belao event is a very good place to bring those discussions up and further the discussion when it comes to an event like this. If you noticed, not by choice, but just by circumstance, many of our staff that are involved are mostly women. And I think there's nothing wrong with that. And we continue to push them to be the best they can. The men are all out in Manila fishing for the APAFs, but we're so lucky to have our staff here with us today. We covered today very important topics, our economy, education, youth development, and more. These aren't just abstract ideas. They're about the future we want to create for Palau. Growth doesn't happen on its own. It requires decisions, commitment, and a shared sense of purpose. So I'm very happy as well that we had our legislative representatives here with us today. And I was very happy that Dr. Corte accepted the chance to come and speak to us today. Health is something we normally complain about, but I think Dr. Corte said it best when he said our focus has been on disease. We need to switch that around and talk about health. So I was very glad that he was able to come and share that perspective with us when it comes to the future of Palau in that area. As we leave this room, let's carry with us the ideas and reflections shared today. The strength of our nation lies in how we come together, support one another, and work towards a common goal. I'm confident that as a community, we can continue building the Palau we all want to see. Thank you again for your time and participation, and I look forward to seeing you all at the next symposium next year. Thank you.
المساولة minister saya mo ulo mga lala programmer gid os Maria programmer gid el alsils mlamo sabaed el maral beklad ego mal masaura kaloreng kamira tutaw min muta algab sangay makulingit wala doral di bodada ka imad edlut el maskida mal klol prot di mo os Maria symposium gid ego mal masaul